Damn, they could have at least merged the song a little bit better than this. What up? I'm going to install and preview some Unreal Engine projects today. See if there's anything in any of these projects that I might want to use in, let's say, one of my main personal projects. I got to keep in mind that on my project's hard drive, I only have 427 gigs of space. So I got to be thoughtful of that. The first one that I wanted to look at today is the projects. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me again. Four gigs. Jeez, 5 gigs. This project. Almost sounds like Legend of Zelda. Wait. It is. Okay, never mind. I can recognize that anywhere. Okay, let's delete that and those. And we're gonna open this in 5 points. Is it gonna ask? Is the question. 5.5. Good to know. Okay.
You're so just crazy.
Startup level. Demonstration. Asset library. Luminous Midnight. On first open, demonstration level might need to load by going to window, world partition, drag selection portion of the mini map or the entire map and load region. Water plugins enabled for the Vista Water plane. Frame rate has been fixed to 30 to unlock. Use fixed frame rate in the project settings. Untick fixed frame rate. Okay, so water plugin. So file plugins. It is already enabled. Okay. So let's go to maps. So the content browser, projects, and levels. So asset library, startup level, and the projects demonstration. I would imagine that this is the one that we want to do, the demonstration level. Go ahead into world partition and let's see if our computer can handle loading everything, because it's a lot of stuff. So load region, and then we're just gonna let it chill for a minute. We're running an ATX 5000 today. ATX, is that what I said? RTX? I don't know what I said. RTX A5000. Cannot wait to upgrade to the Pro 6000 Blackwell, so we can take full advantage of that 96 gigs of VRAM. Crazy work. Shit. So one of the things that I like to do is I look through Old projects, new projects, projects that I purchased from the Fab Marketplace, or download through Patreon. And I look for assets, materials, FX, post-processing volumes, camera settings, anything that a developer, creator used to populate their scene. And I see what, if anything, I can take from those projects to make developing, some of my scenes easier, more effective. And I migrate over to some of my primary projects, assets, materials, things that I might use so that I don't have to create everything from scratch. And this is especially helpful for conceptualizing ideas and just getting a complete visual concept put together. This is the first run for this project. I'm at 55%, halfway through, so I think like towards the end of everything loading is probably going to load much quicker. 86% of the textures and shaders have been prepared, so I believe what I'm loading here is the entire project. The name of this project is The Projects. I saw a short preview on YouTube. I'm not exactly sure how this is going to run on my system. It's interesting to see all these decals, and I used to have a hard time understanding how decals worked. But another thing that I like to do is I like to take decals from these asset packs and copy them into my project to make staging and like visually directing my scenes easier instead of trying to figure it out from scratch through watching YouTube videos and going to Google. But I'm going to preview several asset packs today and determine whether or not I want to keep them or if there are assets from them that I would like to use. For example, I might download an asset pack or an environment that has like a basketball or tennis court in it that I really like. And of all the thousands of meshes, static meshes that might come with the pack, I might only want like the sports field. I might only want the grass mesh. I might only want like a building out of one project. So I'm not sure like how close to current day realism this project is. I don't really remember what I saw in the video, but I think there are some things that we can take from this to use in our Memphis Metas project. In the meantime, go to my YouTube channel. I just uploaded a video yesterday of an augmented reality live link recording I did with my iPad of the Destruction Derby 2 main menu design. It's on YouTube now. It's a little bit choppy because I was live streaming while I was recording it, but it looks kind of nice in my opinion. Definitely worth checking out if you are familiar with the Destruction Derby franchise. I believe that version was on PlayStation 1. I don't know if they made a PlayStation 2 Destruction Derby game. But my goal within the next like maybe 2 to 3 years is to recreate the title sequence and maybe 2 or 3 tracks from the game and work with either a small team of developers or a single developer to create a car physics blueprint that does not use chaos physics, that is also destructible, so that I can kind of simulate that some realistic destruction and maybe put out a demo as a reboot Destruction Derby, like remastered. Although technically it wouldn't be remastered, it would be rebuilt from the ground up. All right, looks like the scene is loaded. All the static meshes are loaded. We're at 100%. And it's going to take just a second to kind of populate on the screen. And I hear my GPU just crying right now. Oh, I didn't know we were going to be inside of a building. As you can see, Nanite is already enabled. All these meshes are in their fallback. Level of detail right now. And if I move the screen, they will probably update. Let's see. There we go. Oh my Lord, this person put crazy detail in this, and we're getting 17 frames per second. We need to bring this over into 5.6 so that we can enable megalights. I'm going to go from cinematic to epic quality. And we're already at high level of textures and materials, screen percentage 65, and we're closer to 30. That's definitely something I want for my neon signs for Bill Street. And if I turn off game mode, or if I turn on game mode, all right, so as we can see, this is very, this is somewhat, I think it's a little bit on the sci-fi side of things. Either that or it's very, yeah, I mean, it's definitely very sci-fi-ish and a little bit, I would say like kind of Russian. As in, maybe I can see something like this refrigerator being used in an asset pack that is super retro, but most of these assets I wouldn't have a use, like I wouldn't need them, I wouldn't use them in anything because I'm doing very Americanized, like modern day projects, no pun intended. You know, so if you think American interiors, you wouldn't see any of this shit in any of my projects. Not even, yeah. So this is something that I would expect to see in like a video game. Like, what's the name of that game? Empty Room. That's pretty cool that they've got it like outfitted. BioShock or something. I mean, it all looks super nice, and it's very detailed. The amount of detail is crazy. Jeez. The wallpaper ripping off the wall is like an amazing added detail. I wonder if I can open this. No, everything is like one. Is it grouped? Oh, it's a level. It's a level instance. Yeah, dude, whoever, oh my lord, did some crazy detailed work on this. This is insane. So it's like a tech demo. Okay, now we're under the level. All right, so yeah, basically it's glorified tech demo. Oh my gosh. Bro. See, like, you know, something a little more realistic are these pallets in the boxes. Right? Maybe a little bit of the trash. So I like to think of what are some of the assets. Yeah, very sci-fi. They even turned the tires like a little bit towards the curb, which was technically something you would do if you're parked. Wow, this is so steep. Like, who would park up here? Something that you would do when in real life. Yo, this is just nuts. What the? Bro. All these having interiors in all these buildings is crazy. Normally you'd use some sort of texture, like a mapped texture or material. Oh my lord. This would have never loaded and performed like this on my 2080 Ti's. No, there's no way. So the use of level instancing, and we're getting like 20 frames a second at this point, is what makes all this possible. And of course, Nanite. So if I go to Nanite visualization and triangles, like everything is basically been converted to Nanite. Obviously minus glass. Like anything with transparency can't be a Nanite mesh. Can't be converted to Nanite. But if I go up to this, you know, the tallest building, I'd be surprised if there were interiors up here, which I don't think there are. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right, so some blinds, I mean, some curtains kind of covering the window from the outside to give a little bit of depth. But those ground level buildings having interiors is really impressive. And I think you could load in levels, like packed levels as interiors for all the buildings and have them spawn based on camera or player location to stream in level instances. But this is typical. Normally there would be no interior. It just would be a one-sided texture. When you go into the building, you'd basically see the sky and everything, because this would be like there would be no thickness and geometry like here. All this is, you know, kind of like that. When you go into a material, you can't see the inside of it. All right, so old video games, I remember clipping through walls in old video games and accidentally going inside of buildings, realizing that it was just a flat texture material. But this is really good design work and consistency. It's beautiful. It looks nice. But let's get back into the city, back down to ground level. And I would bet that they used a lot of like Houdini to make this possible. There's probably a lot of procedurally generated content. Yeah, so none of these assets I would use in any of my projects, maybe except for the trash. I couldn't even see myself using something like that. Like none of this looks modern day tech. It's all super sci-fi and cyberpunk-ish. But it's a great tech demo, nonetheless. I don't think there's anything that I would do with this. That's what I'm saying. Those weeds look kind of nice. The fences look kind of nice. Obviously, trash is trash, so that it kind of is a uniform thing that can work almost anywhere. You know, boxes and metal and wood. Like that kind of stuff could be useful. Thoughts? What do y'all think about this? This is crazy work. I love though the neon sign textures, like the flickering of the neon signs. And I'm gonna have to get in there and dissect some of that and take those into my projects. I'm a big fan of that because I have made a lot of my own neon signs. And I do have some flickering materials, neon materials, that I've created myself. But yeah, this is insane work. And how Nanite is handling the geometry is extremely impressive. Well, they forgot to do something here. Which I think maybe this is blocked off, so technically I'm not supposed to be over there. Yeah, but this definitely reminds me of BioShock. Even the open signs are a little bit. I can't think of what you would call this this architecture style. Art Deco. All right, what's happening here? Oh, that glass is nice. So like that's something I would use. I would take this glass, this like ribbed glass material if I could, and try to implement it on other signage. Like I love the quality of that. I love how that looks. So when you get in there, you can tell that it's just a flat rectangle with a neon material, like emissive material, and this glass has a little bit of thickness, but the how that glass looks right there, super nice. That's very realistic. And that's the type of stuff I look for. Details are crazy. Hella cameras, damn. Yeah, but definitely like some cyberpunk type. Yeah, I think the design style is Art Deco. Yeah, they put in a lot of work. And that's something else that I will use right there. Where is this coming from? Can I turn on game view and see where that smoke might be coming from? There it is. So I would take stuff like this, the smoke, which I think is called like a VFB for, I don't know, smoke effects. And I would bring those into my projects to give them life. Like, look at that. That looks amazing. So I'd figure out what it is I need to migrate over to my project to get some of these effects. I'm not a big fan of, like, you know, all the trash on the street. This type of stuff I would never need or use. Let's see what else we can find. Yeah, these are really great assets. Street lights blinking, like that's super nice. Is there a post-processing volume? There are a couple post-processing volumes. Let's just do a search. There are a lot of post-processing volumes. And for each building, I guess. That's crazy work. And maybe that is for exposure. For when you go into the buildings, maybe each building has its own exposure. See, when you go into it, very quickly the exposure changes. Yeah, I think that's why there are so many post-process volumes. Yeah, so this is extremely stylized, and that's like, I don't really create stylized environments. Am I looking at glass? Look at that glass. Now that's something else I would take. Like, I love that. That glass right there. So I just make a mental note of like, okay, there are a few things I like on here. It's the effects, like the smoke effects, some like environmental elements, and the glass. I do like the boxes, but you know, I'm not to the point in my project where I'm looking for trash. Even these barricades are extremely stylized, as well as these posts. So, yeah, I don't think I would take much from this for any projects that I'm currently working on. But this is extremely inspiring and very thoughtful. Wow. Level of detail is insane. Trying to make sure I don't miss anything interesting before I move on to another project. Wow. Heavily detailed. Yeah, this kind of has like a Soviet feel too. I don't know what I said before, but I think it's like somewhat Soviet feel to the architecture and some of the detailing. But yeah, very much, I'm pretty sure this is like an Art Deco style, if I'm not mistaken. Very optimized. Yeah, I hope they put out some video kind of explaining what their process was for creating this environment. And I'd be willing to bet that they used Houdini to procedurally generate some of this. Even the bricks kind of have this stylized look to them also. So not something that's useful for photoreal, real world environment creation. Damn, the amount of trash in this joint is crazy. Yep, even that's stylized. It's very intentional, and I love that about this. It's like you can tell that it's not thrown together very well, art directed. Yeah, you can use smoke in damn near any environment. These streets would be really fun to drive cars through, jump down those hills. Hell yeah. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's tight. So it gives me the vibe that, like, you know, everything's abandoned. I guess that's supposed to be a chalkboard. Little coffee top. Brick wall covering that up. Yeah, they even got mailboxes in the residential area. I'm a big fan of all the light materials, though, the emissives. Let me turn off game mode, see if there's a light object here. What is this? Can I jump into that level? Yeah. That's a light. Okay, escape. Am I in the what am I in right now? Oh, I double clicked it and it brought me all the way over there. Okay, I see what happened. So yes, they are using light sources as well as emissives. That's a really cool design. It looks like something that would be hard to do maintenance on. Like a fluorescent light inside of a metal pipe. But let's see. Can I go into this level, packed level actor? Let's see. Opening editor. All right, we're in there. We have this. I guess this would also be a packed level actor inside of a packed level actor. Let me disable this post-process thing. Okay, fluorescent light, so lighting. What am I selecting right now? Okay, so it's a blueprint. Let's edit the blueprint and see what comes up. All right, it's gonna take a second, I think, to load this blueprint. Let's bring this over here and let's see what we got. Let's go to viewport, and this is a great way to like, it helps me understand like how these things are created. Everything is created as blueprints, and then all the blueprints are packed into a level instance, and then the level instance is brought into the main level, which is then loaded into a world partition. Rocket science, probably going over some people's heads if you don't develop an Unreal Engine. But it's really interesting to see how all of it comes together. So we've got a huge attenuation on this light. We have a light, the light fixture, and then it's packed into a blueprint, and that's it. But why is it that I can't see the lighting inside of the level, inside of the blueprint? I really love the detail on this. Oh man, it's really nice. Okay, but this is one object. It's got a metal painted material. It's got a bulb material, and then an aluminum material. What is the bulb material? Just some regular material. So I'm confused about where the emissive is coming from. Yeah, they had to have used Houdini to some extent here. All right, we're still loading. There we go. These materials are fantastic. All right, what do we got? Light fixture, default scene root, self. Let's go to construction script. Okay, light bulb material. So emissive parameters, light parameters points, light on off, animate light, flicker blink, override light color. So these are the types of things that I would bring over into my project. Not only the material, but the construction script for the blueprint. It's so complicated, and it would probably be hard maybe to migrate something like this over to an existing project, but worth the challenge. So let's close this blueprint and let's look into our details panel And all of these settings are here. I can turn this. I can turn it all the way. It's just off or on? Okay. It has a little. So I think this not only controls the light itself, but the emissiveness of the material. Because technically you got to on and off, which you set it to 0, it's off. Set it to 1, it's on. Animate light, so set to 0. Let's do 0.5, see what happens. Okay, 1. 0.01. 0.0001. So it's not speed related, it's just kind of an on or off thing. So 0. Alright, so if I set it to 1, the flicker blink is set to 0. So let's set it to 1. Okay, 0.5. 1. Oh, it's just 0 or 0.1. 0.2. 0. Animate light. 0. Override light color. Ah, this is a really good blueprint setup. Ooh, got the chills. Emissive color outer. What happens if I change this to like pink? Ah, the neon. Oh my gosh. Let's change it to blue. Oh my gosh, that's an amazing material. Emissive color inner. Let's set this to blue. Oh wow. Cancel. Okay, and then the light color itself is also different. So let's change it to like yellow. Okay, that makes sense. Oh my lord, the amount of creative control that's built into this blueprint this is such a learning experience for me, because I spend so much time modifying these settings within the parameters of the materials instead of creating blueprints, that I can then just go and modify like all the lights in the scene all at once with just settings in my details panel. Intensity 0.2, let's set it to 1. This is amazing. Wow, they really did just crush the design of this. Let's go into, okay, so building is all of this in one level? This is all in one level. So building, is this like a, what is that? Packed blueprint building. Let's edit that blueprint. Let's see what that looks like. Viewport. Okay, so I think this is all the interior. So the interior of the building is a blueprint. Which then what means what? These are static meshes, instant static meshes. Oh my God, the organization is just so beautiful. Wow. What is that, like a double fridge? Let's open that object. It's just one. They did not have to go so hard on this, but they went hard on this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's find this door, F. And now I have the freedom, once I'm inside of the blueprint, you know, to make changes. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, nice. very game optimized. For me, I do architectural visualization, so I'm looking for like photorealism and complete assets. So when I have something like a jukebox in the scene, I would actually want it to be photoreal and actually have like information, CDs, like an actual interior, where this is just, you know, a mesh, right? I would want the full model in my projects because I'm doing photorealistic renders that are supposed to be hard to distinguish from, like, you know, a real photograph, for example. That's funny. Random parking meter just chilling in there on the shelf. Like, they really thought this through. I want to see if I can change a material though real quick. If I wanted to go in here and edit this, how easy would it be? So let's open this blueprint. Let's go to viewport. Let's see if we can figure out where that is. It's got to be downstairs somewhere, I think. It's in here, right there. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to go to the material. Let's see. Canvas. It's probably this one. The material is a little bit crazy looking. I think that would be the one where this is just the trim. Yeah, so we're gonna test my theory real quick to see, like, not really a theory, but I want to see how easy it might be to make changes. So base, albedo, global scale parameter, mask, and RGB VT mask, vertex, parent. What's the parent material look like? Okay. So not necessarily something that's easy to modify, I don't think. Base. What happens when I open up the albedo? I think it's just the color that's kind of overlaid on top of it. Hell. Let's look back at this. So, out of just curiosity, if I browse for this, and this would be the diffuse of this material, I'm going to duplicate it. So let's duplicate this material. Let's call it image. We're going to right click, asset actions, export, and we're going to save this on the desktop as, excuse me, just a regular image, PNG. I'm going to go into Affinity Publisher. I'm going to browse for that file on the desktop. And we're going to open it in Publisher. I just want to see what this is going to do if I change this material. Okay. Let's open. No, I can't open. I need to go to Designer. I'm going to copy this. And then go to File. I can't go from Clipboard, but maybe I can just drag it in there. And then we're going to just throw this Ja Morant thing on top of it. What is this going to do? We don't have a clue. So let's Control-Alt-Shift-S to save as a JPEG and export to the desktop. is that a JPEG or PNG? It's a PNG. We're gonna save it as a JPEG. Call it Ja. And then I'm gonna go back to the engine. I'm gonna right click, re-import with new file, grab this image, and then let's just for shits throw it on there and see what it looks like in the game. I mean, it's on there, but it's the UV placement it's in a weird place because it's a repeating pattern. That's what it is. So if I cut that joint in half, I can easily, I think, maybe fix that. I think by cutting it in half or in fourths. So let's do that real quick. I'm going to take a rectangle. I'm going to throw it in there. Cut it in half. We're going to make all 4 of them invisible. We're going to copy our Ja Morant material or layer, and then Control Alt V to paste it into each rectangle. If I'm not mistaken, this needs to be here. This needs to be here. Let's hide the original. This needs to be here, and this one needs to be here, and then save it. I think Control Alt Shift S, export. And re-import it with a new file. So re-import with new file, JPEG. Cooking. Quick math. 9 plus 10. 21. All right, so easy to go in here and make changes to stuff if I wanted to. It's really cool to understand how the software works and understand now how materials and textures work. So if I save this blueprint, that's hilarious. I can close this window and see now in game. These patrons love Ja Morant. That's funny. I mean, they really love Ja Morant. The save level instance. I'm actually gonna save this. That's funny. Updating level. So that that picture is now gonna be everywhere in the level. Everywhere that picture frame shows up, Ja Morant's now going to be in 1,000 meshes. That was so unnecessary, but let's see if we can go to another bar and find a Ja Morant photo. Nope, just that bar. Really cool though to know how they kind of did their level designs. Painted over, graffiti, murals. Oh, there we go. We found another Ja Morant picture. So as you can tell, these are all packed level instance and static mesh instances just repeated throughout the scene, which means that it's not 1,000 different picture frame meshes loaded on the GPU. It's just loaded on the GPU once. So if it's like, let's say 10 kilobytes worth of a 3D object and, a few materials, textures, like one material with a few textures, it's one material, 4 textures, because there's a displacement, or no, not a displacement, no, 3 textures. There's a diffuse texture, which is what I just edited. There's a normal texture to give you some of the bumpiness, the depth of the image. And then there's an RMAH texture, whatever that means, which I think has some ambient occlusion, some opacity, if any, roughness, height. Yeah, so roughness, metalness, ambient occlusion, and height information in the third texture, which is all, so 3 textures combined into one material. So that's 4 draw calls plus the 1 static mesh. And I think it might actually be using 2 materials. So there's a material for the image, and then there's a material for the frame, and both materials use 3 textures. So technically this is 6 materials. No, 6 textures, 2 materials, 1 mesh. So 6, 7, 8, 9 draw calls for this 1 static mesh, which is populated through the scene. I say 1,000. I don't know how many of these are in here, but for 1,000 instances of this picture frame throughout the entire scene, you're only looking at 9 draw calls on the GPU, which is very important for optimization. Because normally what I would do in like an architectural visualization standpoint is I would have multiple different picture frames in like an interior environment, multiple different pictures inside of those frames, which means we're talking a scene like this would have 1,000 draw calls compared to this only having 9 for the 1,000 different instances of the same image. That's obviously why they're duplicated. So I would imagine 90% of the toilets are all using the same static mesh. The same toilet. There's only one toilet in the whole scene, and it's just duplicated across the whole environment. So good thing to think about when designing levels is that you can pack all of one building into a blueprint, or 2 to 3 blueprints. You have the interior blueprint, the exterior blueprint, and then within those packed level instances, all the different meshes are inside of a blueprint as well. So working with blueprints is going to help optimize the scene, and that's something that I need to, like, that's a good thing for me to learn. What is this exactly? Emissive cube. So if this were using megalights, I'm sure the performance would be even better. So emissive cube. What's the point of the emissive cube? Does it actually give like a little more light? Maybe it's providing some emissiveness to the smoke. So if I were to delete it, what happens? Hard to tell what that's for. I did see a moving fan in here, which also has to be packed into a blueprint. So let's take a look. Edit. I'm going to make a serious effort moving forward to prioritize packed level instances. Packed levels. All right, so yes, this is a blueprint. Let's go into the blueprint and see how we can dissect the animation. So it's got to be, this whole bottom part is one mesh. Okay, so let's edit blueprint. Viewport. You have fan blades. Obviously, the pivot is set in the center, and it's, let's see, light bulb, light, animate light, flicker, override light color. How did we animate our blueprint last time we did something like this? Fan blades, light fixture, fan blades. Start with tick enable, blah, 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 construction script. Set timer by function name, emissive parameters, light parameters. This has nothing to do with the fan. Event graph, there it is. Okay, yeah, this is what we did too. So add a relative rotation, event editor tick from, okay, fan blades, add relative rotation. .5. What happens if I change that? So lerp rotator. Timeline. Event begin play. Update. New track 0. Stop, reverse, blah, blah, blah. So what happens if I change 1? So viewport, it's going pretty slow. I like to just play with settings to see if I know what they do. If I set it to 5, that doesn't change anything. Let me compile. Zero. Okay, so I don't really know what that does, the rotator. But if I go and change delta rotation, hold up. Was it 1? Set this from 0.5 to 5. What happens then? So it does go faster. Set it to 25. That boy gonna be bussing. Pause. That's funny. Okay then. 5. Compile. So this is easy to replicate as well. I can just take this, kind of have a look at it, go into my project and find a fan or something that I want to animate, make sure that the pivot is in the directly in the center with the x-axis pointing forward and the z-axis pointing up, or basically the z being the center, and then the x and y are the axes that are going to be rotating. So, you know, if you just dissect these blueprints and just kind of have a look at them, it'll help you understand how to go back and replicate this. Because if I wanted to have like a windmill, if I wanted to put a windmill on in an environment of a game and I wanted it to be animated, or even the blades of, let's say, a helicopter or a drone, all I have to do is pack all the meshes into a blueprint, ensure that the fan blades have a centered pivot, and then go back and bring this the event graph nodes, like just replicate the layout of these event graph nodes and the information inside of them, and then just take note, but also learn that the delta rotation under the add relative rotation node in the visual scripting is for the z-axis. Obviously, if you have your mesh for some reason oriented to where like the y-axis is the center of the blades, then it'll be the y-axis that you change. Because if I go here and set this to 0 and then I set the y-axis to 5, it's gonna rotate weird, but it's going to rotate on the y-axis. Yeah, it's going to do some weird stuff. Okay. So let's go back and change that. Compile it. That's funny. So I set it to 0. That's hilarious. All right, let's rotate this back. If we can. -50. And how do we reset the position? Set to movable, so that's something to also consider. Rotation. So let's figure out. Obviously, when we break things, let's compile. Now the challenge is figuring out how to fix it. And I think it has something to do with the event graph. Maybe. I don't know. All right, well, let's go in there and modify it then. It is set to movable. Editable when component be modified when it's inherited from a parent class. Is there a parent class? Static object can be changed in game, allows big lighting, faster rendering, stationary, can be changed but not moved. All right, let's figure out how to fix the rotation of this asset. Might have to disable the construction script. Oh well. We know not to save it at this point. So I can go back in there and not mess things up. Oh, there it is. Or not. So if I untick, if I alt click this, compile it, can I then modify it? We're gonna figure this out real quick. Not sure why I wouldn't update in the viewport. I don't know. Let's just set this back to 5. Compile, and it's gonna spin weird. It's gonna be in the wrong place. That's hilarious. So I think the easy thing to do here would be to search for this asset in the content browser. It's got to be at -5000. We're gonna disconnect that. We're gonna go to the viewport and delete the fan blades, and then drag a new one in here, and then set it to -50. And then go back into, let's make sure that it's parented under the light fixture. Go back into the event graph. And then we got to bring the fan blades in the scene to the target. Connect this here. I don't remember what was connected here before, but I think it was titled Mesh. And then, let me think. I had relative rotation. Let's compile and see what error, what's missing. Compile boosted veil federation one. Fan target must have connection. This is also supposed to go here. Compile. And then viewport. And we fixed it. So learning, you know, this is how you learn. You dissect things, you reverse engineer. This is how I learn. This is how you should learn. But this is how I figure things out. I'm like, okay, we messed something up. The easiest way to fix it is to go back and kind of reconstruct it from scratch. And then now I understand like how this works. So I can go back into my and I've done this already, but I didn't really understand what I did because I watched a YouTube video, followed his guidance in the tutorial, and just created a fan. And then I never really understood what I was making or how or anything. So, you know, going into these projects, seeing, okay, I've done this before, but I've not done it enough to really get how it works or why. And I've also not broken it to understand how to fix it or how to prevent breaking it. And that's the thing. It's just like, if you constantly do things right, you won't understand how to avoid doing them wrong. Sometimes you gotta, failure has to be like this inevitable part of anything that you want to learn how to do, because if you never fail, you'll never understand how to avoid it. If you're always successful and you always do things right, you'll be a lot less qualified than the person who has failed 100 times, because they can say, hey, you know, you have a history of doing things right because you're not learning how this works. You're learning how to make it work. You're not understanding how it works, right? It's like, yeah, you can understand how to put batteries into a remote control car or how to charge your iPhone. But if you've never taken the iPhone apart or broken it or, you know, screwed something up and fixed it, just because you know how to charge the iPhone doesn't mean you understand how the iPhone charges. So getting into the assets and breaking them will help you understand how they work versus understanding like how to plug a phone up to an iPhone charger. It's like, yeah, I know how to charge a phone, but I don't know how to make the charger work. Big difference. So that's why I go into these projects and I play with stuff, and I don't intentionally break things, but when I break things, I don't leave what I broken, and I don't just close out the program and reopen it so that I can have the fixed version there. I try to figure out, okay, what did I do to break this, and how do I rectify it? And that's a great learning experience. Although I would never use 90% of these assets, 99%. What I just learned in that interaction there equips me for being able to go into other projects and create animations in ways that I never would have been able to do before. So let me let this save. And then doing it live also kind of puts you in the position to like, okay, am I going to embarrass myself? Am I going to quit in front of people? Am I going to give up? Nope. I've got the incentive now to like, let me figure this out. Because it'd be pretty badass to say, yeah, I fucked something up, but I also fixed it. I think all these materials are great, but here's the thing about materials in assets like this is that while they're very heavily optimized, this red and the buttons and the interior of this microwave are all, I think, one material mapped into a single texture. Hey, that's weird looking. But there is a variation of my Ja Morant poster. And I know there's an easy fix for that, is I can duplicate the material and set it back to its original design for just these meshes alone. But really cool to see how this project is put together, how everything works. Oh, now that's super nice. I wonder what this looks like path traced. Let's go into Path Tracer. Am I blind? I'm not blind. Why is path tracing not enabled in here? Preview platform. Disable preview. Windows using SM6. Let's go into project settings and make sure SM6. It is enabled, so do a quick Google search. Platforms, Windows, targeted RHI's default RHI DirectX 12. So, excuse me. Platform, where are we at? Platforms. So let's go. Platforms, Windows. Default RHI DirectX 12. Engine rendering, hardware ray tracing. So let's find that. Engine rendering. Path tracing is enabled. Support hardware ray tracing. Megalights, ray trace shadows. Oh, I didn't know Megalights was in 5.5. Am I tripping? Virtual shadow maps is going to be pretty expensive, but maybe we'll get higher FPS once we enable this and restart the engine. So I just enabled Megalights, support hardware ray tracing, path tracing, and ray trace shadows. And I'm either going to get better performance or worse. So let's go ahead and save and then restart, save. And let's see if we can do path tracing, rendering, but let's see if we get better performance with Megalights. I didn't know Megalights was in 5.5. Holy shit. So now my own projects are going to perform better now that I know this. Man, I love how my teeth feel after a good brush. Okay, let's update. File project. We want to change. So untick use fixed frame rate in project settings. Okay, let's file recent levels. I think we might have to reload the world partition again, but since this is all loaded into memory, you know, we've got a significant amount of VRAM, which is the only reason I can load this whole project. And since it's loaded into memory, it should load much quicker. Oh boy, your boy is sleepy. All right, BRB while this loads. snack stash. Boy, gotta get these snacks, you know what I'm saying? All right, registering actors. Saw Michael Welty tuned in for a second. If you're still here, Mike, what's up? What's up? One thing I haven't noticed in the project, and I think it's because potentially because I'm loading a level that doesn't have the water in it. I haven't noticed any water anywhere. Project uses Lumen and Nanite and is primarily intended for use with dynamic lighting systems. On first open of the demonstration level, you might need to load the map by going to Window, World Partition, blah, blah, blah. Drag and select a portion of the mini-map or the entire mini-map. And click load, select the region. Depending on your hardware, you can load a part of the map first and then consequently load the rest in parts until everything is loaded, which tells me I have really good hardware because I loaded the whole thing at once. But I think I'm operating at 4090, 5080, something like that performance. I don't know. Pretty sure 5090 I think is 32 gigs. I don't remember what the CUDA core count is for that GPU. We're gonna load this one more time, and then we're gonna load the other two versions of this level because we've already been looking through this for an hour, 30 minutes. Whoever came up with the idea to do a Snickers ice cream bar is a real one. 51,302 objects, 0 stalls, 6,070 megabytes. It's about 6 gigs. Whereas the entire Cyberpunk 2077 world is probably like 60 gigs. All right, first crash. We just enabled mega lights, and I wonder if the change to the settings had anything to do with it. We'll try to open it one more time. And we're also, I should have changed this from cinematic. We're also in cinematic. Y'all, I'm going ham on some snacks right now. Don't judge me. All right, so this is gonna be a pretty long stream, man. I hope y'all are ready, because I got a few more asset packs I want to preview. Excuse me. I didn't even look at the debug information when it crashed. While this works, I'll go ahead and prepare another project. Splash. What was that? Oh. Okay. I changed some settings. I think I know what to do to fix that render core. Something about using ray trace. It's not intended to use ray tracing in some areas, which is why the project isn't opening. No big deal. Let's see here. A couple of assets that I want to bring into one of my ArcViz projects. Let's think. Building manager may be what I'll use. So let's show in folder. Let's see where this one's at. 30 projects, building manager, content. Let's bring content, splash, theater hall, blueprints, levels, textures, blah blah blah. It's not a project, but okay. Content, there we go. Let's move it there. Delete that. Let's go up one. So we're gonna test theater hall and sports stadium. I think maybe I've already looked at sports stadium. Okay. Oh, let's see. Maybe one or two more. I would imagine these two are the same. 211, 227. Show more options. 7-zip. Extract to. Okay, basketball court, beach pack, car dealer, daycare, gas station, gallery, fitness hall, football and soccer sports stadium. I do want to see what these stadiums look like. Okay, let's figure out where that's at real quick. Okay, that's a standalone project. We'll go ahead and open that real quick. 5.6, sure. Assets, American football, football. Football will be soccer, I would assume. Let's open the American football one. We are going to need that soccer one probably for use in the Redbirds Stadium. Maybe, depending on the quality of these assets and how they're put together. It's loading right now. Jeez. It's crazy work. FTBL. Wonder what that stands for. It would be cool to see some Jumbotrons. Well, I mean, I guess technically that's what we got here.
One team, one love, one life. One team, one love, one life.
Yeah, it looks like we're about to watch some women play flag football. One team, one love, one life. Cool setup though. I like seeing stuff like this. Let's see what this grass looking like. Oh man. Weird. All right, not bad. Not great, but not bad. Cool. It's interesting to come in here and see how these things are put together. I'd imagine all these chairs are just instances. And again, built with blueprints. Let's go into that blueprint real quick. Seat Combine Manager. Okay, what does that mean? Seat Combine Manager. Huh. Interesting. Seat Combine Manager. How's that work? Let's open that blueprint and take a look. Construction script, new seats, set chair mesh. Add instance world space, use of add instance world space to depreciate it. Where's that at? Add instance world space. So add instances with world space set to true, and this would be for new seats. Target. So return value. Use navigation. World transition. Instance transforms. World transition. World space set to true. And then I think that would go from... We're not going to try to fix that right now, but I'm pretty sure that's the exact same thing. And then world space set to true. This goes into world transform. So instance transform. Can we... So world transform. This would need to go here. And this would need to go here. And this needs to be disconnected here and here. And then we can delete this and this. And let's compile it, see if that fixes it. Pretend like we know what we're doing right here. Obviously, this has to update a whole bunch of stadium chairs. Just trying to see if we can break something real quick. Apparently my GPU is crunching numbers right now. Oh, it's happened twice. New end legs. All right, appears like we have a little bit of a clue to what we're doing. All right. Add instances, new end legs. We can delete this one. So that goes there, and this goes into world transition. All right, delete. This goes into instance transforms. It gets turned into an array. And then this goes here, and then we can just delete this whole thing. All right, compile. Again, we're talking about 1,000 chairs or something that this needs to compile this blueprint for. So I figure while we're here, we're going to look at those errors and use all of the knowledge that we've obtained from YouTube University to fix the issue. Since this must be an old project, the new versions of Unreal Engine have updated their visual scripting nodes, and it's my job to go in here and update those in the event that I ever decide I want to move these assets and their blueprints over to a different project so that I can have a football stadium and soccer field or wherever else inside of my scene, because if I'm going to build digital twin cities, I'd rather take the hard work that other people have already done on these parts of the environments and implement those so that I can create these concepts much quicker and bring them to market to show like, okay, as a showcase, you know, we have an entire city. It's got a football field, soccer field, buildings, working vehicles, civilians, street lamps, lighting, the whole nine. Animated materials. Which would be a really cool thing to go and add to here. I'm probably not, I don't know if I'll do that in this live stream, but that animated Jumbotron material, I would want to convert it to like a Memphis Tigers graphic. All right, I think that fixed the blueprint issue. Not really sure what the point of the blueprint is, but we like to fix things. If I hit play, what happens? Lighting needs to be rebuilt. 568 unbuilt objects. I ain't worried about all that right now. All right, we just get a little cam. Then a bunch of assets are out of place. And that could be my doing. Escape. Seating manager, seat combine manager. What are we looking at there? I wonder if that's an easy fix. Let's go to the viewport. There's nothing in there. New in legs, new in seats. So the seats are in the right place. The legs are not. Is that an easy fix? Okay, it looks like it could be. Well, let's find out. Hard to tell. Let's go to the very top and see what we're looking at here. And this might help with placement. When I see little issues, I like to try to figure out how to fix them. Okay. So it needs to go down a little bit. So let's turn off snapping. Snap off. Feels like this needs to be centered some more. Yeah, a lot of this is way off. Clearly jacked up. Either that or I've got it in the wrong place. Let's go. Let's bring it up to here and drop it down. Drop it low, girl. All right, let's go down to the bottom. See what we're working with. Yeah, this could be on the developer's part. Whoever made this. Hell yeah, they definitely jacked something up. Mm-hmm. Big time. All right. Cool asset. Let's we're not gonna save anything. We're gonna go open up a new level. What? All right. Same shit, different day. And a similar issue. What is this? All right. It's not terrible, but you know, it's a cool project. Let's move on to something else. It is I didn't make this stadium, by the way. I'm actually just previewing some assets to see if there are any static meshes or anything that I would like to extract from any of these projects. But no, these aren't my projects that I'm previewing today. I've downloaded a lot of assets and I want to take a look at how other people have created environments to see what, if anything, I can learn from these projects. Let's see if I have to update this. Discovering asset data. We imported maybe 3 packs. Let's import. Processing source file changes. Let's see, content, basketball court, scenes. So today is a little bit less of a development stream. These gates look a little familiar. I think I have these gates somewhere. Okay, low quality, mid poly, mesh. It looks like the markings on the court is actually a mesh as well, like 3D object instead of it being a decal. Some low poly assets. That feels like a tiny trash can. I could be wrong. Nice, a little acoustic guitar. All right, yeah, this is what I'm doing. I'm just like previewing different assets. I'm like, okay. Does this have gravity? Simulate physics. And let's control E. And let's check out the collision. So add sphere simplified collision and then delete it. And then save. And then close it. So that should simulate physics. I don't know that this has any physics. Control E. I mean, any physics, any, I don't know what the collision is looking like on this. Let's see, collision, add box simplified, and then delete it. So basically this collision would not work. I would have to use the mesh as the collision. So what I want to do is delete this, and I'm gonna go and convert this. Maybe that'll work. I have no idea. Let me think. We would have to import a collision for this. So if we do an auto convex collision, this is really gonna that's gonna be terrible. That's not gonna work. The ball's not gonna be able to go through. We would have to do a custom collision for the net. So what I could try to do is, let's see, sphere, capsule, box. This is a lot, so I'm not gonna go through this. But we would have to import a collision mesh there, and I'm not going to do that right now. So if I simulate collision on that ball, it's not going to actually go through the hoop. It'll just fall straight down. Or if I press play, for example, control E, let's just add a box and then delete it. That way our collision can just show up. Control save, and then we're gonna do simulate physics, and then I'm gonna add a feature pack. No, I already have a feature pack, third person. So if I just hit play, let me bring a third person into this scene instead of having that thing. Let's bring a third person character in here, blueprint. And auto possess player, auto possess, and player 0, and then hit play. Damn, this looks tiny. So escape. Let's go to edit project settings, and then maps and modes. I'm gonna do third person game mode and hit play and see what happens. Damn, where'd the ball go? Shit just disappeared. Everything is way too tiny. So whoever created this did not do their homework. I doubt that I'm ever going to use this, but it being here, what I am going to do is move all of these assets. Actually, I'm just going to select everything. Select all descendants. All these blueprints minus the third person character. And I doubt that I'm going to be able to scale this. Let's deselect the floor and then reselect it and see if we can scale this up. Almost. Let's try grouping it then. No, not going to work either. Unless we go from local to world coordinates. I don't think that's going to work either. But as we can see, like, this whole thing is very inappropriately scaled. We're not going to try to fix that right now. But developers, make sure you scale your environments appropriately. Okay. Cool. So let's go next to Theater Hall. Levels, overview, and showcase. Let's do showcase. I was gonna say definitely make it larger. Oh yeah, this joint is just way too tiny. Don't save. So that's one of the big things that I reference when building anything. And I think maybe, I don't know, maybe today, tomorrow, I don't know, sometime maybe in the next couple of days, I'm gonna build the room that I'm sitting in the engine. Paint vertex, service components. Let's resave map to fix. Okay, so I'll just hit save. And we are in lit, high scalability, and everything looks a little funny in terms of lighting and materials. Why is it so dark? Do any of these lights okay, save. Do any of these lights actually work? And it's possible that, let's find those lights. Chairs, lights, post-process volume. If I turn this off, what do we see? Jack squat, rectangle light. None of these lights actually appear to be doing anything, so it's saved. Let me just reload it. .25 intensity. So if I select all these rectangle lights, are they all going to be the same? What if I set this to 1? Jeez. Okay, so 0.25. How about we go into post-process volume and exposure, and let's see, exposure compensation minimum set to 0, 0, max. it's supposed to be 1 and 1. Let's do his manual. This was set to, was it set to 6? Okay, histogram. And then we're gonna go, right now set to 1 and 1. That looks a little more normal. I'm just changing settings like I know what the fuck I'm doing, but I guess once you've played around with stuff enough, you kind of know where to go to figure things out. And that's much better looking. So, what happens if I press play? Now, that's appropriate scale. Cool. What about these chairs? Blueprint. Okay. Level instances. Doubt there's anything back here. Typically how these environments are built. But this is a really cool like guideline for creating new environments kind of based off of these designs. Like I can take this into, for example, in Memphis, there's the Orpheum Theater. Right? So I can use these principles and these design techniques, maybe not these assets, but this is why I download and buy some of these assets just so I can see what the settings are. So if I were to do a recreation of the Orpheum, which is something that I want to do also, I can take this environment and kind of build off of this to create the Orpheum Theater. I like that glass. That's really nice glass. But if you're inside of here, like, what the hell? Like, how are you going to be able to enjoy? What's the point of that? I thought these were supposed to be like cry rooms for babies. So it's a weird place to have ribbed glass. And like private rooms for VIP, family, whatever. So while it looks nice, I don't think that's practical. Because if you're in here looking through ribbed glass with speakers in the room, like I think about these practical things. Like if I were to take this, I have a question. When you get this down to a more complete environment and or game, are you going to remake a lot of those at a lot of these assets? A little bit of both. So the goal here is to download, purchase, preview existing environments that are relative to what I'm building, and then take from those environments the assets that I would want to implement in my own, which is, you know, when you download Unreal Engine assets, typically those environments are created by the content creator with the intent for you to go and use them in your own projects. Obviously not to just direct rip like some people have done. Like they've made whole games where they just take environments, throw a character in it and say, oh, I made a game. While you can do that, it was really frowned upon. My intention with this is to go into these projects and say, okay, you know, I like these stadium seats. I like the seating for this level. So when I go and build a theater for Beale Street's Orpheum Theater, it's like, I'm going to just take, and I'm hypothetically speaking, these seats and then use them in my asset, or I'm going to take the floor design and just use that inside of my environment, right? So I like to just go into these asset packs, and I will make a lot of my own assets, yes, but I also will find assets that I don't have to recreate to then pull them into those environments to help me save time. Like, I love how this light is shining and how you can see it through the what do you call it, the fog. There's another word I'm looking for, but you know, instead of trying to figure out how to recreate this effect, I'll take the post-processing volumes, take the lights, and see if I can just import these into my scene versus creating the whole thing from scratch. So that's really the point of this. When I build my environment, I will have a lot of custom assets, and I already do, but I'll open up hundreds of other projects to not only get a feel for it, and that's what, you know, that's kind of how this is. It's set up to where you can use these tools to modularly build your own scenes, which, if anything, I might take the chairs and, you know, the doors, curtains, and stuff like this. So I think the time has passed where it's required for you to create all of your own assets at this point. There's no problem with using pre-made assets. Don't ever get it in your head that that's like a bad thing to do, because many games use pre-made assets. What they do, many game developers use pre-made assets, and you'll never know it because they are really good at understanding how to modify those assets. So as I showcased in one of my earlier projects that I opened in this stream, I don't think there's anything here that I can show. I don't know why they're not. Why don't I have all the furniture in here? Oh, they do. Is if you have something with a material on it, instead of just ripping, like, nobody's ever going to know that you took a exit sign from a asset pack or a set of chairs, because 99.99% of people don't develop in Unreal Engine, and the few people who do, it's not likely that they use, downloaded, or even are familiar with whatever asset packs you've downloaded and where each chair and wall panel and whatever came from. So the mistake that some people have made, as I've seen in the release of a game that looked really good. This game looked so fucking good, and the guy just bummed the whole thing. He just, like, let me see if I can find it real quick. It's called Paradise. And I could point out almost every single asset from that trailer. And this was quote unquote the official trailer for this game. I'm going to play it real quick if you haven't seen it. And I can guarantee you that somewhere on my computer I have these assets.
Welcome to the city of limitless possibilities, where your dreams become reality. Welcome to the Paradise. The most realistic world simulation powered by AI.
Hey, are you a real person or an NPC?
I don't have time for your nonsense. Move along.
Hey, what's your name?
Hey, not sure if we've met. I'm Thomas. I work over at the shop down the street.
Play and talk with avatars of real influencers, powered by AI.
Have you seen this?
Hi, I'm Alex. How's it going?
Hi, Alex. I'm Eva. Welcome to the Paradise Game. I'm super excited to hear all about your day.
Get ready for missions, shootouts, jobs, and daily in-game activities. Earn money and crypto to build your empire. Live the life. Buy real estate, businesses, cars, stylish clothes, and more. See you in paradise.
So first saw that and I was like, holy shit, that's beautiful. It looks amazing. But I was like, you know what? This is very fraudulent. And the very first thing I noticed when I saw this, I was like, oh my God, whoever made this is really good at high quality production. Whoever made the commercial is really good at high quality production, understanding how to use Unreal Engine, optimizing it for animations, bringing in characters, adding metahumans, adding animations to the metahumans. They're all download. This is 100% downloaded assets. Nothing in there is unique except for how it's all laid out. So if I play it again, what do we notice? The Lloyd Vibe FM billboard is Unreal Engine billboards pack fab. Let me go to fab. Billboards pack is probably volume 2. This is volume 1. There it is. Boom. Fab Marketplace, $49 to $54. You only have to pay $54 if you're getting $100,000 of revenue, which this guy he probably did have money, or he was working with people to do a crypto scam. But the cinematic, amazing, beautifully produced, looked good, very believable. Lied. He said he was partnering with Unreal Engine and said he was going to have it on Steam and all this other stuff. None of it was true. He just spent a bunch of money, got the right people to do the animations, put the whole thing together. But this billboard pack was the first thing I noticed. I have almost every Unreal Engine pack related to photorealistic assets, and I have this on my computer. And I was like, okay, there's that. There's the billboard pack. What else do I notice? I noticed the Matrix Awakens demo vehicles, plus a bunch of other ones. But whoever implemented the vehicles in the game, when you see the Lamborghini driving through the city, did a really great job.
Welcome to the city of limitless possibilities.
All these animations are great. As you can see here in this scene, these people right here are not metahumans. They're random downloaded 3D scan people because the quality is terrible compared to everything else in the scene. And they just have walking animations, right? So to populate the city, they use 3D scanned humans. Let's see what else we notice. Let's play it. Okay, these are all Matrix Awakens demo cars. All right. No problem using that in your games. Inzoi did the same thing. They have Matrix Awaken cars in the Inzoi game, which was way underdeveloped. They pre-released that, sold 1 million copies, and it's like a bare bones version of what people call the Sims killer. None of that was true. It didn't kill the Sims. They're millions of dollars away from being finished with that game, and people fell into it because the production value was really great on the commercials. Let's see what else we got. So he's using IP, and he had no permission to use Lamborghini and other major brand IPs in the project, in the game, and got in serious trouble for that. So when they finally released an early version of the game, I think he took all those IPs out. But this has to be an animation. This isn't gameplay. So this car is driving on a spline, and I'm pretty sure someone added the audio on top of it to make it look and sound really nice. I'm like, damn, that does look and sound nice. The running animations, the water pack. I think I have the same water pack.
Welcome.
But let's go here.
Paradise.
As you can see to the right, there's Rockin' Bowl, King of Rockin' Bowl. I think that's the Americana pack. So if I go to Fab, we search Americana. Americana. Let me log in. Control Shift X. Oh, there it is. So I'm like, okay, I recognize pretty much all of this. Okay, there's the King of Rockin' Bowl. So as you can see, they just took assets from these packs and then just kind of kit bashed it all together. Right, so I'm like, okay, that looks familiar. I've seen that before. It's like, okay, what else is in here? And these are really awesome. That's what these packs are meant for. They're meant for you to bring them into your games to increase the time to like come to market. And obviously, if you're not doing like a Grand Theft Auto, like it makes sense for you to just grab some asset packs and bash them together. But to not have any thought or customization beyond that is what basically killed this opportunity for this guy who was basically trying to do a crypto scam. So let's keep going. What else do we see? I see this Kitbash 3D storefronts. I'm pretty sure. Let's see, Kitbash 3D storefronts pack. Let's see if we can find a good. Okay, Luxor. There it is, right there. Basically, it's a bunch of packs. Let's see what else we got. And I could recognize them like immediately because I've been working in Unreal Engine previewing these packs. This one is small city stores or something like that. Small town stores. There it is. So there's the Greg's, and you can see kind of the storefront design, and then the pavement. Okay, so that's what's in the background here. Small town stores, because I like wanted this pack for the longest time, but I wasn't gonna just take the scene, put it in a game and say I made a game. I was gonna take the assets and use them to as a foundation for recreating Bill Street, and kind of using these modular tools to then go and throw my own neon signs and my own storefront designs on top of those modular tools. So I'm like, okay, what's next? Let's keep going.
Hey, are you a real person or an NPC?
And then the AI voices are familiar. You can hear them in some TikTok videos.
I don't have time for your nonsense. Move along.
But implementation of all the features is beyond what I've ever seen anybody do. Whether this is animation through the whether this is all animated through, what is it called, like the take recorder, and using why can't I think of what it's called? Let's go tools, window, what am I looking for? Cinematics. Actually, all I have to do is go to takes browser, take recorder, and let's see if we can find one of our takes. Oh, using the sequencer. That's what I was looking for. So this was either animated using the sequencer and using take recorder, where they maybe did run with the Xbox controller or something around the scene to create this commercial, but then went and modified some of the animations after they recorded their take to then export this in like a path tracing rendered video, versus this being in-game footage. And maybe it is in-game footage, but the implementation of all the packs and resources to bring it all together, as well as some of the gameplay mechanics and blueprints, the AI, the menus, was all just highly produced. And to the untrained eye, you won't notice any of this because 90% of people aren't Unreal Engine or game developers, and even the people who are game developers haven't seen all these content packs to recognize them. So let's keep going.
Hey, what's your name?
Hey, not sure if we've met. I'm Thomas.
So
I
Super
work over at the
AI,
shop down the street.
the implementation of the AI tools is very impressive, as they demonstrated in some of their gameplay videos. Like, yeah, the shit works. But it's I think an Asian guy or group of guys, and then they got some random so-called teenager influencer to like demo the game, and he goes into a motel and asks the girl like to see her tits. I'm like, what kind of professional company with this level of high quality production would give that a green light to upload it to their YouTube channel? Like, can I see your tits? It's like, okay, I get you want to compete with Rockstar, Take-Two, and what is it called? Grand Theft Auto, but to be crass and like really have no class in how you present after having such a high quality produced commercial, then to have some random teenager create his influencer like gameplay demo really just sealed the deal to let people know, okay, this is a load of shit. They did a really good job implementing all these feature packs and tools and animations and everything into one cohesive Unreal Engine project and have it running really well, which means they have money and they have access to people who are really good at using Unreal Engine. Most people who download these asset packs can hardly get them to work in a cohesive way to where you can bring them all together and have like solid gameplay mechanics. Let me see what else we can find.
With Avatar.
So as you can see back there, like there's the Matrix Awakens food truck or whatever you want to call that. And then for him to say that he's working with top influencers to rip all these influencers' pictures off of their YouTube channels or wherever he got them from, that all of this was a lie. None of these people were involved in the process of making this game.
AI.
Those animations are all just animation packs that you can download. Again, we see some of those feature packs in the background, but those drunken people to the right there, this is like a downtown city pack. But this character with this, let me see if I can read what that says. War, WORHBRAN. I don't know. I don't even know what that says. But this is like an outfit that and a character that you could buy. Let me see if I can find it real quick. So urban, Unreal Engine character outfit streetwear. I don't know. It's probably not going to be that easy to find, but I'm just going to just scroll for just a minute to see if I can pull it off. I recognized almost 90% of everything that was in the commercial. There it is. See, easy to find. If you just know what the fuck to Google, you can find it. All right, there's the outfit pack. Okay, work brand tech wear. I don't know where this is, like where the official release of this asset is, but that's a simple Google, and I found the dude's fucking outfit right there. I've never looked it up before, and boom. Like, okay, so let's see. This is Downtown City Pack is what we're going to search. Let's let these cars go by. Okay, so this section, let's see, Unreal Engine, Downtown City Pack. Let's just go to images, and it should be somewhat easy to find. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time, but I know that it had something to do with downtown, and I think this one of these might be it. It's Downtown City, or maybe it's just, yeah, Downtown Modern City Mega Pack, Downtown. I don't know. I'm going to look for it and I'll see if I can find it, because I don't want to not find anything I look for, because I know that it exists. I just don't quite remember what this one was called, but I think maybe it's Modern City. So let's go to Fab. Because I'm pretty sure it's also in the preview. Modern City and Unreal Engine. And we're going to open like just a few tabs. And if y'all see anything, point it out. City buses, I think they used also. There it is. City streets. There's the corner that is in the scene right here where the drunk people are. He's running across the street into this parking lot, but he's modified the I forget what you call this, like this set of storefronts, right? A strip mall. And that's what you see right here. He's modified it a little bit, put a billboard up there, put some Lamborghinis, cars in the parking lot, changed a few things. He did a really good job in staging the scenes.
Hi, I'm Alex. How's it going?
Hi, Alex. I'm Eva. Welcome to the
I
Paradise
think this
Game.
looks great.
I'm
The
super
branding, the
excited to hear
purple.
all about your day.
Get ready for missions, shootouts,
This one I don't
jobs,
remember, but it's something to do with like there is a UE pack that has all this stuff in it.
and daily in-game activities. Earn money and
The bank is another one. So Central Bank of Paradise. Let's see if we can find that. Whoops. So, I mean, with just like a quick, there it is. So the modular bank pack. One day I'm just going to go through this whole video again, and I'm going to add up how much all this stuff costs. And you're talking less than $1,000 plus however much he spent to get these assets all put into one cohesive project and get it all working, get the animations and the people. But there's Central Bank of West York, and here it's Central Bank of Paradise, right? So they did modify some of the assets a little bit. It's totally legal to just go and download this shit, modify some of the text assets, like for the branding of the buildings, and add your own images and characters. It's very legal to just download it all.
to build your
But when you go
empire.
to this point,
Live
to
the
not
life.
change
Buy real estate,
virtually anything,
businesses, cars,
and
stylish
then,
clothes, and
kind of lie
more.
about it and get the hype built
See
up,
you in
it fooled me.
paradise.
Like, I was fooled. There's the Dez's Donuts. Like, he didn't even bother, or whoever didn't even bother to change the images on the billboards, because that image comes with the billboard pack. But the way that he implemented these billboards and the buildings and the streets and the graphics for the production was stunning. And I see how so many people fell for it, because it looks legitimate. And ultimately, he could have released this as a game and it could have been successful, because that's what these packs are built for. But if you go in there and like heavily modify these assets in a way that they kind of look unfamiliar to even the trained eye, that's a better route. There's no problem with downloading the assets, but if you know how to implement them at this quality, but have them be customized in a way that doesn't just say, I'm half-ass ripping off these companies, and I'm just going to put the exact branding that they provide with these packs into the environment. That's where you screw up. But all of this, the branding and everything looks amazing. But the fact that I was able to dissect, I feel like this was like a rerun for me of like what happened in 9/11. I was in school, 9/11, the Twin Towers were coming down. I'm watching on TV, and I don't know how old I was. I was young. I was middle school, I think. And the first thing that comes to my mind is, wait a minute, that's a controlled demolition. Wait a minute, that building fell down and no plane hit it. Wait a minute, both of these buildings fell down in, in free fall. Wait a minute, this camera angle from this helicopter that's supposed to be live, where it just showed this building number 7 falling at free fall, which didn't get hit by an airplane. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, however many minutes after the person just announced that the building fell, like all of this is off. And I'm like 12 years old or however old I was at the time, picking this whole situation apart in the classroom, and everybody fucking hated me because they're like, you're being insensitive. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, dude, I've been watching controlled demolition videos since I was like 9, before Google was even like a prominent search engine, right? So from this whole launch of this Paradise situation was not really like traumatic, but it took me back to that moment where I started speaking out on it, and everybody's trying to defend the game because it just looked legit. I'm like, yeah, the whole 9/11 situation looked like a terrorist attack. Let me not get canceled here. But to the 99% of people, don't watch freefall controlled demolition videos or any other type of video to be able to like see through the crap. So for me, it's just like, I'm deep into Unreal Engine development and picking through these asset packs, that the first time I saw this trailer, I was like, it's amazing how well put together this whole thing is. But I was the first person, as far as I know, to actually go through and dissect the whole trailer, only to find out that this Ultra Games wasn't even a real thing. First of all, they've got Epic Games logo here. They can't do that. They've got Lamborghini in it. I don't know who has IPs for these brands, but when I saw the Ultra Games logo, I'm like, that looks like I think it's Unilever. Maybe, I don't know. It looks oddly familiar. I don't remember, but I'm a designer. I'm a creative director. I do branding. I design logos, right? And I look at the world through a lens that most people like don't have. So as soon as I see something that is like, okay, questionable, I'm like, wow, as highly produced as this stuff is, I'm like, there's something about this that tells me that none of this is unique content. This Ultra Games developer doesn't even exist. And then when they got called out on it, they created a company, a fake company, and the whole thing was supposed to be a crypto scam, unfortunately. But they got so hung up in their scam that they put out like proof of gameplay and a demo that was way underdeveloped for people to download, and it was a shit show. Well, I say all of that to say there is nothing wrong with putting a bunch of packs together, kit bashing, especially for conceptualizing your ideas. But to go as far as to say this is an official partnership with Epic Games and we made a game, it's like, no, Paradise, these guys didn't make a game. They kit bashed a bunch of assets and blueprints and gameplay mechanics, and they composed a game through other people's creations and sold it off as this unique concept to say that it was going to
kill the Grand Theft Auto franchise. All right, I'm like, all right, that's a bit of a reach. Definitely go and download asset packs to keep yourself from having to develop unnecessarily. We live in times now where you don't have to make a chair. You don't have to make a couch. You don't have to make a material. You don't have to learn how to do topology well. You can download MetaHumans and basically create your character without ever having to touch Blender and Maya and 3ds Max and Cinema 4D and Houdini and all these other. You don't have to do any of that. You can conceptualize a game by packing all these assets together, kit bashing, gray boxing, and then use that concept to then sell the idea of the game to developers to build a small team, or to investors to say, this is a concept. We would like to iterate on this concept and build custom assets, custom mechanics, custom gameplay, custom environments, and then sell the idea to a team of people who might want to bootstrap your idea, your project, and go in on it together to build something either from the ground up, or using those mechanics and environments as a basis to then replace some assets. But we live in times now where almost every variation of like a 3D model exists that you can purchase and use in games legally. Now, I would just suggest not to take these kits and these clothes and everything that you find and use them as is. You know, that's the mistake. And there it is. Work Brand Techwear, Fab. Like as soon as it's crazy because I personally have purchased thousands of dollars, and I'll show you thousands of dollars worth of 3D models. If I go to my PC, you can see that I'm like reaching the limit for my hard drive space across 10, 20 terabytes worth of hard drive space. But if I go to my 3D objects folder and I go to, let's say, vehicles by brand, I have 119 different car brands worth of vehicles that I've purchased in packs or downloaded for free. And if I do let's see, show more options, properties, this is 290 gigs worth of just vehicles alone. So I've seen my fair share of Unreal Engine assets out in the wild, to where if somebody puts out a commercial for a legitimate game, I'm like, oh, I recognize this, I recognize that, I recognize that, I recognize that. My goal with what I'm developing is to create an environment that is 1,000% unrecognizable. If anything, an interior designer might recognize a specific chair that I have in the scene because they buy chairs for their clients. So yeah, that's just 20 terabytes worth of 3D stuff. And this is years worth of compiling assets. But those are things that you have to think about. It's like when you see some of these major brands, even EA, I think it was EA Sports, and I could be wrong. Not EA Sports. I think it was EA. Who came out with that game? I forget the name of the game, but it's a first-person shooter. It was very reminiscent of one of the Sex, Drugs, and Robots episodes. The character design was really inspired by this animator. Sex, Love. I think that's what it's called. Love, Death, and Robots. I don't know why I said Sex, Drugs, and Sex, Love. Love, Death, and Robots, episode number 3, season 1, The Witness. This design style, let me see, The Witness. Designer. Let me just search for his name. The Witness, designer, love, death, robots. Inside the animation. This is a good episode. The person behind this, let me see if I can find his name somewhere. Let's see. Love, death. Who animated this? His YouTube channel. I follow him. There it is. Alberto Mielgo. I think that's how you say his name. So this whole style, which looks absolutely incredible, was basically like ripped off in this new game. And a lot of designs that were done by other designers for other, like their own portfolios, were blatantly ripped off in the development of the game that has this look and feel. Let me see if I can find that game. I don't know what it's called. I don't remember. I don't know what to search. But the trailer was so cool looking. And again, we just get dogged out, like pause, raw dogged by good looking trailers that, what is it called? We don't realize how many people are getting screwed over in the process of us being sold these lies. Let's see, FPS Games 2025. It's an Extraction. That's all I know. Let's see if we can find it. And then we're going to go to the trailer for it. But they got a lot of shit. Marathon. Bungie. Okay, it was Bungie. Bungie's been in a lot of shit. So the first thing I saw when I watched this, I was like, y'all just ripped off so many people, and I bet you that dude had no part in it. So if you look at The Witness and this design style and how amazing this guy's artwork is, and you go watch that episode, and then you watch the Marathon reveal cinematic, folks are out here getting raw dogged by amazing cinematics. Now, for the record, I have no idea whether he was in any way involved in this, but it's very clear the inspiration from this is it's a parody. I'm going to Google it real quick before I go any further to see. Okay, so he was involved, and he did write the cinematic short. So he is 100% responsible. And that's the thing. It's like, I don't know, but I have a good eye for noticing trends and designs, and when they come from a specific person. So I'm like, okay, the whole thing was inspired by his work. But if you look into the story deeper, you find out that a lot of the graphics, textures, materials, assets, gameplay mechanics, and weapons even were directly stolen from other people's artwork. So the corporation Bungie might not totally be to blame, but they're partially to blame. But whoever was on the development team at Bungie ripped off of someone's work and nobody caught it. I don't know if they knew to like look or ever thought to look for it, but this is not a first time offense for Bungie. And if you go to YouTube and look up the story, you'll find out that whoever created some of these weapons and materials and textures directly ripped off somebody's work. So let me search for it. Marathon Bungie stolen art. No, Bungie did not steal an entire genre of art, sure, but Bungie stealing Marathon art is probably the last straw. Let's go to images and see if we can find so here's a comparison side by side. Art from the trailer, which we can't blame, we can't blame the creative director who wrote the cinematic, but Bungie has a history of releasing games where they're just blatantly using other people's assets. So this was just the start. The start was finding out that the guy who created this material, and it looks so simple. Let's open this image in a new tab. Recognized it from the commercial, from the trailer, or from some gameplay where he's like, holy shit, this is an exact replica of a material that I used for, I don't know what this material is for, but the one on the left is from Bungie. The one on the right is from his portfolio. Let me see if I can find the other one. There's one more thing, and it was an entire weapon. Let's see, stolen. Let's go gun. I think this was the one. Maybe. Or this is another Bungie situation where they had a gun in Destiny that was the Nerf blaster. And it is an exact replica of, there it is. So 2015, this guy basically creates this gun. Look at that. So, this is a long way to to move away from the original point of this conversation where this started, of downloading asset packs in Unreal Engine. It's at a high level, even companies like Bungie are just, this goes beyond downloading an asset pack. This is blatantly ripping off somebody's hard work to create assets for a game at Bungie's level, right? So for us, downloading these asset packs is an advantage for us, but looking at these, let's assume that this guy created an asset pack and this gun was available for an purchase in Unreal Engine's marketplace and Fab. Once you download it, the thing that you want to figure out how to do is replace all the materials and modify the design to make it unique to your game, which is fairly easy to do if you understand how to navigate through materials, textures, and manipulating the mesh either directly in Engine or in something like Blender, right? But this is crazy work to see that hardly anything about this was changed, and that they thought they could get away with, you know, or the person, hopefully that person's been fired 10 times over. But Marathon was a hugely anticipated project, and I think it just like immediately died. But the inspiration they took from The Witness to have him create a title sequence or a cinematic short hyped us up so much that the cinematic short was better than the game, and Bungie couldn't live up to the hype. You know, so shout out to all the producers behind the short and how amazing that short was. Shout out to the person that produced the trailer for Paradise, but the people behind those games who aren't, you know, either aren't skilled enough or don't care enough to go out of their way to make it their own work of art before putting it out to the world saying we made this. That's where you really get screwed. So that's why when I open these asset packs, the first thing I like to do if I decide, like, you know, I want to use this sign, is I'll go into Affinity Designer and make it my own. Like, I can use this mesh, but, you know, I can go and throw together some vectors in another program and completely change the look of this image just by simply navigating to the texture. And this is what you have to learn how to do. And then nobody's ever going to know where this came from. I export, you know, I go to Asset Actions, I export the material or the texture, save it to my desktop, open this up. Let's see, actually, and it seems like it would take a long time, but super quick thing that you can modify. You know, just being stupid here, but, you know, obviously I'll think of something creative. But whenever I do this is where people don't realize, like, holy shit, you made all this by yourself. It's like, for the most part, you don't have to make everything by yourself, but you can get creative enough to then go in here and say, okay, I want this to look like minimalist or whatever. We're going to set it to white. We're going to keep the green background. I'm just going to throw a rectangle in here. Whoops. Give it a white outline. Like, these programs are really easy to use, in other words. So that's really what I'm trying to say. Okay, and then let's just grab another rectangle, throw it back here. No feel. Set the opacity to 100%. Make that motherfucker red or something. Turn this off. And Control Alt Shift save. Save it as a JPEG. Export. And then we're just gonna re-import it into the game. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's search for this in the content browser. Right click. Duplicate. I always duplicate so I can have the original image, and then we will re-import. Let's see if we can do it. Can we save? And let's see if we can find this. I don't even know where this one even is. Oodles and Noodles. Source file. I don't know if I can even re-import it. There it is. Re-import with new file. And then all I have to do is just put it in there. Save it. And I'm bringing assets in, but I'm making them totally unique. And nobody will ever know where this fucking exit sign came from because, you know, and this is just a stupid, like, little example. And that's what I do when I open up asset packs. I'm like, oh, I could use that. I could use that. And of course, I do the same thing with, like, these materials. I'll completely replace all the materials and, you know, use a lot of my own shaders and colors and whatever, completely change the brand. That guy from Paradise just straight up dropped the billboard in the scene and called it a day. Let's see, sports stadium, theater hall, residential houses, playground scenes. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Level prototyping, house scenes, weapon, master materials, build. I don't think there's anything else in here. That basketball court was absolutely hideous, though. So let's close this. Don't need to save it. Fucking exact replica. Yeah, dude, my eyes are hella on point. Sorry, I'm just now getting back to your comments. Let's see. I fuck with that show. Definitely inspired. Be watching Mad Tutorials on YouTube about cinematics. Man, dude, I'm still learning a lot about cinematics. I forgot his name, but did Unreal Fest 2024 and was talking about it. Oh yeah, for solo developers, some trippy Adult Swim shit. I love this dude. I love that dude's work. I suggest you look into the guy. I keep forgetting his name, but I suggest you look into more of his work and follow people like him to get inspired. Let's see. Be making things look easy. Yeah, I do make them look easy, but you know, that's on the back of a lot of hard work, and that's the reason that I go live, so that aside from me making things look easy, I want people to see that oftentimes it's not as time consuming, and even when it is easy for me, it's like most of the people that I come across on YouTube make it look easy, but they don't actually go through the whole process through an explanation. They don't show you examples. They don't browse to these things. It's like I watch YouTube videos all the time. For example, I watched a lot of Paradise videos where people were dissecting it, and I'm like, y'all have no idea how to truly dissect this and show people what's really happening here. They're just kind of joining the hype to say this is a crypto scam. This guy is making a fake game and buying a bunch of stuff, putting it together. I'm like, let me actually go into Unreal Engine and search for these things from the trailer and actually show you every little thing. And that's what, you know, I want to differentiate myself from the majority of people on YouTube who make things look easy, but those YouTube videos that they do in 5, 10, 15, 30 minutes usually are on the back of like 2 days worth of editing and 3 days worth of figuring out how to even make that tutorial to begin with. For me, I'm like, I'm just going to go live all the time when I'm in the engine and pretend like y'all are in the room with me, so that when I fuck something up, I don't exclude it from my videos to create this bias that I know what I'm doing. I've screwed up all kinds of stuff today just looking through some of these asset packs, but I fixed them on the stream. Maybe an hour and 15 minutes into the stream, I started screwing something up in the blueprint, but I figured out how to make it work, how to fix it. I used to get paid to teach people, but before I can do that again, I think I need to have enough of an audience. I could be wrong. Like maybe somebody out there is like ready to pay me tomorrow, but I want to get back to that point to where I'm making money doing this, but I also want to build up enough authority to where I'm just very widely trusted by everybody, that, you know, the 15 people who watch me. I'd rather have 15 people who trust me than 100,000 followers and, you know, just sitting on YouTube for an hour making things look easy without actually going through and having these conversations during my streams. Let's see. I want to look at a couple more Unreal Engine assets. US Capital was one I was really excited about. Let's see, extract. And let's open this one up. We're going to go 5.6. A couple of them that I downloaded recently are the definitive FPS, like the first person shooter template, definitive FPS template. That was really nice. I might open that one up to show it. And there's another FPS template I downloaded several months ago that looked equally amazing. And I want to find a way to bring those templates or my environments into those projects, or those projects into my environments. We got ourselves a fake flag. Immediately I go to like, I have a flag plugin that I could implement in here and replace that flag with a real one. Sure, we have no interior. Yeah, I didn't think so. So this is meant to be a background asset, or it was created in something like SketchUp or Revit or 3ds Max or Blender and imported in here, which is cool. It looks nice. It's a good background asset. And I think this could be used to build on top of. But it would have been really nice if this were an interior. I wonder how accurate this design is for. So US Capitol, this obviously isn't the White House. Let's see, is any of this using Nanite? Let's go to lit. We're on 5.6 now, so I got to get used to this viewport layout. Triangles. What? No Nanite? Or am I tripping? Nanite visualization. Let's go overview. Do I have any Nanite visualization? I guess it's not enabled maybe. So obviously Control E. This isn't a Nanite object. Is Nanite. And let's try it and see what happens. We're going to preserve area and we're going to do number of LODs. We're going to keep that to 1. So LOD. Number of LODs, we're going to set it to 1 for now. And apply, wait. Apply changes. Missing project settings, SM6. We can't do Nanite without SM6. So let's enable DX12. We don't need substrate. Let's go to rendering. I think that's all I have to enable is SM6, and then we can enable Nanite on this mesh. I just want to see if this is something that I would ever use in any project. Okay, trim sheet, fix. Don't know what that is, don't care. Control E. Enable Nanite, preserve area, apply changes, and number of LODs, we're going to set it to 1. Enter, apply changes. And we're going to go to Nanite visualization and triangles. Okay, so I can convert that whole thing to Nanite easily. This is a really cool looking design though, I guess. So I like to look for things to see if like, would I ever use this? Probably not. Since I do more architectural visualization, I like geometry over textures and materials, although it's not optimized for gameplay. With my Memphis Metas project, I'm focused more on geometry over optimization. And once I get the backing, the funding, the team, I'll go back and rebuild the entire environment and do multiple levels of detail for gameplay optimization and remove the geometry. But I want the geometry first because the primary focus in the project right now is creating a physically accurate digital twin with geometry. So this is cool, although I just don't see myself ever using this for anything. Yeah, and that's usually what I'm looking for. Like random little assets that I can probably bring into my projects. Like I have rooftops, and if I can modify these types of assets, it's like, yeah, I would bring those into my projects to populate my rooftops. Like these walkways. The actual rooftop material looks really nice, but I would imagine it's one solid, looks like it is two materials. So we had this metal sheet material. I like that. And just the regular metal. It's like, yeah, I would use that on many of my roof assets, which this tells me that this is one asset that has multiple. Okay, I see how that's designed. Multiple polygroups. So if I wanted to, I could change this metal to like a, let's say, brick. Right, so my goal with opening these projects is just to see how other people design things and how they add materials, how they do their texturing, so that when I want to create an environment like this, I can build on these principles or I can do it better. And it's like, if this is available, so US Capitol, this is a US Capitol building. And let's go US Capitol map. There's only one map, and then there's the, let's see, assets overview. And I would imagine this is like a modular set, so I can build my own Capitol however I want. So my goal is to go and create something like this and sell it on the marketplace. And this doesn't look like it's very hard to create in terms of creating modular assets. So let's go look this up. I don't remember how much this was or if it was free. Let's go to Fab and search US Capitol Unreal Engine. $119 just for the building or for the assets. Yeah, okay, that's right. And then $249 for professional. So, you know, if I get 5 people, and I have 5.4, 5.5, and 5.6. So I have multiple projects that I'm working on, and some of them I'll open in 5.6 because I'm not limited by plugins that haven't been updated to 5.6 yet. So my main project is still in 5.5, my Downtown Memphis project. I can go and sell assets that look way better than this. Maybe not optimized for gameplay, but even this one didn't have like nanite enabled, right? So I can create this type of environment and make $50. You know, and I think that's the next thing I'm going to try to do is start working on creating modular assets. Let's see, but that's cool. I like that US Capitol modular building because Stuff like this I would definitely use in my project. I would use these columns. I'd probably even use a lot of this stuff on some of the upper level parts of certain buildings that I design. Because at the ground level, I want people to be able to enter doors and go into these buildings. But for skyscrapers, to optimize at least a little bit, I want to have some of these assets, like these windows that you can't really see into, or at the very least have real windows and a curtain behind it with no interior. But this helps me understand how developers think, how they build for game ready meshes, because this is very performant. And since I like to build with real geometry, like, you know, having an actual doorknob and hinges, you know, mine are have high visual fidelity, but aren't very performant half the time. But when I look through these projects, I'm kind of making a mental index of where these different types of assets are that I can just come and grab to use to stage a scene. Right, like this right here. That's just super nice. Obviously from one side. Okay, from both sides it is actually nice. But it's designed to be a modular piece. So what is the, I guess there is no end that would go between two columns, as will that. So I'm just, making a mental note of what assets are available in this modular kit, so that whenever I want to build something that looks like the U.S. Capitol building, I can refer to this. And with that, I would go over to maps. Let's go to maps.google and then go downtown Memphis. This would be closer to Riverside. So let's zoom out. Let's go here. And let's zoom all the way into... Let's see if we can just land right on top of what I'm looking for. I think this is the building that would have some sort of a like Capitol-ish design. University of Memphis. All right, so United States Custom House, Courthouse, and Post Office. The columns, these masonry like railings, I think I could use something similar to that to recreate this whole thing, and then create some of my own assets. So as I'm navigating through the environment, I'm like, how do I save time and not have to go into Blender and make all of this from scratch? I would use my own windows though. But, you know, we file that in the back of our minds, and we know we can come back to this later. Let's see what else we got. Really cool assets, and it's really interesting to see the different level of detail created by each developer. Let's see, tennis court with blueprint. This one was an interesting one. I think you can actually play tennis on this one. So let's extract that. And let's go into it. See if it's a plugin. What is this? Tennis court blueprint. And it is not a map. So let's close this. Don't save. Close that. Building manager, we're going to put it in there. So tennis court blueprint. Let's move it here. And then reopen that project. As a solo developer, it's very smart of you to go and use other people's assets as their foundation to help you. So I don't think this one imported all the way. I wonder why. This must be a 5.4 project. Let's go back. Environments. Okay. It only imported one of these. So let's try to open it again and see. But first, tennis court blueprint. Animations, textures, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it imported. I don't think that worked. So we need to figure out what is the I'm actually going to go ahead and delete basketball court. We're going to delete movies. Oh. We're going to delete sports stadium, theater hall, though we might go and use that another time. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work because I don't remember what version we downloaded this for. And I'm pretty sure it's an older version. Okay, we'll deal with that later. Let's try to take a look at one more. Oh, you know what? A really cool one that I want to showcase that I was very fortunate to get access to is, let's see if I can find it first. Games, Croc. That's the exe. Let's open up the Unreal build. 7-zip, extract here. I don't remember which version of this is. I think I have 2 Croc games on here that have all the assets. And I wanted to make a stylized Memphis and create my own Croc Legend of the Gobos or Gobos demo. Shout out to anybody that knows what Croc is. And let's see if I can open this in a later version. I don't know if this is going to work in 5.6, but we're going to try it. This is one of the Croc games, because I think I have 2 versions. I just don't know where the other one is. So validation failed, floor, manage plugins, blah, 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 starter content, validating assets. Blueprint validators may be missing. I don't understand what that is. This is not the same one, I don't think. Let's see, levels, maps, menu, test. Okay, this is the test. No, this is not the same one, and I'm pretty certain I have the other one somewhere on here. If you know, you know. this was version 1. Let me turn the controller on and play through it for a second. This is not the one. This is not the one. Where's the other one? Disclaimer test. Let's see if I can find this real quick. If you know what Croc is, like personal brand. This is one of my absolute favorite games. I know I got it somewhere. Okay, well that was... Let me go back real quick. Games Unreal. This is the executable. I think it's the exact same game. Let's see, Croc, Bill Family Make. Yeah, I got it somewhere. I just don't know where it's at. Animes, Blender, models, CCM, CD Engine, we looked through all these files real quick. I thought I had it all organized, but runner, sketch it up. Just throw away. Games Unreal projects. Template. Oh no. I'm pretty sure I got it somewhere. Maybe I just had that in my head and I'm just completely wrong. So that could be it. Search. I'm going to look for this for a second and see what I can come up with. Maybe I didn't. So real quick, I'm just looking for a project file that I'm not even totally certain I ever had. Yeah. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, I thought we had that. And remake, engine. Build. Okay. Well, another thing that I've been doing, since I don't have it or I don't know where it's at, is I've been converting 3D assets into Unreal Engine assets from 3ds Max. And I have about probably a few hundred people, static people, for architectural visualization that I am in the process of porting over into the engine, and I'm trying to optimize it all. It's a lot. It's a big project. It's a lot of work. Chrome extensions, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we don't have it on here. 10 of this PC expansions. That's something I'm going to have to go back and look for later, but I could have sworn that we had that project on here somewhere. This is really good work, though. really fantastic work. I don't remember if that ever went to anywhere. Very well. Shout out to you if you recognize the music. Some of the mechanics could definitely be updated, fixed. But this is a great template for anybody that remembers this game. Boy's garbage. Oh, you can't even land on it. That's why it's not working. See if we can just jump. Oh my gosh. Hilarious. Okay, we'll let that be. But stylized environment. Very nostalgic. Probably was one of my favorite games growing up. Can I do a play from here action? Let's go play from here. Is it going to start me at the beginning? There he is. They don't have collision. Something's up with the collision. So, platform, Control E, and platform. Let's do a box simplified and then get rid of this. And let's see if that fixes anything. Probably not. Something with the blueprint.
Kaboof!
Oh. Wait, where did I go? That's hilarious. I don't even think we're at the same one anymore. We went down into this one.
Kapow! Ah.
A lot of issues with that one. That's hilarious. But we're going to get out of that. As Mr. Wilson would say, get out of that. Courtney, get out of that. Kill it. Quit that canoodling. Yes, sir, Mr. Wilson. You got it, buddy. All right. I'm going to open my project that I worked on yesterday really quick to preview that. It's Destruction Derby. Hell yeah. Crash Bandicoot. Oh yeah, that was a great game. My favorite, one of my favorite all-time favorite games for the PlayStation 1 was Destruction Derby 2. Excuse me. Oh, non-spatially loaded actor, VCAM, button 3, okay. I'm not worried about a VCAM right now. VCAM is not enabled. Let's kind of get away from the camera. Let's go out of game mode. That's why that's there, game mode. And I wanted to change this to be maybe white instead of black, or to use the same material, the same chrome. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that's much better looking. Let's go into my takes browser. Sequencer, takes browser, take recorder, open takes browser folder. Where are the takes at? Materials, automotive, cinematics, takes. Just pull this open in sequencer, set the camera, and there it is. Yeah, yeah, right. There's no way path tracing is gonna just render that shit. Although the path tracing view looks, that's the problem. Like we got Melanin of the Fire is gonna show in here unless, let me actually pause our playback here. Let's disconnect our camera. I don't think, see if we could get ray tracing. If I could actually do a ray tracing view, that would be amazing. Can you imagine real-time path tracing? Okay, so let's grab these flames. Let's see, menu, VDB, and we've got flame. Is that what this is? The left one? Yeah, that's what that is. And visible in reflection captures. So I need to make a reflection capture. I mean, it's there. It's there. It's just the ray tracing that's happening here is I don't know how to I don't know. That's something I really want to figure out. Is how to get better reflections. And let's go ahead and take this button and rectangle light and move it back to the center. I think we need to go front view. And make sure that this is at least this part is put into place. Okay, that was my issue. That's why shit looked hella weird. Okay. Now, as much as I love this, I think adding multiple more flames might screw up my performance. I don't know. Let's find out though. So let's take these flames. Let's duplicate them. And let's see if we can get one inside of this reflection. I'm going to have to set up a new viewport. So window, viewport 2. And now let's move this flame Problem is, I don't think there's any rendering this in the reflection from where we are, like that reflection. Or the problem is, let's go ahead and just move these out to the root for a second. Let's close the VDB folder. Let's change our scalability for reflections to cinematic. It's like, yeah, we can kind of see it. Okay, so I guess that won't make that much of a difference. It has to be a setting. Let's change the... So project settings, frame rate. Can we use a fixed frame rate and set it to 30? Will that change anything? Not really. Motherfucker's gonna be popping in and out. Y'all just playing with shit at this point. Screen percentage, material quality, report scalability, monitor editor performance. No, it's not what I'm looking for. Okay, viewport stats, FPS, memory. You good, brother? No. One of them, the croc, was from a developer that was working on a croc remake, and I think it got shut down by the company that ended up actually doing the remake of the game before they put out that they were remaking it. And this one I just did. This was a project that I've been building from scratch. And while we're getting weird performance on our VDBs, I don't know. I'm going to shut it off and back on. Excuse me. Let's see if I can make changes to it. So frame rate, let's set it to 30. And that's going to make a big difference. Looping, playing. What happens if I do 24? Sound like that it pops a little bit. I've just got to figure out it's got to be screen space, something to do with screen space reflections. Okay, so let's go to project settings. Reflection, capture, enable, cluster reflection method. Okay, that makes sense. $128, $256. Shit's gonna look good, but I really want to get those flames in there. Okay, so what I'll do is let's add a spear reflection capture. Let's go perspective front. And then left. I don't hardly remember how the influence of this works. Let's go to game view, influence radius. Whoa, probably too big. There we go. Reflection source type. Capture the scene. Visible. Now. Yeah, I think the flames are Niagara, but again, these are downloaded from a realistic flames pack. Let's see. I don't remember how to set up. Oh, reflection capture. Sure, I gotta go to a video real quick.
Hello, in this tutorial what I'm going to show you how to do is create or set up these simple scene reflections used inside Unreal. Generally by default, when you create a new project, looks very much like this. You'll get...
Be right back. Gotta turn the oven on.
This reflection capture in it, but I'm showing you just in case you've deleted it or you've started from an completely empty project and you don't know how to get them working. So what we've got here is we've got a cube here that's got my metal material on. As you can see in the metal material here, it's reflecting everything that's captured in the back here is actually being seen in here. So obviously we want this obviously these reflections to appear in this scene showing the sky. As you can see here, it's showing the bottom sort of floor grid thing in the reflection, but nothing else. It's not showing any of the sky. So what we want to do is, in our modes, is go to Visual Effects and drag in the sphere reflection capture. Now there's 3 types here. We've got sphere, box, planar. Planar I'll do a separate tutorial for, because it's, from what I understand, when you do it, it's very intensive. You have to turn certain things on in the project settings, and it's more used for, say, like a mirror, but like a real-time mirror. You know, if you wanted to show this a copy of the scene, essentially.
That's what I want, which should be simple to set up. We're going to try it, though. We're just going to kind of wing it first before I go to another tutorial. But I understand is that I do want a planar reflection, and I want it to rotate 90. All right, and I'm going to pull it out just a hair. But this should be, I don't remember, hidden? I don't remember exactly how it works, but we're going to watch a video about it in a minute. As you can see in that reflection, though, we get none of our Niagara effects. And that's kind of the main thing that I was trying to replicate here. It's like, it's this screen space reflection, which only works, like, this is weird. So a lot to learn here, a lot to unpack, but let's see, render scene primitives, legacy. Capture every frame, on movement, hidden actors. So let's look up a video on that. And see if we can sort this out, because I've never really dove into this for real-time capture.
Hey everyone, my name is Peyton, and in this tutorial what I wanted to do is go over planar reflections. So what I'm going to actually start off with is I am in my environment here again, the home space. And I wanted to give some reflections to these outside windows, basically in between the interior and the exterior area where I actually have my little patio. And you can see that I have some reflections kind of happening with the response there if I back up my camera, but overall it's just not giving, you know, an actual proper response to the information models and all that we see out here. And I would want a little bit more, just see a response overall in the glass from that. So I'm going to use a planar reflection, which do keep in mind that they are super expensive. The reason why is because they're rendering the environment twice with how they're actually basically picking up. So it is going to be pretty costly to have it, but I think in certain situations like this, at least, if you can handle it for your scene, I think it's a great way to really improve the quality of the reflections and the response, especially if I'm wanting to do any kind of like video shots or anything like that out here. So what I'm going to do is actually go over here to place actors, and I'm going to look for planar reflection, and I'm going to drag this in here, and you can press G to basically actually get it to show up in the editor viewport. It's default hidden in game, so that's why you won't see it potentially if you drag it in. So you'll want to press G to actually make sure that it is showing up, and then I'm basically just going to actually edit it, gonna rotate and then bring it back, and I want to place it pretty much where the glass is in my actual frames, so somewhere like that, and then I'm going to scale it down as well. So I'm gonna get it pretty close. That way, like if I'm also editing and all, it's pretty. It's not bothering anything else. So that's good for the width, and then we got the height pretty correct as well. And now you can see that it's already working. If I press G again, it'll hide it, and I can see that the response of the reflections are working quite well. I'm getting everything out here that I wasn't getting before. I'm going to press delete real quick and you'll see the difference. So it is a pretty nice addition just with the reflections in general. And you know, if I'm walking in this space, if I really wanted that nice response with the windows, now I have it as opposed to what it was previously without. Now what else is nice about this too is that now that we have it in place in this location, I can actually search for it and find it in my outliner right here, and then you'll see that I actually have a lot of things that I can edit in the details panel. So the normal strength, you'll see the difference between the actual normals kind of change. So this will make it super smooth if you want, but the normals can also help just give it a little bit of a blur. There's also the pre-filter roughness, which you can see here on this panel back there as well. There's also distance from flame fade out, and a lot of other things you can kind of adjust to get to your liking for your scene. So just kind of go through here and play around with these, see what works best for your space and what doesn't, and then there's just a good amount to screen percentage. Now if you change this to 100, it's going to be a lot more detailed and stuff, but it's of course also pretty expensive, so I would just be careful with changing those. But yeah, that's about it, at least for just adding a planar reflection to your scene. The rest of the space in here, if I have any sort of glass like this one here, I tend to just use a regular sphere reflection capture, or sphere reflection, and then I'll just make sure that once I place it in scene, I go here to build and build reflection captures, and it updates properly. And so I'll really just use the planar reflection for a very specific area to highlight the good response and quality reflections. And I think it's also great for if you have a flatter water that you.
So what I'm going to look for, I don't know if this is going to be useful, but let's say show fire in reflection. To reflect realistically, situations like the eyes, techniques can be employed. You would like to adjust material properties. Use ray trace reflections. Consider how fire particles are handled in reflection captures. So, does the fire reflection disappear? No reflection in eyes. Reflection bug. How to use set of reflections of particles. I think that's pretty much what I'm looking for. Which only I found mentioning. Try on AA's animated post process volume. Sets unbound to grow it works with reflection upside down. So I need to add a post-process volume if I don't have one, and let's try something with that first. So I'm going to turn off planar reflection for a minute. I'm going to add a post-process volume, and I'm going to set it to unbound. Infinite extend. And we need to look at, let's see. Intensity, quality. So although I can kind of see the flame in the reflection when I'm pretty far away from it, like, I don't remember all the settings I need to go and adjust to make this. Let's see. Support screen space, mobile. Let's see. Adjust the desirable good starting point. Within the screen reflection train, you should now see your particles reflected. There's some caveats to point out. Reflections played here. Particle, make sure they're responsive. AA is checked true. As if AA. I don't even know if that's an option. Camera, local exposure, depth of field, shadows, miscellaneous, GI, lumen, ray lighting mode, screen traces, final gathering, project default. So after the 4.7 or something like that, they got rid of ray traced screen space method, ray tracing settings. So this one's probably going to be like a day worth of just playing with settings to figure out how to get the reflections exactly how I want them. Extremely important to set up your scenes and materials to work well with the reflection environment. A flat mirror surface will reveal the inaccuracies of combining cube maps projected onto simple shapes. Curvy geometry or rough surfaces can both obscure artifacts and provide convincing results. Supporting use detailed normal maps and specify some degree of roughness on materials that will be used in flat areas. Particle systems that already have a natural blur to them, like clouds, smoke, tend to look better on a true flat reflection surface, while opaque or mesh-related particles tend to be more blurry. Only work with temporal AA. So let's look for that. Is that something in my project settings? Anti-temporal. So let's see, temporal AA. Disable landscape settings in landscape mode. Gotcha. Array of transient class properties, that would be, so I'm not reading geez, Night of the Flames. Let's see, temporal AA. So it looks like I'm going to be jumping through hoops to figure this one out. Unbound, temporal, it works. So let's go back to our post-process volume. And temporal blend weight. How much to blend the current flame with previous frames? Anti. All right, well, that doesn't really change much. And this is under the post-processing section. So rendering features, path tracing, post-process volumes, enabled, infinite extend. Yep, got to learn this on the fly. Reflections. already have mega lights turned on. Post-processed materials. I wonder if I can just bring in that material that I'm using for this asset. So let's grab this real quick. Let's go ahead and lock that in place. Let's search for this material. And then add it to the array. Reference a blendable asset. Material post-process demand. I don't think. Oh, okay. Maybe that will work. I don't know. None of this that I'm doing is probably going to fix my problem. But if we can get back to the original just ray traced settings, I think all of this could easily be solved. But we've gone so far into just focusing on nanite that the implementation of a lot of these ray tracing features has been like just kind of tossed to the curb, or so it seems. And for your average Unreal Engine developer trying to figure out how to solve these problems, how to implement these features, is not a walk in the park like it probably used to be. So particles not visible, RTX reflection, have the same issue, can't seem to figure out why I'm turning on RTX change to make the fire other particles invisible. Yeah, you don't see a lot of people finding the solutions to this. Maybe something for another day to figure out, but I'm going to go ahead and just build reflections real quick. I doubt that's going to make a difference. That's probably a quick build. Build reflection captures, static visibility, geometry, paths. Submit. Trying to decide if I want to cook some French fries or some pizza. See, like how that looks is amazing. That reflection shows up exactly how it's supposed to. So it's possible that I can fake it. So let's just grab one of these flames. Let's type, let's type visible. Visible in reflection captures, visible in real-time sky captures, visible in ray tracing. So it's visible. I mean, yeah, it's visible, but it's not going to. So frame rate 24, start frame, end frame 127. Yes, visible. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's there. Visible in ray tracing, advanced ray tracing group ID -1, ray tracing group culling property priority, default. What if we never cull? Is that going to change anything? So depending on where my camera is sitting, like, this is just why I hate screen space reflections. It's like, I don't want to use screen space reflections. I want it to be Yeah, this is kind of where I get hung up. I would want it to be just all ray traced, which with a workstation GPU, that should be easy. It's easier said than done. So
So to start, go to your project settings, type in Ray for ray tracing, and scroll down and make sure you have the hardware ray tracing option enabled.
I do.
Next, I will show you the material setups that I have. This one is for the glass. Make sure the blend mode is set to translucent.
Glass blend mode. So do I need to do that for this material is the question, which I don't know, but let's figure it out. Only one way to find out, buddy. So blend mode, let's set it to translucent, and I don't think that's useful because, you know, it's not a translucent object, so I don't think that's gonna work.
I had the two-sided option on as well. And also make sure that the lighting mode is set to surface forward shading.
Just playing with stuff at this point. Lighting. All right, let's go into opaque master and let's see what happens here. Yeah, that must be, I think we have,
And these are my settings for the mirror. And then you want to create a post-process volume. And these
Hold
are my
on.
settings for the mirror.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay, that's glass, and I'm not doing glass. I'm
Make sure that the
doing.
lighting mode is set to surface forward shading. And these are my settings for the mirror.
Okay, so surface, material domain, opaque, default lit. So technically nothing changed there, and we have good reflections. It's just I do want them to be a little bit better. But let's go in here and modify this, and see ray tracing. Roughness. I'm loving that chrome though. Metalness is metallic, sure. Dust, fingerprints, imperfections, clear coat. I don't think we need any of that. Normal intensity UVs.
And then you want to create a post-process volume from the visual effects section. and make sure that the size of the post-process volume fills the scene.
I've got it set to
Now,
unbound, so
the
that
options of the
fixes that.
post-process volume, you want to make sure that the reflections are set to standalone ray traced.
I don't think I have that option though.
And then under translucency, change the type from raster to ray tracing.
Hold
Add
on.
standalone ray traced.
But that has been depreciated. You must be using like 5.3 or something. So, method, lumen. Oh, wait. Reflections method. Yeah. Why is that not in 5.5? Yeah, I wish they made this easier because I do have hardware ray tracing enabled. Support hardware ray tracing, generate ray tracing proxies, path tracing, all of that's good. Let's see, DX12, substrate, advanced visualization shaders. I don't think I'm trying to do anything substrate related. All right, let's go over to Lumen. Engine rendering. Also currently developing game Unreal RPG, struggling with landscaping. Render mode like billboard or stretch, and the camera's view is not aligned properly. The particles might not be visible or might not reflect. That's exactly what I'm dealing with. And I believe when you're using hardware ray tracing, like the way that Unreal Engine is 5.5 or 5.4 and later, maybe integrates Lumen and Lumen's software ray tracing with the hardware ray tracing, it's very hard to go in here and optimize the scene to prioritize hardware ray tracing to where it's not screen space adjusted. And based on like this whole wall should be red. We're even using megalights. So based on where the camera is, the reflections kind of update in this weird way because it's screen space reflected right now. And I believe that's also true for my chrome material. This is the same thing you see when you're like looking at reflections in video games in water, where a person's kind of standing, let's say they're standing in front of a lake, and the lake is big enough to where like the bottom half of their body is in front of the ground they're standing on. The upper half of their body is kind of like over in front of the camera, in front of the lake. And not only do you see the reflection of like the mountains or whatever in the background, you also see like a reflection of their head, which is screen space reflected. So I'm getting a lot of screen space reflection, even though I'm trying to prioritize ray traced reflections where it calculates all the bounced rays based on the position of the object instead of the position of the camera. And I've watched all kinds of videos and they make it so challenging to figure it out. What are the problems that you're dealing with landscaping? Why are you dealing with landscaping problems? Or like what specifically are you having an issue with? Let's see, rendering. Mobile materials. Virtual textures, runtime, global illumination, screen space. Maybe I need a ray tracing plugin. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Ray lighting mode, software ray tracing mode. Let's go detail tracing. I wonder how much of a difference that makes. Screen tracing source. Lumen scene traces will sample the previous frame's anti-alias scene color TSR. This contains translucence pre-filter, reducing lumen's noise from small emissive elements. I don't know that is what I'm looking for. Ray trace translucent refractions, ray trace shadows, virtual shadow maps. I heard is more expensive than just regular shadow maps. And let's see. I don't think I need to worry about that right now. Path tracing, software ray tracing, generate mesh distance fields. Nanite. All right, let's go back here. Lumen. And it could be my material settings as well. Clearly, I've got a lot to figure out, even though I've kind of done this type of stuff before. The phasing out of ray tracing. I don't understand why. I mean, I get it. They want to focus on performance and have better games come out from the engine. Show ray trace reflection method. Quality, translucent. Let's see, hit. Well, that's not an option. Trying to set up dynamic low-cost stylized per mesh blade grass with partitions. Just been watching videos and there's a few different methods. Have you seen any environment packs that have the type of grass that you want? I asked that because although I've built a lot of my own landscapes and grasses, and I still have a lot of optimization to do on them because I'm looking for more photorealistic, like lawn grass. I've found it really useful to go into other people's grasses that have been provided with different asset packs and environments and kind of reverse engineer what they have done with their grasses to get mine closer to how I want them. I watch a lot of YouTube videos, but then you've got to take into account engine version, amongst all these other things that they probably don't include in their dialogue, that would have been useful for you. That's what I have found to be my issue when I watch a lot of videos on blueprints and level instancing and all this other stuff, Nanite. It's like I get 80% of the information that I need, and then I find out that I'm either using substrate and they're not, or they left out some vital information on their LOD setup. So I started downloading asset packs and just looking at how other people's grass is created and optimized. Yeah, I agree. That's been an issue for me too, especially when you're rendering a lot of grass with the like changing the screen space, like the shadows. I want high performant, but also high fidelity photoreal grass. And I decided, I think, one way that I can achieve what I'm looking for is by using 2D cards. But for me, I'm not using stylized grass. I'm using a lot of photoreal, like lawn looking grasses. And I found a guy that made some, for me, it's architectural visualization, not necessarily for gameplay. I found a guy that made some 2D cards that give me the look that I wanted to go for. Let's see. Can you check this thread? I think it's removed in 5 point. This is so sad, dude. Why would they remove that? Paste. Enter. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is gonna give me what I'm looking for. Maybe that's something we'll have to revisit at another time. But the fact that I can just kind of see it when I move my camera further back. This whole screen space reflection thing for for Lumen. It's great. You guys want Lumen to be very performant and Nanite to be used, but to force that on us by removing ray tracing has got to be the stupidest thing. And then to not have dual GPU in editor is ridiculously insane. All right, let's see if I turn this post-process volume off, what are we gonna see? Yeah, I just modified a lot of settings, and I think I don't want any of them. Let's think. Let's go back to rendering and just set these back to what they were. 256, 124. $128. Let's set everything back to Lumen. Global tracing. Like, I don't know why that should change. Hit lighting for reflections. Detail tracing. Whoa, 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 whoa. What did I change? Oh. So if I change this to screen space, it's going to look hella weird. What else did we change? Virtual shadow maps, ray trace shadows. I think we enabled megalights, and maybe that's what, I don't know. I definitely changed something. Path tracing, generate ray trace proxies, support hardware ray tracing. If I turn this off, and I'm just gonna restart it and see. I'll go ahead and save that. Yep, it's the editor. What happens at runtime? I haven't, well, and that's the thing. I need to build some of these games, some of these projects, and see what happens at runtime versus PIE. But I don't like the idea, and maybe that's on me. I just need to get over the fact that I don't like the idea that the editor doesn't always depict what the final will operate correctly. Hardware ray tracing, spatial loaded game, GD3, spatial load actor. Let's take a look. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, I just made a lot of changes to this. And I have a post-process volume that I'm also going to get rid of. And let's go back to rendering. Yeah, I have no idea. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I'm a bit ignorant, but the fact that they would just remove that. Yeah, chasing an editor issue in PIE. Like, I probably have wasted days trying to figure something out. File. Level DD2 menu. And let's set my settings back. Oh, I know what happened. I need to change my master material back to opaque. Wait, it is opaque. Domain surface. From default lit to material expression, I think, is what screwed me up. There it is. Okay. And we'll deal with the the flames not showing up now. I just think it's like for the production sake, for the production value. It's supposed to be a camera here, and we don't need any gameplay actor. Let's set a bookmark. So if I go over to my cameras, I'll go to data, no, cameras, camera actor number 1, right click, pilot actor, go out of game mode, exit the pilot, go into camera perspectives, bookmarks, and set bookmark 1. Go to this camera actor, pilot, exit. Oh. Really? Okay. Pilot. Can I bookmark it from here then? Let's see. Set bookmark. Bookmark 0. So let's try that. 1. How do I not have a 0 on my mouse? Okay then. There we go. So let's just set it to 2 then instead of 1. I have every number on my mouse except for 0. Bookmark, set bookmark, set it to 2. All right, 1, 2. And we'll set this one to 3. Pilot. So control 3 is how I set bookmarks. Good to know. 0, 1. 0, 1. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay, let's escape. 1, 2, 3. All right, easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Control Shift Save. Button material set to lit shader. I think you meant the master material. The master material was set to shading model. Yeah, default lit. And I needed to change it to from material expression to get that reflection to show back up in one of its child materials, which is weird because the reflection was showing up in the chrome, and I guess it's just the way that that chrome was set up to be metallic or something. It's usually something really simple, but you know what I've been trying to do for the last, I don't know, 30-40 minutes was get this particle, the flame particle, to be very much visible outside of screen space reflections, so that more of this rusted metal could kind of have that red reflection. But again, like, there's a lot of settings that I probably need to change to where if I were to build this out as an executable, I need to be able to go in there and change the temporal anti-alias sampling, as well as whether or not to use ray tracing. And I feel like that's a lot of work to try to test like one visual feature, especially for just the stream. But the fact that I can't see that, like, I don't think I can just, let me do a standalone game and see what it looks like. I don't even know if playing the standalone game was going to position my camera or anything appropriately. I have so many things that are not set up. Let's see. And like, that's what I want to see. I got to set up a camera and a spring arm to where if I move the camera, it'll center the menu to where I can't see the environment. This is really just supposed to be a menu level with 3D interaction. But I really need those flames to reflect via ray tracing. Okay, let's press that and close it. But so far, I mean, it looks all right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go put some food in the oven and let this music play. So I think it'd be really cool to have like a dude fucking screaming like ah, and cars driving by and crashes happening in the background. To use both systems together, you need to manage their interaction. The primary conflict arises both because both systems can attempt to handle reflections at the same on the same surfaces. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. To resolve this, you should configure a reflection method for the planar reflection actor, which I did have in here. If you want to use lumen global illumination and reflections, you must set the reflection method for the planar reflection actor to none. And you're saying if I want the planar reflection to use ray tracing, I need to set the planar reflection actor to none. This prevents lumen from interfering with the planar reflections. Could be you're just using screen space. And I think I think with all the settings I changed, I had disabled screen space reflections, but clearly I didn't. The project settings there. Yeah, and I looked in that. Like I've watched a lot of videos and I feel like I'm getting like 78% of the information I need, where it's like enable this and this and this and this. I'm like, something's got to be disabled, or I don't know. But I need to find an entire series dedicated primarily to, why does that look like that? Dedicated primarily to ray tracing. I wonder why that looks like that. Let it go to modeling mode and polygroup edit. Recalculate normals. strange. And let me change my viewport screen percentage to 100. All right, a lot of weird things that don't really need to be handled right now, I guess. And let me disable these flames, all these particle effects. And let's see what path tracing is going to look like. Now, I really wish that the access that we have to Unreal Engine was provided to the Red Engine, which CD Projekt Red, Cyberpunk, because their path tracing and ray tracing is damn near unmatched. But all this focus on Nanite and Lumen has just, like, I get it for performance, like, I get it. But damn, put a lot of that attention into path tracing and ray tracing, because we're not that far from real-time path tracing. Coming out with 96 gig GPUs. All right, that's not far off from lit. So path tracing, lit, it's somewhat comparable. But I wish that those particle effects, let me see what else you guys saying. Could be that you're just using screen space, project settings. Just wondering if they're, that probably is the case, that they're interfering with each other, and I don't know which settings I need to update. But I don't have a planar reflection in here right now, nor do I have any reflection spheres. I did add a planar reflection, but it didn't appear to, and I had a post-processing volume, which I've removed all of that. And I think instead of trying so hard to get like the visual fidelity of this exactly where I want it, I'm going to try to implement a few more features. I do want to get a spring arm camera in here, and I don't know if I played a game called Grid by Codemasters, and I love their menu design, and that's really kind of what I'm replicating here. So Grid, intro, and menu. Race driver grid. Let's go main menu. Please don't ever show me this girl again. I'm so sick of seeing her face. Menu tour. I love this style. So when you move the joystick on the controller, the text, this entire menu is in 3D. This entire sequence.
Your car is ready and waiting.
So this is kind of the look and feel that I want to go for, minus all that stuff.
If you're going to race, you need a car.
But they did a really good job on that game. Wasn't a fan of the next installment in the series, Race Driver Grid. That one phenomenal. And then matching with the music. So let me see. Can I do a spring arm camera? So that's the thing. I just want a camera. How to attach camera to spring arm. In the components tab, add components button, search, select the spring arm component, rename it. Inside the components tab, drag your camera component. Well, obviously, I mean, I know how to do that. But so let's grab, I'll say my regular camera is probably going to be the better one to do. I'm going to add a spring arm. And just keep it with that name. Auto possess. Can we auto possess the player with a camera? No, thank you. I do not want to use any AI anything. Auto this player. Main menu. To prevent camera from automatically possessing an Unreal Engine when switching between pawns. Ah, that's a good thing to know. Disable the auto manage active camera target setting within the player controller blueprint. Ah, okay. That setting, when it automatically switches the camera target to a camera on the newly possessed pawn, disabling it ensures that the camera remains fixed on the previously selected. That's a cool thing to make note of. Okay. Very cool. BRB again. All right, to give context to what I'm working on, I want to have a demo. Let's turn off real time here. Of the intro and title sequence created by Reflections of Destruction Derby 2, which I'm going to go and play real quick. Gosh. But then I want to replicate from the title sequence and intro. I want to have a demo featuring the menu, and then maybe 1 to 3 tracks that you can play. Let's see. There's my work. Somebody remade it in Wreckfest, which they did a great job. It's my work again. And let's see.
Play Destruction Derby 2.
I just want a video of the menu. And I don't want a remake that's using some other game like Wreckfest. This is the one I watched yesterday. So this scene right here I wanted to end on this cover art. And have this entire scene be in 3D as well. I want to create a new opening sequence that replicates the old design, but ends the title sequence with this shot in 3D with the Destruction Derby 2 text in there. And then somehow moving over into the menu from this scene, like kind of seamlessly. That's what I'm going for. And then this transition effect where after this loads, the whole screen flips. It's 2D, naturally. And I want to convert that whole sequence into a 3D scene. I feel like this whole environment would be very fun to recreate in Unreal. And after I get my son back here and get him into school and start getting some work knocked out, I think in my free time, aside from creating the Memphis Metas project, this is what I'm going to work on. This track, Pine Hills Raceway. And let's see, Stock Car Champion Division 2, Division 1, Wrecking Racing Championship. I wonder if he plays the pit. He doesn't. And the pit. How many different? There are 3 pits, I think. The AI absolutely would tear your ass up. They came straight for you the whole game. What is the other one? The pit. What is the other track called? I forgot. Red Pike Arena. That's right.
3, 2, 1, go! Roadkill.
Kind of weird looking back on it now and thinking Unreal Engine is probably not the best engine to build this in if we're using native tools like Chaos vehicles. Chaos vehicles are actually kind of terrible. I'm gonna have to dive deep into C++
And you get a really good a really good soft body physics plugin or something to replicate that vehicle destruction. Yeah, man, show me. Are you uploading anything to YouTube? I would suggest you either start live streaming or something to get like eyes on whatever your project is. Today's just a bullshit video for me. We're live. Let's see. Tronosaurus Flex. That's a great name, by the way. Let's search Google. Let's go to your stream. I want to mute myself, my mic. Damn. That sound I hear, is that a sound that plays when a character unspawns itself, like I'm Tekken 8. When one of the enemies die, is that what that sound is? Oh, okay. Hey, no, this is hard. Yeah, oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Hell yeah. This reminds me of Gauntlet. If you've ever played Gauntlet, man, it's a great game. You got a mic? Tell me a little bit about your project. That Frostbow goes hard though. Yeah, I can hear you. You might want to mute me. I'm going to unmute you so that whoever's watching my stream can hear it. Damn.
All right, hold on. Let's
yeah, that goes hard.
Throw that tab.
Hell yeah.
There we go. And then I got this.
These assets are tight. Oh my gosh.
So that's all the props that I've integrated so far. None of them really have any, like, I'm trying to make like a UI and stuff as well for a decent inventory system. I've watched a few different tutorials on the systems and how to use them. I'm just not really satisfied with a lot of the simplistic ways that they're doing it, and I want a specific outcome. So I'm kind of like in that learning mode where it's like more watching, more learning, more observing, and seeing what works. Also being new to developing, like super new. I have that lack of knowledge of like what might be the best, more performant way, which like is also a slowdown, because now I have to like, okay, well that way, like, you know, there's a little more research than just like how to do it. It's like, well, is that the right way to do it for what my desired outcome? But yeah, and the landscape's just tiled for now. I got a, this is where I kind of left off with the combat system for now. I'm gonna add the combo system to these dudes so that when they're swinging, just like me, they won't trace. I've got the trace right now just for verification that they can in fact damage and everything's working. I'm gonna not let them damage each other. I throw that logic in, and then I've got a sword trace where I spear trace my weapon using arrow components and a separate spear trace on my kick. And I'm using animation notifies, basically, notify blueprints in order to achieve that. And it's just a matter of placing it within the animation, the frames, and setting up animation slots so that basically, when I first started doing the animating, I'm kind of newer, like I said, I would perform like this. And you see how he keeps running, and his beat and his root motion and everything just is good, it's smooth, right? Well, I was having an issue where it would play the montage, and he would, like that, but and you're moving, and he would do the skate. He'd just, like, slide, right?
Oh, yeah.
And some of that had to do with, like, I needed to go in and learn about, where is it? Animations, blueprint. I had to go in and learn about this stuff, like the layering per blend, bone blend, and stuff like that. I disconnected the control rig because obviously I'm not using Manny, the mannequin, or anything. I've retargeted some animations and stuff in that manner, but the skeleton's not a direct copy or match, thus the IK trace. Everything works, but you get some compile editors, and I'm like a little OCD. I like my compile editor to be clean as I progress, to know that I'm doing things, you know, if it'll tell you like, oh, this, you access it directly, or that kind of stuff. So that's some of the stuff I'm trying to overcome as well. The event graph here, some of it's like from the actual blueprint, the very basic stuff. This is the sheathing and unsheathing. This I still need to set up states for, so I can't continuously spam while I'm equipped or equipping kind of thing. Can equip, maybe some kind of Boolean sets there and stuff. That's snapping all of the weapon to the sockets and stuff like that once I've equipped it. This was something I was working on, but it's not. It was supposed to be for like leaning while you were running. It was supposed to add like some kind of like immersion effect for running, where like you weren't just straight up and down. You had a little more like weight to your movements and stuff. But I kind of stopped. I don't remember. I think that was yesterday. I was working on that. And then basically, I have only the 2 blueprints at the moment for characters. Well, 3. There's the enemy. Pretty basic. Sphere trace, that's just doing the attack every few seconds, etc. Breaking the hit results. Taking damage, applying damage through a struct. Rolling, drawing the weapon. So I guess I did it on the enemy in here. I probably switched it. I wonder if... and then there's just the player. And right now they're the same mesh. I kind of got sick of importing and making meshes for like the first like week or two. So I was like, yeah, let's actually get some progress. But that's kind of where I left off. I'm gonna get a crouch in there, basically a toggle crouch. I think I was setting up the logic for that. There's my health bars and widgets. And then yeah, over here, where is he? Is it up here? Yeah, here's the death event you're talking about. I could set a sound in here for it. I just haven't yet. But basically, I'm simulating physics on death. I'm setting the visibility of the health widget on him to not visible, because when he dies and he dropped, he was still showing like the health. It was kind of goofy looking. He had his health bar there and still. So when it reaches 0, his health bar like disappears from sight. We set the physics. And we're setting collision, no collision, and then we're querying collision enabled in physics, disabling the input on the player controller so he no longer follows us after being dead. And then this small delay is just so that he doesn't disappear the second his health reaches 0. He actually has a chance to simulate all of those physics and stuff like that. It doesn't just straight fire through to like, oh, he disappeared. And I could have probably add some sort of like particle effect or disintegration or melt into the ground, some kind of effect. But I'm just one dude, and like I said, I'm really really new. So, oh yeah, I don't need that either because I'm using a meta sound. That's kind of cool. I learned a little bit about meta sounds.
Yeah.
Where you can actually you can create, for instance, where was it? The stab. Here's the sword clash. Oh, I guess you can't hear it in the editor for some reason. Weird. Anyways, you can combine multiple sounds into like a graph node, which is what I did here. And then I grabbed like a random float and I plugged it into the pitch. And I did the same for the footsteps. This way, like, it basically doesn't sound like the exact same sound effect. It'll variate a bit. So you're able to mix those two in as it's just a mono wave player or whatever. But you get your sounds and you kind of throw them in there. There's all kinds of stuff you can do in here and looping sounds and stuff. I'm not a sound guy, so that was kind of a neat thing to learn. It's very simple and easy to implement meta sounds and stuff. Here's the footsteps, meta foot. So that's the sound. is the same. And then we go in here and we did the same thing with shifting the pitch and everything like that. And now it kind of makes it sound a little more believable, like the sound and the echoes and the whatever. It's not that the pitch is all different and stuff. But yeah, so this we have also got sound attenuation. So if you notice, you can hear the pocket. I can, as they get further, they kind of. And those settings can all be tweaked with like fall off distance and stuff. I might have their damage sound set to play in a weird manner. I haven't been on in a few days. Hell yeah. Runs pretty smooth so far. And I've had like 100 dudes on in this scene. I've had like 3 times as many as those dudes, and I've still been in over 110 frames. So the optimization so far, as far as like the meshes, the poly counts or triangles, whatever, I'm not getting any weird like mesh holing or anything like that. Artificing, it seems to be running pretty smooth. So that I'm kind of keeping my eye on that as well, because scalability is a big thing. Like I realize I still have a lot of other resources to use up implementing like other systems, especially a lot if I'm going to be using some dynamic or like procedural and weather systems and other textures and stuff like that. I kind of my idea was I wanted to make a nicely high detailed environment, and then if I have some like budget and room left over, I can remesh these guys as a or I can retopologize them, whatever. I can get a higher triangle count or like a better high quality texture. We'll see. But we're starting really low on the enemies because I'm not quite sure yet the direction of whether it's going to be more of a fight individual, like you're fighting each other as like a battle, and they kind of like, you know, like a lock-on system or something, or if it's just going to kind of be like one of those free open world, like they all kind of attack you at once. There might be 2 or 3 of them, kind of thing, you know. It all really depends on my grasp and overall development on like the AI system itself. Like right now it's pretty basic. It's literally just using pretty much everything the player can use. So this enemy will be able to perform and do every action that the player himself will be able to do, like those combos, the jumping, eventually the blocking, and then I'll probably take some of like the ranged weapons. I have a staff that I'm in the process of making, and they're not all gonna be like shield and sword. They're gonna have different like the skeleton mage, the whatever, and they'll have subtle differences perhaps. But for blocking and intensive purposes of logic and just working everything out, that's eventually where the sword trace will be. That's just the visual representation of like the arrow. I can show you a little bit how I set up that on my third person, because I haven't really done it a bunch on that dude yet. I haven't been focusing on the AI. But yeah, so that arrow is literally for the sphere trace on the kick. So that it displays where the foot is approximately and traces during the animation on the foot. This obviously is 2 arrow components, and they are parented to the sword, the tip and the bottom. That's how I'm tracing. Those are the points I'm using to trace from. And then yeah, socketed. I just have like the shield socketed and parented to like the spine, and this to like the pelvis. So that's basically where they kind of live. And then within the draw and sheathing animations, I basically have sockets as well on his right arm, being that he attacks right-handed. So he'll like draw, you line up the animation, you kind of attach the socket with some code in the blueprint or whatever once the notify's there. But yeah, pretty basic. I did a couple of component type systems where like some of the coding can get messy. So like instead of keeping it all inside like one blueprint and having to like if I wanted to like what is that called? Where I reuse the blueprint again. Child it, or the inheritance part. If I only want them to inherit certain things, then I can exclude kind of and pick and choose through like the systems that are independent. You can take these and add these to any project, pretty much, and implement them. Like the damage system, the stamina system, and the character doesn't. I don't have combos yet, but the player has an extra one here. You see, I've developed the attack system, which is the combos and stuff. And then these components just get attached and worked into the blueprint, choosing basically if I want them to be able to perform certain actions. And I'm trying to, for the sake of cleanliness, keep a lot of the actual blueprint itself fairly clean, so that it's a little easier to like work and scale off of. And then like, of course, with the components and the inheritance part, I learned that the scalability thing of making changes now are easy, but later on they're gonna get more difficult, the more unorganized and that kind of stuff. You have to really kind of, that was a big pitfall of mine at first too, is this stuff gets really like spaghetti if you just keep doing it in one continuous blueprint, you know.
Yeah, that's facts.
I still don't really know what the construction script's for. I watched a video and the dude recommended that we do it here, binding these events for these other functions or events here, sorry, which are probably, I don't know where it is. So there's my death stuff up here, yeah. All this stuff like blocked, can be blocked. Enumerators for like a custom node for basically, right now I've got a hit reaction, and that's that grunt sound where I'm also applying a random float within range. And then I created an array of animations. So I created two animations so that like when he gets hit, he flinches one way then the other kind of thing. And I'm assuming I could probably add a couple more, whatever, to my liking. But basically it's getting the length of those animations once they're done playing and setting the index of 0 to 1. So it's kind of like flip-flopping there, where like they're not just, again, it makes it feel a little less robotic, where like you hit him and he doesn't flinch the same time and perform the same movement, and it's a little more dynamic, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. And then eventually I'll have like a stagger where, you know, I'll play a montage and, you know, maybe it'll disable the input and you'll get a display effect and a little text underneath says stunned or above, you know. Knockback, I'll have knockback. I can add more to this enumerator as well inside of my damage system. These are all what I've got so far. Blocked on death is blocking, is interruptible, so you'll be able to interrupt attacks, and there might be power attacks of the enemies that you cannot interrupt, for example. Is dead, that's going to be an obvious one. Is invincible as well, so that's just one so that they won't take damage and you can interrupt their attack with like you know, the hit animations and stuff like that. Right now, health and max health only 50. Again, these are all just variables we can kind of mess with.
Yo, this dude is doing great work.
That's kind of it in a nutshell. And like I said, not the greatest, but it definitely is a project. Now, I don't want to save any of that inside the level. Yeah, so.
Heck yeah, dude.
That is that. That's pretty much the project. What do you think?
Can you hear me now? Mic check. Can you hear me now? Probably got to go back. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're good. So, first of all, amazing. Very humble. I'm reminded of Gauntlet. And I got introduced to Gauntlet on PlayStation 5 by I guess you can call him my housemate and his kids. They play Gauntlet together sometimes, which is a linear dungeon crawler. And
You know, I like more like photoreal games that are mostly based in reality. So my first impression of it was it's probably not something that I would play, and then I picked it up and I got absolutely obsessed with it. And this project that you're working on really reminds me of that, and that's a huge compliment. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but a very well optimized linear game, whereas the storytelling and the character design and the dynamics of all the different gameplay mechanics and abilities that each character has in their isolated, I guess, set of specialties really makes it fun to play as like a couch multiplayer RPG. And that's kind of what that looks like to me, and it's really interesting to see under the hood into those blueprints. You've got it really organized, and to not have been using Unreal Engine for that long, that's really impressive, because the people that I have watched and followed who have been using Unreal Engine for years have not been as intentional or intricate in how they've gone into detail with implementing these features into their game, but also organizing them. Visual scripting and organization, as you mentioned, requires this crazy amount of organization if you want to create those dynamics and have them all function in a way that you can eventually go back later and make a change that kind of affects the entire system. And I see that you're kind of building in that direction. So yeah, really cool and very impressive, to say the least. Yeah, man, no problem. I think it's awesome to be able to see into what other people are doing. And as you know, one of the things that I have like maybe 10 people who religiously follow me and learn from me. Some of them I think are on the same path of wanting to create digital twins of cities and photorealistic projects. And I often tell them, like, hey, you know, it's really good to follow me and to learn from me, because you are kind of developing in the same class of like genre, but I try not to bias where I learn. And thank you for following. I try not to be biased with like, I'm only going to follow people who are developing this type of game, this type of system, because just from watching what you are doing is like, I've not implemented a lot of those features in my own projects over the last like 5 years, but I think the knowledge that you've obtained with the systems you're creating, I've learned can really be applied to every type of genre, every type of Unreal Engine project that's developed. If you're going to get serious about visual scripting or move over to C++, like, I have a hard time grasping, as you mentioned, how the if I go into my projects, I'm in 5.6 now, so this layout is just a little bit different than what I'm used to. But if I go into, I don't think I have anything in my level blueprints, but I've imported a lot of assets, characters, and whatnot, who have all of these features built inside of their event graph, that I'm just like, what does all of this mean? I get so confused really fast, and I get really lost trying to navigate through the visual scripting when I'm dissecting other people's projects with the intent to like learn. So the amount that you have learned in a short period of time and your ability to articulate what it all means is extremely impressive. And that tells me that you're on a path that is going to lead you to something that I would imagine to be very successful. Because a lot of people who are developing these games, they somewhat grasp the understanding of what they're building, but they can't totally articulate it and they can't go back to recall what they did. And that's been the biggest issue with why a lot of these games end up really broken and feeling, as you mentioned, so robotic. So keep it up. That's really awesome. And I get amazed that I can learn from people who are in completely unrelated fields and niches of game development and like programming, design, where I'm just like, I try not to bias my learning on just trying to learn from people who are specifically doing architectural visualization. It's like, so I had that issue in the past where I'm like, I wouldn't play that type of game. So like, or this type of, I wouldn't do this type of development. So why should I watch this video? I've avoided a lot of videos because it wasn't relevant to what I was trying to build, and taking a second to watch that like kind of reinforced that new knowledge for me. Is that like, even though you feel like it's not that great, you know, I think from my perspective of doing this for a very long time, it's like you're probably 10 times better than what you think you are. So super cool. Appreciate you for sharing that. And I followed. So every time I don't have any notifications or anything, but I'll definitely check out some of your videos. Are you on YouTube also? If so, man, drop me a URL so that I can subscribe to you, because that's where I spend most of my time. Although, like, I'm streaming through Restream, and none of my Twitch videos, I don't know if if there's a setting I haven't changed. None of my Twitch videos stay on my channel. But I'm restreaming through Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube, and I prioritize YouTube over everywhere. Somebody just told me recently I just need to start streaming to Twitch. I'm like, all right, fine. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Smirk. That inspiration is amazing. Don't stream often. Might start a channel once I get more confident and do learning video. Hey, dude, I would say look into Restream if you can afford to like just get a subscription. I don't think it's too expensive, but probably 16 and like $20 or something. I don't remember what I paid for it. Look into using Restream if you're on OBS, and just automate your stream to go through at least 2 more channels and just go live. And if you want, like, talk about what you're doing, sometimes go through the same walkthrough that you just went through for me, but just develop and learn and watch videos while you're live and do whatever it is that you would normally do in a sitting. I realized that if I'm going to sit here for 12 hours a day or more and take these projects seriously, why not have somebody looking over the shoulder? 75% of the people who watch my streams want to stream and want to get into Unreal Engine. And unfortunately, so many people feel like they have to be, like, have this vetted experience in order to kind of get permission to be like in the streaming world. It's almost like we kind of need permission. And, you know, there are a lot of assholes, but I think you will learn that the more that you stream without trying to make it like I'm great and I've been doing this for so long and I'm really good at it and I made a lot of progress, the more that you like show people on the front end, the more nice and humble and kind you'll find that the followers become. If you start getting on and streaming 3 years from now because you've made a lot of progress and you feel like the place that you've gotten in life as a developer is worthy of streaming, at that point, you'll be so far beyond people's comprehension that it'll be hard for you to kind of meet them in the middle. And what you realize is a lot of people that you want to capture as an audience are the ones who want to be where you're going. They want to accomplish the same thing that you're trying to accomplish. So the sooner you start streaming, the closer to you those people can feel right now. And that makes it a lot more personal and a lot more for them, like approachable and feasible. Like, okay, this guy said he hasn't been streaming for so long and he's learning. It's like, okay, this is somebody I want to follow, because if I get on YouTube and start watching live streams trying to learn how to do this stuff, and I'm following someone who's been doing it for 10 years, but they waited the entire 10 years to start making videos, I would feel like I'm so far away from where they are to be like in that room listening to them. And I would go back and try to find somebody that's closer to where I'm at to make sure that I'm digesting more digestible content, if that makes sense. So I would encourage you to start streaming right now and, you know, kind of use that to your advantage, because like I said, the majority of people that are watching these streams, even if it's like you get 5 people to subscribe to you over the next 6 months, it might not sound like a lot, but those 5 people are going to, and every person that joins after are going to still be watching you 3 years from now. Whereas the people that you get 3 years from now, if you start streaming from 3 years from now, they're going to kind of just come and go. It's like, I'm here now to see what you did, to either say that it's awesome or say that it sucks, and then I'm going to go on to something else. So if you can get these people to kind of grow with you and to show like, hey, I'm on this journey, I just started this, there is going to feel like a more personal relationship for them. So for me, this project that I've been working on, the Memphis Metas, I'm bringing downtown Memphis, my hometown, the entire city, into the engine, and I'm trying to create a digital twin as well as a video game out of it. And I've taken this opportunity to sit here in these 12, sometimes 24-hour days, and I'll stream the entire time. Maybe half the stream I'll be bullshitting and like just watching videos, learning while people are watching me learn, fucking something up, and then I'll go back and like fix it on the stream, you know, because I'm being watched. But it puts people in the position to say, wow, I can't believe someone as good as you, and this is how I feel about you. Like, you're very talented. You've got a very steep, I don't know if it's steep or your learning curve, like you're learning things a lot faster than most people who would dive into visual scripting and Unreal Engine. And it allows for people who are on their own journey to learn with you. And that kind of cements them like as a follower, to where they kind of don't go anywhere, because every time you go live, they're going to learn something new too, versus feeling like everything that you're teaching is so far beyond where they are. Anyway, I don't want to feel like I'm being redundant, but I can't stress to you how important it is that you kind of rewire your brain to think about why you should not wait to start live streaming. Best thing ever happened to me. And here's a prime example of this. I was live streaming and I put stuff on Reddit and Patreon. I've kind of showcased some stuff. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing 90% of the time, but I figure it out. I break things, I fix them, and through fixing them is how I actually learn, versus I've watched a YouTube video 30 times about the same thing, and it wasn't until I got in there, broke something, and actually realized, okay, this is what they were trying to teach, but they were so far beyond my level that they couldn't make what they were teaching digestible enough for it to like stick in my head. So even though I've watched a bunch of YouTube videos on all the same stuff, none of it ever stuck. So for me to go live for 12, sometimes 16 hours and learn these things in the live stream, I think I've taught people more than what they might learn if they were to watch a YouTube video covering the same thing. Yeah, hands-on. That comprehension gap is just, it's crazy, and it's really not that big of a gap. It's really something so simple usually. Like, if you think about everything you know now and you try to package it up into a little program, you try to teach someone who doesn't know Unreal Engine at all, they can miss one thing, and 90% of everything you taught them will go out of the window because they don't understand like that one thing. But if they sit there and watch you using that information, and they learn from you using it, it's so different. It's so different for them. This is a project that I've been working on for a very long time. A lot of it's photogrammetry. But let me see. I'm going to have to turn off that. Can't really share anything about that right now. And while I do know a little bit of visual scripting and understand how blueprints work, I'm mostly I wouldn't say expertise. My niche focus right now with these live streams is modeling, texturing, doing UV mapping, and manipulating assets directly in the engine using the built-in modeling tools for creating buildings and custom geometry that represents like a real world environment. And this is something that I've custom made. Let me take this from cinematic to epic. I've custom made my own blueprints and meshes, and like kind of built this whole thing up from scratch. And I did most of this live. And yes, that's very true. They're trying to keep time down. They're trying to hit this algorithm. They're trying to stay monetized. I'm like, I don't care about none of that. It's like, I don't care about the algorithm. I don't care about monetization. I just want the people who are like me, who are looking for these solutions, to realize that you're not likely to find them in these specialized videos. I've gone through 100 videos about road design, and I've downloaded and purchased several like civil 3D applications for landscaping, road development, and I've bought probably thousands of dollars worth of Unreal Engine plugins to try to build this environment and to maintain the accuracy for the actual design of the roads and the streets. I'll pull this up, for example, real quick and show you. I created the digital twin Reddit subreddit. Let's see. And most of my work is based around building a twin of these environments. We are in Google Earth, and this is the intersection that's right here. And this is all geometry that was created directly in the engine. Still got some work to do. But the accuracy is spot on. And I think in even most video games like Grand Theft Auto, while they're depicting real locations, they change a lot of things to make it very optimal for gameplay. And you know, they pay some respects to the real geometry of the world. But as a digital twin, I stream. I used Google's 3D view right here. I used Google Street View, so I go down the Street View, and I'll just look. And inside of the engine, I have a lot of photogrammetry as well surrounding my scene. So like this is photogrammetry. And I'll use this as a reference, as like a, you know, like a projected, it's almost like turning on a projector, putting a piece of paper on there, and then tracing something using the light in the projector. I use the photogrammetry, and I basically trace in 3D space the photogrammetry with Unreal Engine meshes, usually the cube. And I manipulate that cube using the polygroup editing tools. And I control all of my UVs, my player collision, and my interactions directly in the engine, so that I don't have to go to Blender and 3ds Max and Houdini and all these other programs to deal with like the change of scale when I'm exporting as FBX or OBJ or this other file type, only to bring it back into the engine and have to go through like the mathematics of getting it back to the appropriate scale and then in the spatial position. So it's a lot. And the workflow people say is crazy. They say I'm a psychopath for not just doing this in Blender, and I kind of agree. But having the real-time photogrammetry in here and using those tools has helped me create more accurate representations of these scenes. And it's easy for me to implement all the blueprints and gameplay. So one of the blueprints that I've added to my level is just a, let's see, on level start, I should be able to like switch between pawns, and it doesn't matter what kind of playable character or object I bring into the scene. I can switch between any type of character in real time with just a simple keybind. So that's kind of my main, you know, I do a spawn replacement. I've got a spawn replacement script that will just target whatever the first pawn is that I have set to possess the player, and then I can choose which pawn gets possessed at begin play if I want to, and then have a press of a button to switch between them. That way, so circling back around to what I was about to say prior to that, is I've set all this up and I live streamed the entire process. And yes, I can definitely help you a little bit with the landscape for sure. I've live streamed this entire process, and I stayed on live for like 17, 18, 26 hours at sometimes, like 2 days straight. I would live stream, and people thought I was crazy. But I'm like, I'm so motivated and so excited about this that I can stay up and not go to sleep. And in doing that and posting this to Reddit, I had a architectural firm reach out to me through one of my posts on Reddit and asked if I could be hired to bring one of their Revit BIM models into my environment, because they're based in Memphis, so that I can help them create a augmented reality proposal or experience as part of their proposal to showcase that building in real time using this environment, which is why I prioritized creating this section of my project. And in doing that, I worked 12-hour days. I live streamed the whole things to keep me from scrolling on Instagram and doing just, you know, veering away from being productive. And technically it was about $30,000 worth of work, but I only invoiced them for a third of that. And although I'm not a guru, although I'm not like the best at any of this, although I'm closer to knowing nothing about Unreal Engine than I am to knowing everything about it, I've specialized in just problem solving, knowing that everything is figure outable. You know, it's like I take the approach that everything can be figured out. And even though it might not be to the standard of optimization, I focus more on conceptualizing, and optimization can come later, but understanding that I'm putting this in front of people who are excited about it and the concepts, and being able to showcase like your gameplay, being able to showcase that while you're in the development phase gets certain people on board who are more likely to play your game over its lifetime, regardless of how many bugs and issues you have to fix during the early access phase or whatever, versus waiting until you've got something that you feel proud of and then only getting the types of people who are like, this shit isn't ready, you're an idiot, I don't know why you'd put out a game that you're still working on, I'm never going to play this again, and I'm actually going to tell people not to download it. Like, that's the different types of people you get. So yeah, sharing that makes them feel like they have access to something beyond your end product. They have access to the fact that they watched you create this, and they are vested in your ability to fix those problems, knowing that they trust that you will, versus waiting to stream and then getting those people that say, you misled me, this is false advertising, you said you had something that's going to be really cool, and they're stuck on envisioning what they think your project should be, whereas those people that are there early share your vision for what it can be, and they're not projecting onto your project where they think it should be in its development phase. And that's the difference. So these people hired me, and they're like, it was so cool to be a part of and watch you take this from photogrammetry to built geometry, and to be able to walk around it, drive around it, fly around it. And it's like they had, they just approved me for a $10,000 check for, sure, I worked 12-hour days for 35 days, but to go from, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing in Unreal Engine, to then like a few months later getting hired to do something as the person who doesn't really know what he's doing until he figures it out, is, I try to stress to people that's the possibility. I didn't know how to do any of this. And a lot of my previous projects, I struggled to create these scenes because I'm using World Builds, City Build plugin, I'm using World Tool Pro, I'm using different landscape plugins. Turns out I just created these assets myself and said, you know what? I'm not going to use any plugins. It's taken me a long time to try to fix other people's issues because those plugins weren't developed with my use case in mind. It was kind of developed to, most games, for example, are designed in this very strict Unreal Engine, Unreal Units kind of format, to where everything is meant to snap to the grid. Whereas in the real world, nothing snaps to any kind of grid. You walk outside and you put a compass or whatever the angle measurement, I forget what it's called, on the corner of a building, and you might discover that that's not even a 90-degree angle. Like, those 100-year-old buildings the walls are bowed, and whoever did the masonry kind of messed up a little bit. The roads are uneven. The grade is crazy. So for Unreal Engine development, when you're talking about working with landscapes and creating your own environments, you have two different types of people. You've got the person that's going to think inside of the box that all the tools are kind of created for. They're created with the intent for you to use them in the box they're created in. And we're speaking both literally and metaphorically. But then you have the developers that are going to say, I like that this tool is created for this, but I'm going to use it for this. And I know that this isn't really what it's meant for, but I think this would be useful for what I want to accomplish. And that's kind of how I took my approach to building these environments. So that being said, I have imported real landscape data into my environments to use them, to use the height maps to generate landscapes. But I've recently found, to get more control and accuracy, instead of doing landscapes, I actually prefer to have it be geometry. Everything, yeah, exactly. Everything can be a hammer, and a hammer can be a screwdriver if the little slits in the screw are cut big enough, for the back end of the hammer to be put. Every tool can be used for whatever you need it for. And that's funny you say that. My drafting teacher, I took drafting in high school. He said there are 6 different ways to do everything. And to accomplish everything, you don't have to like go down one path, but most developers are very linear, path specific, as in this is how it works, this is how you're supposed to do it. I say, no, you know what? Landscapes are, the landscape tool is there for a reason. I understand that, but I have found a better way to accomplish specifically this for architectural visualization. I'll go in here, and this is a really cool tool that I have found inside of the modeling mode. I'll go into modeling mode and I'll draw a spline, right? And I'll just use tangent drag because I'm a graphic designer. I understand how the pen tool works in graphic design software. I'll close that loop, accept. I'll turn off game mode. Let's pull this up in the air. I want it to be flat, let's say. So I'll grab this point and I'll figure out what the location of that is on the z-axis. I'll copy that location. You can't see what I'm copying, but I'll select all the spline points and then paste that, and then make sure that they're all flat. Make sure they're all aligned flat. And then, like, you know, this is how I trace my sidewalks from the photogrammetry, or trace a building. Then I'll convert that to a mesh spline, accept, and then go down to mesh, and then I'll do a remesh. So escape. If I click on lit wireframe, you can see the yellow in there. It's kind of all going to a point right here, right? So I'll remesh that and I'll convert it into like just almost like we're turning this into its own little landscape. So instead of using landscapes and being kind of constrained by the engine, because you can't, in the engine, you can't export the landscape as a static mesh. And then if you want to cut holes in the landscape to go underground and to have a like a basement in a building, but your landscape is tight up against the edge of a building, it's like you've got to have a really high resolution vertex to be able to paint that transparency layer on the landscape to have it. It's tough. It's a lot of thought that goes into it. I was like, fuck all of that. I'm not doing that. I'm just going to use static meshes instead. And anywhere that I have water, I will then bring in a landscape, and I'll just simulate water in the landscape and create those valleys in those areas. So I'll remesh this, and now I basically have the freedom to either decide to use the dynamic sculpt tool. This isn't even a landscape. It's a static mesh. Or I can go in here and use the lattice tool and then change the resolution of it. You know, let's use something just like super low resolution first. And then I can select these lattice points and then make some further adjustments with a lattice edit. So every tool inside of Unreal Engine is kind of designed for you to say, okay, there are 6 different ways to make a landscape. Am I going to use the way that everybody else is using and be constrained when it comes time for me to like do these things that the engine isn't designed for? Or like, am I going to make this my own mesh and have a little more control? Obviously you can convert a landscape to nanite, but if you are going to convert a landscape to nanite, why not just use, having those options? Not only is it not bad, but it gives you an advantage over the people who are only using landscapes. You know, and that's just like a very easy, that's a quick example of how I was able to pull this off in 30 days and get a one-to-one model of like this area of the city. Whereas I spent 6 months going through plugins. And I mean, I have spent, this isn't even I doubt this is even like 1% of the plugins and tools that I've purchased. I have so many more. I've spent a lot of money over the last 5 years. Like, oh, this looks good. Oh, this looks like it's going to do what I need it to do. None of it worked. None of it worked. You know, so you got to think outside of the box. And I think the direction that you're going, where you're learning visual scripting and you're understanding the logic of it, is really good. I also suggest looking heavily, if you haven't already, into PCG for your landscape. That's where I think you're really going to have a great time once you get into more of the PCG stuff. And since your environment is more fictional, I think fictional, isn't that the right one? Which one is like fantasies, fiction or nonfiction? I don't even remember. Since you have more of a fantasy environment and more stylized environment, you do have a lot more options and control when it comes to using landscape plugins. But what's weird is the people who develop some of these plugins they don't make them easy to find. And you spend a lot of time going through YouTube videos only for like a year later to find something by accident. After you've searched for it on Google and YouTube, specifically using keywords, like I've searched for this on YouTube for years, and then I come across randomly the exact thing that I've needed for the last 2 years. It happens to me all the time. And I watch a bunch of videos only to find out that none of what it's useful what you learn, but by chance you come across the right things when you focus more on how to solve problems and how to understand the logic. But that's like, it's rewarding for me, and it's very fun to be able to sit in this position to say, I really don't know what I'm doing until I run into a problem, and the solution that I find to the problem teaches me more than the tutorial that I found. I spent my last streams building the system to create the gutter, the sidewalk, the curb, and I'm trying to find a way to bring that into like some sort of a plugin or something. Oh man, but let me see. I'm using Gasp. That's also something that I wanted to ask. Have you thought about implementing Gasp, the game animation sample project? And the textures are glitched because what you saw there was photogrammetry mixed with real geometry. Let's see, what are we, let's go back to, so I'll show you in a sec, engine scalability. I have, I think, 4 different variations of this project where I isolate different districts. So what you can see right here, this kind of dark pavement color is built geometry. And then let's go to cesium tiles. So this is built geometry. This is all hand created. No procedural, no plugins, mostly Boolean operations, and just building with geometry directly inside of the software with the modeling tools. And then the cesium tiles, I've built, where am I? I've built this area in another project. This is where my house was. My condo used to be about right there. So this is downtown Memphis. But the photogrammetry that I'm using as my reference, Google only gives you very low resolution textures in the what's called cesium ion to stream in the data. Right, so I can stream in this data, but I can't really do much with it. I can't export it out. I'm only using it as a reference. And for architectural visualization, I'm using it as the backdrop to visualize different parts of my city. So let's go cesium buildings, static mesh buildings. Let me turn those off and back on, and then turn off cesium. So creating most of my buildings directly in the engine. And I'm just, I'm white boxing, call it gray boxing, but I'm white boxing and kind of getting the general shape and the details of these buildings created to a point that in the background they look good. And once I get over to this area, I'll start adding more detail. But I'm challenging myself to stay away from using SketchUp and all these other programs that I thought would be easier for me to be able to model these, because I love how intuitive the SketchUp workflow is. And I'm building all of this, except for the logos and stuff, directly in the engine. So what you see kind of as a backdrop is photogrammetry that I'm using as a basis to create my level. And this is a recreation of a real city, which is why I have cesium in there. So I didn't hide it here. When I press play, I've got a default pawn right here, player start. And those textures are from that cesium. Then if I just use what's called a cartographic polygon, I can open up cesium and invert that, and it'll hide it on gameplay. So my latest streams have been all built around bringing the Crosstown Concourse, which is that building, into the engine. And I'm streaming the entire process of how I go about blocking it out, designing it, and then play testing. But of course, if I hit 1, 2, let me see if I can invert the photogrammetry while I'm in game, if it'll let me. I rigged my first vehicles. So these 2 cars are rigged. Supposed to be a helicopter. So to be able to use this project to give to the architecture firm that hired me to do architectural visualization, I implemented some responder vehicles so that the owners of those facilities and the investors could get a feel for what that building would look like in context, and how it was a medical facility, and what it would look like for the ambulance and helicopter to interact with the building, with the helipad and the emergency entrance. So just give a little context without breaking my NDA. So yeah, the photogrammetry, very, very low quality textures, but really great for being able to not have to leave the editor to accomplish building out an entire city. It's a great piece of code, but I'm learning. Yeah, that's a good idea though. How to make control rigs and do procedural animations in editor real time for cinematics eventually. So I suggest you also look into, I think Unreal Engine, Epic just did a keynote not too long ago that touched on some of the new features of animation sampling and making concepts with animations using, well, let me see if I can go find it really quick before I misspeak. I think you'll really enjoy this for being able to create concepts around how your characters interact with each other, which you can either turn into gameplay or create sequences for cutscenes and whatnot. Yeah, you might have seen this already, but let me see. Let me see if I saved it. If you haven't, I think you'll love it. So I'm going to find it real quick, and then I'm going to show you one thing that I implemented into my project. Let's see, where is that at? I haven't watched a whole lot of videos since. Megalites. No, it's a little ways back. But I know it was the Unreal Engine keynote, and it was really good. It was really eye-opening because I want to get into animating and creating cutscenes and cinematics to help sell the idea of my project, which is also meant to be for virtual production as well. So you're making a game, sure, but to really capitalize on the financial opportunity that you have outside of it being a game is to get into virtual production space to where one of your characters is live streaming on YouTube in this VCam format. What do you call it? Like virtual characters, but also being able to get a small team of people together who want to make short movies and then saying, hey, in promotion of this game I'm working on, I'm creating these short films using my characters and using webcams to create the animations inside a sequencer with the engine. You can make short films to help get people on board, and that's a really good way to also kind of merge into creating gameplay mechanics. It's like once you've created the animations and you've got them into the sequence with your character's rig, you can convert between having a character rig, do a sequence via like some animation. What do you call them? Like in the sequencer where you manipulate the little nodes. Well, you can convert those animations into baked animations, and then you can unconvert them into dynamic animations, and then you can convert them over into a control rig. It's so crazy. And yes, for marketing, keyframes. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. And this video, although I've seen a ton of videos regarding this type of stuff, using gameplay for animation, for animating and prototyping, I'm going to copy this and see if I can share it with you. If you haven't seen it, definitely worth watching. And then the other thing that I, just go ahead and like save that to your watch later and check it out. For cinematics and for creating concepts of like how you want the gameplay style or the cinematics to look. If you have a Android, iPhone, iPad, something with a gyroscope, download the Unreal Engine. What is this called? Unreal VCam app. And then one of the reasons why I was able to charge so much for this project, aside from me spending 12 hours a day and building the whole thing from scratch for the client, although it's a part of my environment, they wanted me to prioritize this. So yeah, it's like I was able to make a little money, but they wanted an augmented reality experience. So I took my computer to their presentation, and then I implemented a VCam actor in the scene. So let's see, let's go create virtual production VCam. And this took me 15 days to figure out. Enabled, we'll go viewport 1. Viewport 1. Let's Windows IP config. I'm going to move this on my TV, and I'll go into Pixel Streaming, start the signaling server, and then project settings. and then UDP messaging. I had to, like, learning all of this stuff puts you in a position that most people aren't in when they're working with the engine, because it's like a pipe dream to them, and only like big channels say, oh my God, you can use a tablet to create a virtual camera, and then they kind of vaguely show you how it's done. 192.168.1, and then my computer IP, and then I got to go to my tablet and then figure out what my tablet IP is, which is, add those both as static endpoints. Great. I should then be able to open up VCam, add my IP address, and let's see if this is going to work. Got to be connected to the same Wi-Fi or the same router, even if you're not on the internet. Connected. I start moving the tablet around. I press the record button in the top right hand corner, and if that doesn't work, I need to close the take recorder and then press that button again. It'll open take recorder. Give it a second. Press record. See if this is going to work live. So let me open, or let me close Takes browser, take record, close it all, and then I'll reopen it. Sometimes it's just a matter of closing it and letting it open a fresh one. There we go. VCam actor is up there. I should be able to hit record, and then it's going to start recording my input. 3, 2. I'll do some weird shit, and then I stop the recording. So this same tool with LiveLink and VCam can be used to link some sort of device, controller, or whatever to your character's control rig to control the character. Even if you don't have a bodysuit, there are ways that you can link these devices up to your computer and then record animations. Record takes the same way you record animations for your character, and you take those animations that, let me see, let me uncheck this, cancel, and let's reset the position. I think we're sideways. That's okay. All I have to do is go to a new camera actor and then pilot that camera and then unpilot it. You use these same tools to create new animations for your character or record those animations, and then you can go and manipulate and merge those animations, as you'll see in the video that I sent you from YouTube, to create new blending and new animations to bind to your character for smoothing those animations out or motion matching, stuff like that. It's insane, but you know, the live streaming that you do gets people so invested in a way they're like, holy shit, like I've only seen the big guys do stuff like this, and now I have access to someone I can actually talk to about it and learn from about it. But that take that I just recorded, if I go into Take Recorder, open up my takes, let's say 2025, 08, 09, this one's from, technically it's 10. I think this is the one that I just did. I'm gonna double click on this, open it in the sequencer, and then we're gonna bind that to my viewport. And I should be able to just hit play. And everything that I just did, if I select that, with my iPad is now inside a sequencer as keyframes. And I have a camera sequence that I just recorded on the fly using my iPad, which for cinematics, obviously I'm being fucking crazy right here and just spinning around and walking back to the camera to kind of show how it works. But, you know, this is real camera footage, and I can go in there and adjust the camera settings and whatnot. Turn game mode on. But I can manipulate those keyframes and camera settings, and now I have the cinematics and the what do you call it? The cut scenes and so much more that as a solo developer you could only dream of being able to do in your own video game. Back in the Halo days for me, and back when Counter-Strike and, you know, Red versus Blue and all these cool little YouTube videos were coming out, I'm like, how in the hell are they doing all of this? Dude, yeah, facts. So imagine kind of being inspired by LAN parties and the things that we used to do back in the day, and bringing that inspiration into Unreal Engine to use this technology to say, not only do I have a game in development and I'm making something that's my own, and somebody's going to say one day that whatever the name of your game is, they're going to say, oh, dude, that was my game back in the day. You're going to be like, you know, 2036, 2046. Somebody's going to be looking back and they can find your videos on YouTube in the early days of development and say, this guy was doing some groundbreaking shit, and I was there throughout the whole process, you know. And it feels that nostalgia will have people buying in. It's like, I'm playing the long game. I'm 36, 30. Fuck, I keep forgetting my age at this point. I'm 35. And I've been doing this maybe consecutively now for 5 years, and I don't know a lot. I don't know a bunch of shit. But I grew up in an era where all the things that came out for us were groundbreaking, and the level of what we thought was, oh, this is so realistic, is like far off from what reality was. Like, it was, the reason things don't feel nostalgic anymore is because nothing feels new anymore to anybody. It's like everything that's been done has kind of been done, right? So when Halo was out, all that shit was new. When the PlayStation came out, all that shit was new. When Xbox came out, all that shit was new. Now there's nothing new, and these games, although photorealism is still a little bit bit shy from actual real life, we're way too close to it for us getting there to be this groundbreaking thing. It's like, all right, you know, there's AI and we can create fake videos and it looks real enough, and people are so used to it that nostalgia isn't a thing anymore. But when we go back and think about, like, the furniture we used to sit on, the floral that used to be on our windows and beds and water beds and all this other stuff that we had growing up, for us, that stuff was brand new. Exactly. It is hard to impress people these days, but instead of impressing them, you can impress upon them the nostalgia of, like, creativity, and kind of, it's almost like we're going backwards. Instead of creating something that's ultra photoreal, you can bring that inspiration from your favorite games like Halo 3 and find out how to create more immersive experiences that we only wish we could have had access to back when those games were out. So instead of trying to impress people with your game, it's like, first of all, it's impressive. My advice would be unsolicited. Find ways to, like, create more immersion and more involvement, more engagement from people in the community, because when they can grow with it, and then when they can see these presentations of like, we just created a 30-minute movie of not gameplay, but you take your characters and you find out how to animate them and create the story, create a story around what you're building, like a vision board or some type of outline of what this game is really about. And then the cinematic portion, just as, I don't know if you were here earlier in the stream, but I touched on how the Crypto Scam Paradise game, as well as the Bungie game, I forget what it's called, that basically just kind of came and went. Their cinematics were amazing. And more people are buying into cinematics, even with Battlefield. The cinematics, crazy. Actual gameplay, it's pretty close to what the cinematics is. But your game just has to be what you want it to be, whereas the story that you can tell with the game is almost more important than how good the game is. And that's what you want to think about. It's like when I think about my game, photorealism and having my city in the game is not as exciting as being able to walk in here and tell stories in a way that you can't really do in real life. The same thing people are doing with Grand Theft Auto, basically living a second life in Grand Theft Auto and streaming to Twitch every day. These kids are in Grand Theft Auto living a second life and creating these stories. And that's why Grand Theft Auto its life has extended, and the revenue that has been generated is so high, because, you know, even with, I don't know about Fortnite, maybe Fortnite and the IPs has helped, but if all the Star Wars and all the other IPs and like the social element and the music wasn't involved in Fortnite would not be as good as it is. So that, from a mechanics standpoint, is great. But games like Fortnite, Grand Theft Auto, Assetto Corsa, all these people who are streaming their gameplay almost 24/7, like they live in these worlds. Basically, they are the prerequisite to the metaverse. So you got to think about, how can I immerse people or convince people to be immersed in my environment in a way that they feel like they're a part of this world that I'm building. And the best way to do that on the front end is to let them be a part of the development. But I spend so much time, I'm sure you can tell, thinking about all of this, thinking about it all. And it's, to some people, it's a little bit redundant. It's like, okay, you know, that's cool and everything, but I'm no game developer. How am I ever going to do something like that? And then I just look at them and say, I'm not either. I'm literally not a game developer. I don't have a clue what I'm doing until I just figure something out. Can I pilot this? What's going on here? Placed cameras. Let's just do ArchViz camera. Oh, I see what's going on here. So, the more you think of yourself as a game developer and you're trying to like kind of validate, you know, that you're not the best, or you're still learning, or you've only been using the program for X amount of time, it's just like, man, this shit has nothing to do with the program or how good you are at it. You clearly have a vision of where you want to go. And most people don't. They just get in this program and just start, I'm going to make a game. and they have no idea like what they're, and you know, I've done that before, but I know what my end goal is, and clearly you do too, because otherwise, if you didn't, everything you showed me today would not have ever happened. You would have gone down the path of buying assets and creating, you know, it's okay to create an environment, but you feel, and this is my assumption, you feel like there's a lot of high pressure, high stakes. As you mentioned in the very beginning, you're having trouble with your landscape. It's a personal project to you and you're passionate about it. And you want it to be something that other people will enjoy, but you also want it to logically make sense, and you want it to be easy to digest, easy to understand, easy to play. And it's hard to balance sometimes what you want versus what your players are going to be interested in. You'll figure out your landscape issue. Landscaping is a very tedious project, but one thing I would recommend let me turn my audio off. One thing I would recommend, I don't know if Cesium would be a good approach, because you'd still have to do a lot of manual sculpting. I just purchased Errant, I think it's Errant Worlds plugin. Are you familiar with that? I've never used it before. I feel like Dungeon Architect or Scythe would also maybe be really good for you for your modeling. Okay, so Errant Worlds, ERRANT Errant Phodon. I don't know if that's a guy's name or like a company, but I came across this one day. I made a ton of money, and then I was like, I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just going to buy it. And I haven't used it yet, but let me go to YouTube and show you these two things that I don't know if you have the budget for it. This could be something that you might like to use, even though you're doing more stylized. I think this could be useful still. Videos, Errant Worlds teaser. So I saw it and I was like, immediately, yes. This is better than going into Terra Sculptor and all these other programs. But you can use all of these landscape stamps and then use procedural tools to then populate the landscape after you've used those. I think they're called stamps. But it gives you a lot of features to be able to create assets in a procedural way to populate your landscape. And that's where I'm using static meshes and custom roads. That limits me from being able to draw roads and have the landscape interact with those roads. So I bought this, but again, like, I'm not building a custom world right now. I'm building something that is pre-existing, and the landscape data that's available to me is not high quality enough for me to feel like it's like importing. Like, I don't have access to my local region's landscape information at a high quality that I feel is worthy of the level of detail my project needs. I do have all the landscape data downloaded, but it requires so much manipulation, and I could probably use this plugin to create a stamp and just stamp it into place and then adjust it, but it's very performant. Yeah, this one I would suggest definitely looking into it. If you're going to be creating a big open world, it might be useful. The other tool is Scythe, which is on Patreon, SCYTHE, Scythe Builder, I think. There should be a Patreon link. Maybe the guy has a YouTube. Scythe UE5. There we go. Scythe Map Editor. And this isn't for landscapes. It's more for building out environments. And along the lines of like a stylized crawler in a linear game, I found this to be really interesting. But
hey guys, this
is in the Unreal Engine units, and most of the tools are designed to be used within the constraints of the Unreal Engine world space grid. So I think the guy has a overview video, but check this out because he has a lot of tools in here for UV mapping and environment modeling that's more along the lines of creating not extremely detailed, like very optimized meshes for building environment. And I think that might be useful for the direction you're going. Oh yeah. All these notifications. I've got a lot of plugins. But most of my focus has been around real world geometry. But yeah, this is one of, I think, 5 projects. This project, I've prioritized this area here. Another part of this project in a different level, I've prioritized Crosstown Concourse, which is technically a different district, and I'm bringing all these districts into their own streamed level, the packed level, to bring into one main level. And here's a little bit of progress I made on the Crosstown area. So I'm putting a lot of emphasis and detail on replicating like the parking lot, and then I'm gonna move over to finishing the building, and I've already got the parking garage, like for the most part, pretty much designed. So I'm blocking out just gray boxing for now, and then using the photogrammetry as a reference. And each level isolates a different area. So this one is specifically for this lot. And there's another that I've got for Bill Street, which is, I think, one of America's most popular streets for downtown Memphis. And then I've got one that's Mud Island, which is here, as well as this bridge. and the pyramid. And then I've got another level that is more of the arts district, which is, let's see where it's at, right here, where my condo was. So I lived here on the 3rd floor in that whole top part of that building above a restaurant. So I've isolated out my levels, and that's the other thing that you'll learn is level streaming and world partitioning, if you can understand how they work. And you seem like you're really good at learning like the details of how these tools work. That's been a tough learning curve for me, is to understand how packed level actors and level streaming works in terms of putting everything into blueprints, everything. So putting all my geometry, so I'll open one more project real quick. And this one's going to be, I think it's called Playgrounds. Is it Building Manager? Or is it Playground something? Must be Building Manager. Let me open this and see if this is it. I think it is. I've got a project where I've got all people, a project that's all cars, and I've isolated out different parts of my development so that I don't keep every type of asset into one master project just yet. When I'm done with all my people or cars and I create these asset zoos, oh yeah, dude, my organization is crazy. File, recent level, maybe it's Playgrounds. I did accidentally name this wrong because I wasn't intending on doing this, but I teach about digital twin development. Yeah. And one of the things I did to challenge myself was I took my son's old bedroom and I brought it into the engine. And I doubt you can really see on camera. But half of this stuff that's in here now was in my room, set up the same way as what you can see. Yeah, the lumen. It's hilarious. The same way, like this is a 1-to-1 recreation of my old bedroom that my son shared with me for some time. When we lived here, I challenged myself to take a tape measure or two and measure everything. And everything that I had in my room, on my desk, around, like I wanted to build in the engine to challenge myself. And I custom created, these stands. Like I built all of the custom desk, the meshes for it, the furniture. Since I couldn't find a 3D model, I was like, all right, let me just measure everything and build it. And this was our bedroom. There were more toys here. So on my YouTube channel, you can find this the video that does a side-by-side of the real room and the gameplay footage. But I had to learn the blueprints. So if I hit play, I don't have a character enabled. Let me... did I delete the pawn? Let's see, pawn player. So as a challenge, since I'm in the digital twin space, I just did one environment and I did a digital twin of my bedroom. I need to add a first person, third person character or something in here. Let's drop old Shelby in this joint. And we're going to set her to auto possess. I think maybe I should have did a first person camera, but this is really was really our room. And then I had to figure out all the blueprints. Like I learned, this was like a test for me to learn how all this stuff worked. And then get all the real geometry in there, real materials. I even set the TV up to where if one of my friends was live on Facebook, I could pull their stream in on the TV and watch it live in the game in real time. And then I would go live and the performance would absolutely tank, but I would go live showing that I'm watching a Facebook Live or a YouTube Live while I'm live in the video game on my TV, and it was beautiful. It was gorgeous. And I was like, I'm going to challenge myself. Even in the black spaces on the screen, you can see the reflection of the room, and it looks so good. If I used higher quality material, like a higher quality video to play back on the TV. But yeah, that was my challenge to myself. And then everything that's on my desk right now, this controller, this keyboard, I brought it all into the engine and was like, okay, let's see if I can rebuild this all to scale. And this would be like my tech demo for my Memphis Metas project. And then, Lumen, as interesting as Lumen is, if I were to turn off the sun skylight and then my fan light, I think I'll just hide the fan because I don't know if I have it set to be able to turn it off and on. Where's that fan light at? Like the lighting was so accurate to the real space that I was like, all right, it motivated. I had to do a project that motivated me to continue diving into this unknown realm of Unreal Engine. And I was like, if this can accomplish what I think it can, and I can build this scene and make it look realistic enough, I'm going to keep using the engine and keep failing and falling on my face. If I can accomplish this, I'm going to say screw it and I'm going to do easy stuff. Fortunately, even if I couldn't figure this out, I probably would have kept allowing myself to fall on my face, knowing that I kind of have to fall on my face in order for me to actually learn how any of this stuff works. So got our Dreamcast in there. Must have grouped it. So I tried to stick to like real. Like I tried to go extremely detailed, and I probably unnecessarily just, my mom's flower. I just took an inventory of everything that was in the room, and I said, okay, I'm gonna give myself this challenge. But yeah, it's, aside from that, this was my learning experience to be able to say, we only focus on what the camera's going to see. And I took real measurements of everything to make sure it was spatially accurate. And instead of having to have like a vision board or some sort of a board of some kind to show me kind of what I was going for, a mood board, my room was the mood board. And that's where I think a lot of game developers get hung up when they want to create environments and landscapes. Is like, for your landscape, if you have a mood board, it's gonna, a lot of the questions that you think you have unanswered will answer themselves in some of your mood board. Like you'll kind of think to yourself like, okay, now that I've kind of put it into context of where I'm going visually, I think I have a better idea for how I can accomplish it. But yeah, thank you. I've worked really hard to figure all this out, because at the end, the point of my downtown Memphis like digital twin and metaverse game is to be able to have interiors where people can virtually hang out and say, I'm not in Memphis, but I want to hang out with my friend at the bar. So we're going to go into the metaverse and we're going to go and hang out at this real bar that's downtown, but in the game. And I do have Discord, but I hardly use it. I don't know what my Discord is. I only downloaded it. If you start using it and people start sending me stuff, messages or whatever on it, I'll probably use it a little more frequently. Streamer mode enabled. I wonder what that means. I don't really use Discord, but how do I find out what my... Probably because I'm streaming. Let's disable streamer mode. And okay, so 901 Corey Owens _ 32938. I should probably use this a little more. But I buy a lot of plugins and they always invite me to Discord if in case I have any tech questions. But I think what would be helpful to you also, instead of trying to, I don't know, maybe this isn't advice. This is just thinking out loud. If I were in your position, creating the type of game you are, I would probably go to paper or some graphic design software or directly in the engine and use a flat landscape first and then draw on top of the landscape with either splines or placed meshes to kind of block out, like, this is where I want mountains to be, this is where I want stairs and buildings, this is where I want roadways. Like, instead of trying to build the landscape, I would build the flow of the world, unless you're going to go all procedural. And at some point, because my project is taking so long to build, since it's like a recreation of a real city, I'm going to take a break from that at some point and build a fantasy world like type of environment so that I can have something to put in my portfolio, which I think I can do very quickly. On speaking on organization, if I go to my 3D objects folder, let me right click and see how many gigs this 967 gigs, 19,465 files, 1,912 folders of 3D objects. little bit ridiculous. But even for with my clients stuff. Ooh. Yes, sir. What are those two round things? Are those your speakers that I see on the desk? Hell yeah. Shout out ROG. I stay with ROG. You got your TV. These are both individually mounted to your wall. Is that what I'm seeing? Like one's mounted with this, like a swivel out. That's tight, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, dude, I think Errant Worlds, well, let me look and see how much it even is. I want to see if I can get like a floating license so you can try it or something. But I can definitely see where you're going. Like so tell me a little bit more like about, do you have a story for your game? Or what motivated you to get to this point? Just to wake up one day and like, Unreal Engine, what is that? I'm gonna make a game. Or like, what led you to here? BM Main. What is this? BM Main. No, don't save. Oh, excuse me. Good news, I have Discord on my phone, so if you ever send me a notification, I will see it. I didn't realize it. But I do get notifications on my phone. Oh, yeah. I was wondering where this project was. Oh, my gosh. There's a lot to do for this one. I was wondering, okay, my building manager main, that's what I called it. As organized as I think I am, sometimes I'll be forgetting where I put some of my assets. So I have an asset zoo actor palette, I guess you can call it. Some people call it asset zoo. Unreal Engine calls it an actor palette, where I bring a lot of my buildings into, well, each level has its own dedicated set of types of meshes, and this is the buildings level. And these are really meant to be background buildings with a little bit of detail. So from far away, they will look good. And if someone happens to clip outside of the environment and go over here, there's still going to be a really good level of detail. And in no particular order, these things are set up, because one of the things I'm trying to do is just optimize it. I also really hated that this was I gotta fix that eventually. I felt like I was wasting my potential. I have the hardware and the desire. Unreal's made it more accessible and less of a dream. Yeah, I feel the exact same way. Currently unemployed, having a very hard time finding work. In a bad spot, helps me relax. I've always enjoyed gaming. I want to share experiences with people. I would love to tackle it for a sense of accomplishment and have something to leave behind after I'm gone. Yeah, I think we share that sentiment where the potential that we feel like we have, if I die without creating something, not only am I doing myself a disservice, but all the inspiration that I got from 343 and Bungie and, you know, Bethesda and insert other game developers here who, you know, helped me not be depressed all my life. It's like, I want to leave something that my kids or somebody else's kids can come across one day and just kind of get obsessed with. And as a man living in this crazy world, the more things that you can find to take your attention away from, like, not necessarily from reality, but from the unwarranted accountability that's kind of been thrown on us. It's like we have to be accountable for everybody else's bullshit. If you can find something that takes your attention kind of off of that, it takes you further away from the potential to think about suicide and depression and all the other things that come with the territory of, like, essentially being unseen and underappreciated, whether it's as a husband, as an employee, as an active member of society. And I think this is probably the easiest path to being able to give something to the world. And I agree that Unreal Engine has made it less of a pipe dream. I got to figure out something to do with all of this. So sometimes what I do is I take big levels and I just start not organizing, but bringing similar assets to the level that I want to use throughout an environment. And it helps me isolate. Like for you, you said you've got maybe not overwhelmed, but you got to a point to where it's just like, okay, I'm doing these rigs and these characters and animations. One day or 1 week, you might want to sit there and just knock out, with the motivation, of course, 5 characters and bring them all into a scene. The same way you kind of showed me today, where you brought your assets into a scene. Instead of having those assets in the content browser, you should have an actor palette or a level dedicated to showcasing all of your assets lined up, from environment assets, trees, weapons, apparel. And I think seeing it all together and going through the process of like, okay, today I'm going to focus on characters, tomorrow I'm going to focus on, or this week I'll focus on apparel, next week I'll focus on different types of projectiles, the next week I'll focus on destructible objects, barrels, and other things in the environment you can break, pots. It motivates me in other areas where I might get bored trying to just optimize like the logic of a gameplay mechanic. So let me take a break from actually making the game and just be creative for a week. And that's where all these little projects come from. And then one day I can go in there and create like this demo that you can drive through or whatever. I wonder. I thought I had cars in here actually. I do have a car in there. But I need to change the project type. Player 0 projects, maps and modes. I'm going to change this to vehicle. Advanced game mode. Sports car pawn. Guess I gotta implement my level blueprints. And then it just feels nice to be able to just like move around your scene and get the scale. It's also very impressive. Oh man, if I bring in one of my rigged cars in here, this would be really cool. Oh, that's kind of nice. Real-time traffic, somehow simulate real-world traffic. Yeah, that's what I want to do. That's why like I've coined this project a digital twin, is because the goal at the end of the day is to bring real-world data into the game so that traffic lights are in sync in the game as they are in real life. And whatever's happening in the real environment, I have IoT sensors kind of in the real world, because I'll be working with Downtown Memphis Commission and the government, like the local government, to make this project available to urban planners and whatnot. Yeah, the reflections look so tight. To be able to implement those IoT sensors into the real world and then reverse engineer, like, you know, the CCTV cameras and all the other stuff that is meant to push a city into like its smart city phase. We want to bring all that technology into the city, but then if I'm helping them implement that, I then want to be able to reverse engineer those sensors to have real data going into the enterprise version of this so that we can run simulations and get hotspots, see when there are fires in real time, what floors of the buildings the fire is on, and have a hub of TVs at a central hub where, you know, dispatchers can be able to point emergency responders in the right direction to say, hey, this is, you know, there's a fire on the 13th floor of this building. We've got a sensor there telling us that the occupancy is X number of people and this elevator isn't working. We want all that data to be accessible in the game. And we want to be able to, you know, not just for the enterprise simulation or enterprise software, but in gameplay, I want to be able to have that data correlate when people are playing in the video game to say, oh shit, there's a fire, you know, in that skyscraper in the game. And then they realize like there's actually a fire in real life, you know. So it kind of, not only does it bring some sort of benefit to the real world for those emergency responders, it brings awareness to the community so that more people who are somehow connected to this project, whether there's an app on their phone that tells them what's happening in the city, or their kid is playing the game, You got more people prepared to leave their homes and go and support those emergency responders and to be in support of crisis situations where, you know, there's a flood happening, people need food and water. It's like, I want to bring the people who play these games closer to the real world at the same time. You know, so that you don't have to necessarily escape reality to escape reality. You can escape reality, but still be very involved. If you come in this game and you decide to meet your friend at a bar in the real, like, environment in the game, my goal is to be able to say, okay, well, you can order food at that bar in the game and then have it actually be delivered to your door and then pay for it in the game. And then the restaurant that you just ordered food from now makes money. You didn't have to leave the game to place that order. You don't have to leave the game to eat your food. So you can go to the bar in the game, but you can eat the real food in real life if you're in close enough proximity to get it delivered to your door. Or you can go to a department store or dealership and actually make a purchase of furniture or something and have groceries or whatever delivered to your door. The same way you could just open the Walmart app and say, I want this in less than 3 hours, all delivered to my house. Why not have Walmart in the game and then implement those e-commerce apps into gameplay and have people be able to go and browse products in the store, in the game? It's like, so where the world is headed is very much like kind of a Ready Player One type of lifestyle, maybe minus being stuck in VR the entire time, but on your PlayStation, on your computer, as if you're playing The Sims, but you can be a part of, you know, being able to influence how the environment changes because, hey, now we don't have to leave our house to go vote and to go do unnecessary stuff. We waste so much money, time, gas, resources going out into the world, filling out paperwork, applying for jobs, when everything could be at your fingertips. Nobody's going to have to really go to work at warehouses anymore if they can get into a game and control the machinery from their house and get paid to do it. So that's where my head is. And that's such an ambitious vision. But again, like, I understand the vision of where I'm trying to head with these projects. And people thought I was crazy until I started building it. And I think Unreal Engine is the reason that it's more of a reality to people than what it used to be. They used to say, like, there's no fucking way that's a pipe dream, my dude. Like, not anymore. So today's stream was just really for me to play around with some stuff and look into some projects. A couple things that I really want to figure out is how to use procedural landscape PCG landscapes without actually having a landscape. I want to use these PCG landscape tools on static meshes. And I know that it's possible, but to convert these projects, and I'm going to open 2 at a time because fortunately I have a workstation GPU that can handle it. I think we talked, I don't know if it was you, but I mentioned earlier how I want to look into other projects to determine like how to make my grass. So I'm downloading projects like this and I'm trying to pick apart the PCG tools to understand how this is all put together, because I want to use these features, these grasses and assets in my own projects. Oh, there it is. I live on a golf course right now, and my next personal endeavor is going to be going out in my backyard, pulling up the information in Google Maps, and bringing the whole golf course into the engine at this level of fidelity. Look at, like, I have been looking everywhere for landscape quality grass, or not landscape, but lawn quality grass, and I think I kind of found it. But now I need to figure out how, if it's even possible, to implement this without an actual landscape, because it's all PCD with splines. And this is DZ Grass's landscape with decals to show painted grass. It's amazing. The quality is fantastic. The performance is insane. So these are all procedurally generated grass levels, and the splines define where each type of grass and material maybe is spawned. So you got the short, very short golf grade lawn, and then you got the kind of tall grass around it. You got the weeds. You've got the sand pits. And they use the sand rake. Like, it's beautiful. This guy did an incredible job. You've got even shorter grass. And then he's got a really good texture underneath it. All procedural. And I want to bring this all into my project. It's like I shouldn't have to create all of this from scratch. But that would mean I would need to use some landscapes somewhere if I can't procedurally do this on static meshes. So that's what's next to figure out. Instance layers, yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean so for this particular layout, it is, I can't say it's instanced layers. It's more so spline based PCG, and I think most of the other projects that I have used opened up before are all instanced, like packed instances. If I'm understanding what you're asking correctly, I think I understand what you're asking. This Big Trees Forest this Big Trees Big Forest pack, tongue twister, might take a minute to load. But I dissected this a little bit, and I realized each spline, if I turn all these splines off, or if I turn off the PCG, let me turn off all of the PCG layers. You have a landscape that I think the splines also define what material is loaded within the spline. So I don't know, maybe it is a little bit of instancing involved inside of the PCG graph, but I'm not very familiar with how PCG works yet. And then that maybe determines which which static meshes load on top of those splines. And the instancing is so good, you know, it even has animations depending on the grass height that you can individually control for each grass type. And then obviously you see all the animations kind of happening together. I mean, it performs really well, but I am using an A5000, RTX A5000 GPU. And the quality of this, even like I've created grass about this high in a small patch, probably about this size, the size of this sand pit. And the performance was so terrible, I didn't know what the hell I was doing or why, but extremely performant, very high quality, and all procedurally generated based on the placement of these spline meshes. And I think I can adjust the spline and regenerate it and they will update, but extremely impressed. That's one project. Collision profile settings do not include entry for the water body. Let's add the entry. Great. Probably gonna have to do it again. But let's go recent levels, and these are really big. I might need one more GPU upgrade before I can handle all these in cinematic quality, but I'll open one at a time. But I saw this big forest pack a year ago or so on before Fab in Quixel or something, Unreal Engine Marketplace. And I was just dying to get it. Only to then realize that every project that I've worked on with building my digital twin, I avoided using landscapes. So migrating this over to a non-landscaped environment was actually going to be challenging because I had to kind of rebuild it all from scratch. But I did learn that you can place foliage on just about anything. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, 24 gigs is like, we're at the point now where 24 gigs is almost the bottom line. I think 16 gigs is like, I mean, a lot of people are running 8 gigs, which I can't even fathom. And that's still really good for most people's use cases. But with Unreal Engine, I had two 11 gig GPUs that are now on my son's computer right there. When I upgraded mine, I took my two 2080 Ti's and put them in his computer because he only plays BeamNG Drive, Minecraft, a couple other games, Paw Patrol. He's 5. My editor was limited and I was constantly running out of VRAM because the editor can only use one GPU unless you're in path tracing mode. Now, this crazy environment, I'm pretty sure had a lot of PCG, but dude, like I can't even, I'm pretty sure I have, I don't remember which one I have in here. I have multiple GPUs. One of them's 24 gigs, one of them's 32. This is a lot of shit. This one's clearly not optimized well. I don't even know if any of this is using Nanite. And I think this was created before Nanite was really optimized. And now they have like voxel shading. Let's see, triangles. Okay, all of it is using Nanite. That's still crazy. But I'm not peaking, like my GPU still has plenty of VRAM left. I think this one's just like CPU and RAM bottlenecked, and I do have really good, I have a really beefy system. But that's a lot of geometry for one scene. But this is the, let's see, demo map, Big Mountain. Not to mention I'm also streaming. And got a bunch of Google Chrome tabs open. But still. I like to look at these to try to decide what, if anything, from these projects I'm going to just move over to my own. And for creating a concept of your video game, you know, I didn't. Definitely less performant, but there's a lot of optimization that hasn't been done. And I think the settings, there seems to be little to no culling actually happening outside of using Nanite for the camera view. Like, this is very Nanite reliant project, it seems. But we're also, I think, loading multiple tree types. Yeah, it's crazy. What is this post-processing volume doing? I've also learned too that for whatever reason, Ultra Dynamic Sky performs better than the built-in Sky system. Let's see if there is a limit. Yeah, I'm not going to try to dissect this or really do anything with it, but it's a crazy amount of trees. I just want to see what this looks like at 100%. And then we're going to close it. I mean, for cinematics, this probably would be awesome for rendering. But clearly, a lot of optimization needs to be done, because with these later versions of Unreal and let me look at my, I don't think there's any lighting in here. Let's look at shader complexity. Everything looks all right except for that landscape. The landscape is looking a little nuts. And it might not be a bad idea to clear my reserve. Yeah, that's a crazy project. That's huge. Let's see, Big Forest Pass, Splash. Where are the maps? Big Forest Pack. Maps. Overview, demo map. Let's just look at a couple demo maps. Yep, absolutely needs heavy optimization. And yeah, I think like, you know, obviously if we were to load this into a 30 gig GPU, it'd probably still struggle without the optimization, but I see some 2D cards in here. A lot of 2D cards. And that's the thing about 5.6 is it's optimized now, I think 5.6 with voxel geometry. So you don't, everything can be geometry now at this point. All the trees, all the leaves can all be geometry. And then Nanite will work on foliage in a way that it wasn't able to before. It's all right. Something about this looks really bland, and I can't tell what it is. I think it's Lumen or something with shadows, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of the grading of these colors, and the presentation looks so much better on in the preview. Close that. We're going to close out our standby, or we're going to empty our standby thing, whatever that's called, because I'm pretty sure I got all kinds of shit in standby right now. I'm going to let this load up for a second. I want to make a short film with animation. And then after I do that, I want to dream up what my grandparents' old house used to look like and my old family trailer house used to look like, and I want to bring that in the engine. See if I can get my family together to give me reference images and design our old houses inside of one whole cohesive lot, like a back rooms type of setting, to where you just drop into a neighborhood that has all of your old houses in it. And I'll be able to go inside and see the wallpaper, the popcorn ceilings, the old appliances. Yeah. Revisit that idea. Maybe make it stylized. That's the type of Easter egg that I want to put in my games, is to have old versions of these houses that I lived in. Oh, yeah. Look at all of that. Standby. Empty standby list. Jeez. Task manager. Performance. GPU. Oh, it's in memory. Oh, yeah, I'm probably just cleared all kinds of standby memory. my bad. So I think I've reached a point in the night where I deviate from Unreal Engine to playing a couple quick games of Call of Duty just for shits, so that I can document either how good I am or how terrible I am. I'm going to give it 3 games to get 1 dub, casual, and see if we can average 15 kills. Instead of leaving the stream and saying I'm done talking about Unreal Engine and then going to suck ass off camera, I'm going to call it a night in about less than 40 minutes. And we're going to do what one of my favorite things to do is get a little resurgence in. I think I had fun browsing through all these Unreal Engine projects for I've been live for 7 hours and 30 minutes. And it's been a pleasure having somebody to talk to. And I look forward to seeing so much more of your project because it's awesome. And yo, I better be in there play testing with you. I want to play test that shit. Hell yeah. I think I'm like towards the end of Gauntlet. I think I'm on the final boss, which I have to play through this game several times to level up all my different characters. But me and my business partner, who I live with, I'm renting. He has a fat house, 3-story house. The lower level is kind of in the basement, but it walks out to the golf course, and it's like its own apartment down here. There's a door that like goes down to like kind of into the basement from the main level entrance, which I can lock, but I also have my own entrance in the back with the garage mainly meant for the like golf carts. And we do business together. I do his marketing for his restaurants. And my son and I live here. Probably going to be here for a year, maybe 2. And when he gets free time, that's what we used to play. Oh, my friends are online. That's what we used to play, Gauntlet. And he got me into it. And I had to go buy it on Steam because I was so into it. I didn't want to play it on PlayStation. I wanted it on my computer. And I don't know if I've made it to the end on my playthrough, but the very last boss, even when you have 3 people playing together with different characters and different classes, like you got a mage. I always pick the guy that has like more strength focused. He can barrel through people, and his abilities are more along the lines of just being like a Thor. His son usually is the one with the arrow, and he does more long distance, just shooting the arrow from kind of far away. And he's the god. He's the one that has the spellbound powers, and he uses like potions and magic. So I'm kind of close quarters. His son is more ranged character, and he's the spell character. We cannot defeat this fucking dude. We cannot defeat this dude. And as much as we have leveled up our characters and like collected money throughout collected gold and purchased these upgrades with the in-game like currency through breaking urns and collecting gold, finishing through the levels, we have not beat this fucking guy one time. and it pisses him off. But it's such a good challenge that keeps us going back whenever we do get free time. It's hilarious, but at the same time, it's just like most games are designed to be fucking easy. And, you know, you say you're 30 or 40. You say, I think you said 40, right? So seeing the death of masculinity in video games to where everything is easily accessible or purchasable, you can buy your way to victory. This has probably been one of the more challenging games that kind of forces you to learn how to not only understand how each character individually works and what their strengths and weaknesses are, but how to understand how to use those in collaboration with the other character types, and how to combine those skills together. So I invite you, if you haven't already, to like look at Gauntlet, not for like motivation for how you play your game or how you create your game, but to see what I'm talking about. And like, it seems so easy to level up through the entire game up until the last fucking dude, and you're just at a loss for words because you die every single time. Anyway, we got so frustrated that we haven't played it for months. We just fuck it. But I will revisit it, and it's just funny that I got to have you on the stream, which kind of brought me back around to thinking about how traumatizing it is to be the type of gamer that beats almost every game. And this one game that I never said, I would never play those types of games. Here I am, like, it's the one game that has challenged me more than any. The Petco team on here. I might have to change my name to Petco. What? Prohibited? Bullshit. Do I have to put the brackets? No. Bull. My OBS input. Oh, yeah. My bad. I haven't even really started playing yet. I just got it open. Let's duplicate this one. Hell yeah, I got you. I got you. I can't believe I can't change that to Petco. He said it's all right. I was gonna surprise my friends, but profanity, my ass. What does Petco have to do with profanity? I bet I can change it to. Okay. Yeah. That's crazy. Let's try pet go. What? All right.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
Man, what you said.
Don't mind him. He's a little bit sped. Don't mind him.
I ain't worried about it. Better not be doing that.
Probably gonna say some increasingly. He's probably gonna get increasingly weirder as the game goes on. Fair warning.
Oh, how'd you know?
Motherfucker, I'm friends. I win.
My name's Billy Bob now. Oh yeah, my loadout is now a pistol.
Yeah, everything is profanity these days, apparently.
Swear to God.
I'ma need the sniper at the water tower. Oh hey, Wolfjacken, do you want to do the little card thing or not?
Damn, we got a trio?
That's up to our teammate here.
Don't hit the tower.
They did hit the tower.
I'm heading to factory.
Okay.
I'm going back to prison.
Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 people that dropped over there.
Oh hell, look. Oh, bad, legendary chest.
Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
I'm gonna work on getting up to prison.
Buddy, I'm staying in this room. What?
Hopefully my mic doesn't decide.
What kind of question? Oh, I know 6!
You already said 6.
I got it right, right?
Oh my God. Yes, he did say 6.
Hey, you won't come in this room.
Rocket burn slow usage.
Yeah, we're here too.
He's more so just here to kill stuff.
Hey, let's find him. Let's use APS tracker.
Oh, man.
Oh, come on.
Oh, well, you just got cooked.
Yeah, I just got cooked for sure.
I'm gonna go get your reboot card, Jack.
He's right below you, KS. He is like right below you.
You gave him out. You gave away my location. You're the worst teammate ever.
Yeah, you act like you better.
Hey, bro, he's gonna walk into that room. I can spray him. You just gave him my location.
Enemy destroyed.
Can't even walk around without getting sprayed.
I'm up on you. I'm somehow going to come through the mic, grabbing my nose ring, and really
Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Yo, I'm gonna go say hi to him again. I think I'm gonna get shot down again, but hey. Oh, hello, hey, what's up there?
Made it to the safe zone.
Who's over there? Oh, hey, what's up there?
Damn, how many plates I just put in? I felt like I put in 4.
Hey, what's up there?
What'd it do?
Hey, what are you doing? I know you have a lack of brain cells, but like, try to use 2 of them.
Nuh-uh, I run.
Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map.
I'm not having 6 people look at me, chat. Oh, hey, I love the crate.
You've got a loadout drop.
That's nice. I do have a gun that I would like to grab from that. Thank you.
Nuh-uh. Nah, they won't follow me.
Let me do that. Good job.
They won't follow me. Who leaves it on the ground? Nobody might do. Who just leaves this on the ground?
I may or may not miss one of these stuff.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Oh, that job.
You can't run for the sniper. Hey, I saved you. Why are you shooting me? Who's shooting me there? Bruh.
It's like,
LeBron
it's
James.
me and,
LeBron James.
that guy.
Yo, bro, I'm keep shooting.
What is
Oh, what is this game? It's Warzone 2.6.
Thanks, buddy.
Bro, I think you have me introduced. Oh, hey, what's up there?
And get you back up, and I'm not gonna yoink either of them guns.
Oh no, he's shooting me. I don't like that.
Can't believe I couldn't use black. That's my clan tag.
I know what you're about to be doing. I already know what you're about to be doing, KS. I already know what you're about to be doing.
5 Nights at Diddy's, baby.
All right, I muted them. It's like, come on, man, talk about something. Like,
Ammo here. Precision airstrike standing by. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. 1-1 requesting recon at this time. Precision airstrike ready for start. Reloading. Squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind. Ten remain. You're almost done here.
Thanks for the work. UAV overflight terminated.
Target down. Marking the rest of them. I'm reloading. Your squad mates redeployed. Well done. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
ain't no mother. All right. Let me get my aim up. What are we,
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
no, buddy. Let me see if I can get my stuff back, at least.
I'm back on station. Redeployment.
Well, I could go over here.
Moving here. Resurgence is about to end. Make it count.
The fuck? Who y'all?
Insurgents has been deactivated. This is the end game.
I killed the little Timmy with somebody's freaking tail. Bro, somebody saw charged me at one
Squad mates back on station. Good work. Only 4 remain. Finish the job. Ammo here. I'm reloading. Your squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back.
Just me and you, bro?
Five squads still operational in the AO. You're in the top 3. Don't let up now.
What? Ain't no mother. Who's? Man, my aim was absolute jack, and this dude just chilling. What? I thought that was my teammate in front of me. What am I? It was my teammate. Y'all collaborate? What is going on? These niggas collaborating.
Only 2 left. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert. Someone find me back in.
Hey, hit me back since y'all collaborating. Hey, hit me back since y'all collaborate. I didn't know y'all was playing together.
Well, I don't know. Sure, I'll add you.
Appreciate you.
I guess.
So what's the deal?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yippers.
You said not to kill me. Start shooting at me.
I need my inventory. Where's?
It's a match. Ah, measly little 10. Little 10. Measly little 10. Okay. What? Bro. What is up with these people, man? Oh gosh. Man, it must be like
Hentai's like
Bro, can you stop talking about hentai? We get it.
me. On accident. Not I'm playing on purpose. Not I'm playing on accident. There's somewhere in my chat told me to look it up. Bro, we won 3 victories, bro. Oh, me, bro. Bro, like, last kill cam was you. Bro, if you put us to a good win streak, if you put us to a
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Hey,
Clearing up the targets or in contact
hey, wait, you said Kason? You want me to call you Kason? I convinced my friend that wanted to play Fortnite, to play Call of Duty. He said after pizza, and I said, you having pizza? And he didn't respond. I guess he's eating pizza. No, pizza. Oh, pizza. Yeah. You said pizza. Now I'm playing.
In my country,
The whole time.
2 cheeks in
Two cheeks in your mouth? Nah. No, really gonna be in my mouth?
Dang it, yo.
I'm playing out. I don't rate people. I would never unless they tell me to do it. If I have their consent, I will do it.
All mountain targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Man, these kids love talking about nothing.
Proceed to the buy station before time runs out to receive a discounted item. Red on ammo! Buy station vulnerability exploited. Good work, team. Discounted supply. Enemy property down. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Good kill. Mark the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get some. Move to the safe zone. I'm reloading! You're losing ground. Moving.
LDBR awaiting target data.
I was totally acting in self-defense.
Reloading! Nine left. Keep the pressure on. Time to flight 5 seconds. Taking effective fire! Marks remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the no casualties. Loadout drop heading your way.
Ah, I landed on him. Ah, that's hilarious.
hunting.
Come on, bro.
I'm reloading! We've got 10 squads active. Locating the rest of them. Reloading! Placing assault pack, switching mag. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
What a dumbass.
Target down, marking the rest of them. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Changing mags! Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy movement, cancel that. Enemy destroyed. Use attack map to hunt down the rest of them. Buy sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted. Target down, marking the rest of them. I'm red on ammo! Locating the rest of them. Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close. Hostile shooter. Enemy movement. TACOM, I need eyes overhead. The AO. Some of your squad is outside the safe zone. Stand to you, soldier. Stay sharp. Fire sales over. Adjusting prices. Precision airstrike available. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Target area marked. You're cleared hot. You have reinforcements inbound. Copy that. 1-3-1 is on station. Going inbound. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. John Smith, no joy. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Be advised, insurgence is no longer active.
Either one of y'all got a munitions box by chance? Oh, wait. I muted these motherfuckers. Y'all have a munitions box? I'm out of ammo. Ain't that a motherfucker?
Yeah, I got you.
I'm up on the rooftop. I'm about to die though.
I got the money.
This ain't no way, bro. I got killed by a bot. Cause I ran up to try to murk this dude.
White boy saying, white boy saying,
Hurry up.
I ran out of ammunition.
Hey, bro, like, bet we got to murk this bitch.
Appreciate you.
Oh, no, come here. You little bitch. Where the f you at? Don't sit there and run. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Who is that?
Yeah, nigga took my shit. I guess he did.
I want to dip with you. Up top. High top. Oh my god!
Work rate's restock. Advise you to load up now.
Don't come down, please. Oh my god! Hold on. Let me get his MP7.
Never told you to never come down. You never know.
Safe zone is a long way from your location.
Oh my god.
Move like you mean it.
Guys, I got the fire!
Taking effective fire! You're in the last two. That was close. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert.
Dead? Oh my god, get the off my car. Dude, I'm about to burst all over these. I'm sorry, but like I have to burst like right now.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
He's right here at the bottom.
What the? He's cheating! This kid's a freaking cheater. This kid's cheating.
Survive until your squad can redeploy.
Like, I can never do that type of stuff.
Oh my gosh. That was terrible. Was I the only one left? Boy. That's crazy work. GG's. Take it like a champ. Boy was choking in the gas.
Go back to lobby.
Excuse me. All right, let's see here. Did we get, try to average 24 kills? I am not accepting those friend requests from those kids. They just talked the whole time about nothing. Boy. But, you know, we playing a little cashy. I got my Meta XMG 200 bullets. 200 rounds, one clip is crazy work. And I'm trying to veer away from the auto aim and all that stuff so that I can practice on my controller aim. I'm not using keyboard and mouse. So I feel like I'll be doing all right. Yeah, 200 clip is wild. Oh, then we got a squad. Squad. All right, then. No kids this time, I hope. Kids just be yapping. I really do be the first one out.
Enemy soldier incoming. Additional contract online. Hostile UAV in the area. All bounty targets are KIA. Well done. Changing max. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map. Get hunting. Loading. Enemy destroyed. Use your attack map to hunt down the rest of them.
Nazir authorizing UAV mission.
Friendly loadout drops on the way. Route identified.
Marking self-revive. Changing max.
Damn, buddy. It's all right. Die. Go ahead and die. Go ahead and die. Just come right back, buddy.
Loadout drop headed your way. Enemies dropping into the AR. Enemy moving. Mark remaining operating. Reloading. Hunt them down.
Where is he at?
Got myself up. Only 10 left. I saw the light there. Taking effective fire. Got reinforcements inbound. Secure the supply box.
Ah, no. I couldn't get my gun back out. 21 Savage beat me up. All right, we got a loadout anywhere out here? Six. Yeah, y'all guarding that shit.
Supply box secured. 2 to go.
I don't want that.
Reloading.
LBBR on my mark.
Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind.
Oh, I ain't got no money. What am I doing?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Ah! Ain't no way my shit didn't just go off unless you destroyed it. Oh, I should have watched that. There it is. There it is. Got him. Hell yeah. Behind you. Behind you. Go back and get my shit.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy spotted. Fire sale active. Buy station prices will be reduced.
Don't mind if I do. Damn, hit myself. Ain't that a motherfucker? Okay. It's above me for sure. Okay.
We lost the supply cache location. Contract pulled. Resurgence window is ending. Watch your 6. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
Okay, there's usually a box somewhere with a self-res in it.
Prices are back to normal. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Marking enemy.
Are you serious? Oh, I got double team. It was 2 of them. Okay. Damn. He got me from the side. Okay, I got it. All right. Okay. Don't know where my shit is, but I'm gonna go find it.
Good work. We
Wait a minute. Okay.
Soldier squad is outside the safe zone. Vulnerable buy station marked. Head to the buy station before time runs out.
Oh shit.
5 squads still operational in the AO. Enemy soldier incoming. LTBR inbound. Take your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind. I'm reloading! Contract failed. You lost the objective. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. You're in the top 3. Don't let up now. Only 2 left. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert. Stand to you, soldier. You've got gas moving in.
Ah, 2 against 1. I knew he was over here somewhere. Is that the same guy? I didn't have any tacticals, I don't think. Was not prepared for him to come out of there. GG though. Let me see. I had to be the final kill. Final death. Damn, it didn't even play it. Alright. This time, can I get a squad with some comms? Like, I'm not that good that you gotta handicap me. Put me with some kids and motherfuckers with no mic.
You can get
Check
15
weapons and
cookies
gear.
for
We're
$5.
holding for deployment. We're heading to the war zone. Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone. soldier incoming.
Damn, a trio again. All right, say less.
Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Your team leader. Set a drop point in the squad zone.
I'll meet you there on your European Fisher.
Additional target added. Enemy dropping into the AO.
Oh, that was you? Could have sworn somebody else just dropped in over here. Yep.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tag map to hunt down the rest of them.
Dropped in.
Never mind.
Located the rest of them. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job. You have reinforcements inbound. Enemies are dropping into the area. Well disguised. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Ah! I was trying to get in the window.
Remaining operators from that squad.
The wrong gun.
Them down.
Okay.
Ready. You're redeploying.
We got almost enough money for the buy.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead.
I hear him above us.
Yeah, he's not below us. He didn't go all the way up though. So, he's not on the very, he's not on the,
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
Somebody's up there.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Oh no.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Ah, damn it. Above. I'm just like, man. Ah, that was a good spot, buddy. Man, that boy got FMJs in that gun. My shit back. No, I don't know. Whoever just killed me.
That's actually crazy. We gotta move. Crazy up with that deal.
My what?
Win this thing.
I'm gonna die yet. I don't even call it, I already know. Hey, this is much before here.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Reloading. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
Where's he at? Above us?
Enemy UAV is online.
He's on
Oh
the
my gosh.
control center.
Hostile UAV in the area. It's all on you.
Oh my lordy.
Only 10 were left. Valiant effort. Keep your head up.
Well, we had a trio, so that makes sense. But somebody must have quit. Oh, okay. Here, one more in. Doing all right, but man, just the team effort is lacking. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up?
Enemy dropping into the AR. This is time for some target practice. The real thing's coming soon. Reloading. Enemy soldier incoming. All stations green line. Deploying to the war zone. Marking contract. Moving here.
Girl power.
Resurgence. Survive.
Ruby Rose. Quegsy.
All right, let's get it. Let's get it.
You've got time for another bounty. Get it done.
ADR, ready for
on station. Good work. Located the rest of them. You have reinforcements inbound. All bounty targets are KIA. Well done. Your squad's in the safe zone. Gas is reloading! Marking self-revive. You've got a loadout down. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Loadout drop headed your way. Reloading! Last mag! Watch your fire! Throwing grenade! Enemy UAV is online. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Changing mags! Taking effective fire! Throwing grenade! Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. You've made it to the top 10. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Enemy soldier incoming. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
Yeah, someone here with us though. Alright, they in his house. Hey, I'm finna keep pushing house to house. That's what I'm finna do. Hey, nah, they right here.
I'm trying to go back to really casual. Oh, that was a nice little beat.
You said you wanna go back to what, regular?
Brother! What? I ain't in no motherfucking way. Oh, team 2. I see. They tagged my ass. Alright then. Alright then. Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Damn. Fuck that was that.
Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
Come on. Bro. Okay then. Okay then. Where you at, Graham? I'm following you. You got two to your right that are going to tear you up if you keep going after the bot.
Go get after it. Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Marking the rest of them. Changing max! Inserting armor. Lower squad is outside the safe zone.
It's sticky over here.
Fire sale's over. Adjusting prices.
All right.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Where do you think you was finna go, my boy? Nowhere.
Whole ass up. I'm gonna come right back, nigga. Watch.
Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game. Enemy soldier incoming. Supply crates to restock. Advise you to load up now.
A score streak would be nice right now.
Enemy movement.
Grenade? It's a shock charge.
Head to the safe zone. Gas. Reloading. Your squad's in the top 5. Five squads still operational in the AR.
Oh, I did not mean to buy that. Ah, damn. What did I buy? Did I buy somebody back? Is that what happened? I'm cool with that if that's what happened.
Three, don't let up now. You're in the last two. Now finish this. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert.
Man, you should have kept that high ground, my boy. Let me go ahead and mark him real quick. There he is.
You still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Additional contracts online.
He hiding. There he is. Go ahead and finish him off real quick. Yeah, boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Yeah.
Excellent work.
Go.
Yeah, beep, 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 beep. Yeah, beep, beep. How your ankles, boy? Shot the socks off that boy. No socks. Girl squad.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what we got here. I had at least had like 18 kills. 21. You want to run it back?
Kills, that's it.
I'll run it back. Come on, FaZe, Gorilla.
Yeah.
All right. I said I was on the last one, but here we go. This is the last one. I think I had at least a little more than an hour. We hit our 8-hour mark. 15 minutes away from 9-hour stream. And then I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to go chill. SpongeBob. You get freaky, ain't it? Okay then. Oh boy.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Check weapons. We're holding the deployment. Enemy down. Reloading.
Jeez, dude. The number of bullets in that clip is just crazy.
Everybody gets in 20
contract. Moving here.
Snoop Dogg. Okay then. And what happened to the other girl?
So you know it, dude. And that motherfucker crazy.
All right, Steppa.
And then go down to Stronghold, and then we can get a free
I'll do what y'all gotta do. Y'all do.
Enemy soldier incoming. You've got time for another bounty. Get it done. Taking effective fire! Changing map! Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunting. Enemy destroyed. Use your tag map to hunt down the rest of them.
What's going on?
Good shots. Good shots. Good shots. Good shots. Good shots. Good shots. Good shot. Okay. Okay then. I'm coming back for both y'all.
Never mind, I got to tell you, never mind.
Damn, took y'all 4 clips to knock me out. Okay then.
What's up, bitch? Yeah, no, huh? See you, pussy.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Told you I was coming back.
I'm coming, bud. Just follow me.
Where's friend at?
Enemies are dropping into the
One on the other side of the roof, on the same building as tower.
Squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
No, on my dead bike.
Why are you coming
Good
back when I
kill.
died, bro?
Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunting. Reloading.
I got you back, Tony. I got you. Don't worry. We'll love each other.
UAV in the area. Enemy UAV is online.
Hey, stop shooting at us.
What the fuck am I doing? Yo, there's one through the window on tower building. There's two
Enemy
people.
dropping into the AO.
There's two people at the tower building.
You have reinforcements inbound. I'm reloading.
Oh, shit.
Lucky for us, that's a bot. Thank you. Damn, mark myself.
Yo, you little bitch. Drop my dick, yo.
Damn, it is hot and heavy in this motherfucker.
Watch the skies. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
Stuck in the back,
10
bro.
remaining.
Fuck me, fucking pussy bitch. Nigga, I didn't do that too.
God damn, your shit. You're awful.
Redeployed. Well done. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy UAV overhead. Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
On top of the prison.
One right here, bro. There's one right here on me. He's on, He's blue, come get me. Yeah.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Good shit. Okay, he's back.
Marking the rest of them. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Watch out, there's some people in this corner.
Holy fuck shit, bro.
Oh my god, dude. Jesus. Thanks, man.
We've got 10 squads active in the field. Enemy dropping into the AR.
Oh, right here, around the corner, right here. Yeah, I got that. Nice.
Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Another one, no. One to your left. Nice.
You have reinforcements inbound.
I'm going load up. Charlie.
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reloading. FFV. Enemy soldier incoming.
How did I delete my gun, bro?
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. gas is in. Hostile UAV in the area. Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Enemy dropping into the AO. Some of your squad is outside.
I'll come with you, Yellow.
Fire sales done. Back to normal. Enemy UAV is online. Taking effective fire! Located the rest of them.
Yo, slap through prison.
Be advised, resurgence is no longer active. Let's proceed.
Here, I'll buy you back.
Yo, I got a nigga on top of the water tower. He's on the second level. He got crossbow explosive arrows.
I'll see him.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
Ah, fuck, I got hit again. God damn it, this motherfucker got
Oh,
hit.
no, he's at, what's it called?
Yeah, he's at water tower.
Be advised, you still have
Well,
squad
another
mates outside the safe zone.
What's it called?
Yo, Green, you don't have to get me, bro. Shit.
I'll buy you back. Yeah, I'll buy you back.
Alright, bet. Oh, I'm still alive. Yeah. Yeah, you can't shoot, bro. Right stairs.
Over there.
Bye, I'm sorry. There, bro. Alright, here you go. Just buy me back. Never mind.
Ah, fucked up. I thought I had him. God damn, we getting murked.
There's one on top of the...
I ain't landed on that nigga. Man. I got 7 Gs. That ain't shot. Oh, nope, 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 nope.
Green, try to find me back, bro.
Yeah, they're on top of it.
Some of your squad is outside the safe zone.
There's one.
Someone buy me back in.
Yeah. Give me just a moment, bro.
I appreciate you, Yellow.
Don't let up now.
You ain't got me, bro. There. I'm going to well.
1-1 requesting recon at this time.
You on top?
Oh, yeah, there's one on top. Oh,
Ah, too slow. Damn. Oh, he was right. No, that's my teammate. Oh yeah, spectator.
One on top. He's on top of the chemical engine. He's not on the roof, but he's in the fucking top. I forgot what that's called. There's a ladder to your left.
Change your max.
Go and hit that buyback, bro. Go hit that buyback. Hell yeah.
Plus this nigga.
You probably could have bought 2. TBH.
We should have bought one in there.
Go to the orange crate, to your right. Go outside right there, to your right, to your left, right there. Look in there, see if you got a mask in there. Nope.
Oh shit.
Bye,
Oh,
y'all.
he's on the window. He's on the window top. Right over you.
Hey!
Shut up, bitch ass nigga.
Of course he has some shit to say. Of course he has some shit to say. He had to jump on you and he still died. Immaculate. Boy, got murked up by a modern feminist.
Yo, let's play again, bro.
Alright, I get one more. 2 dubs.
I got 7
7 what?
in a row.
Damn, my boy hitting at 26 kills.
I had like 6. I had 8.
I said I was gonna play one more like 4 games ago. But here we are, 3 dubs later. Should be getting sweaty. And same, I think one person maybe finally went to sleep, but I had 3 people watching me for 8 hours straight. Scrolling on TikTok, ain't it?
Let me go to my other account because this account is freaking cooked.
Microwaved, toasted, fried, deep fried, air fried.
Enemies dropping into the AO. Rucker, you're heading to the water. Reloading!
One more thing.
All stations, we are free to go. Stand by for deployment. Enemy soldier incoming. Moving here.
You, I know where I'm going.
All right, I'll try to follow you. We're gonna drop on this bounty first, though.
What you say, bro?
Said I'll follow you.
Wait, wait. Which one, added me?
I did, bro. List up.
Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets and bring back your team leader. Set a drop point for your squad soldier.
Barely hear you. I got a picture of my fucking sinus.
Clearing up the target during contact online.
Oh, hit one shot, bro. Got that.
Damn.
Right, them is straight, it's straight. You can come back.
Well done.
I'm going red tower so I can get a sniper.
Squad mates back on station.
Anyone, I got one. I like 2. But I just got freaking gangbangs.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. You have reinforcements inbound.
There was someone behind me.
Ninja Turtle fried.
Oh, this.
Okay.
I got you.
Oh.
Double teamed on him. Damn, you knocked that boy down. Oh, that's hilarious. Wow, that was so funny.
A rocket launcher. What can I do with
I knew I was gonna get double teamed once I pulled up back in there.
it? Hey, I can't play with the rocket launcher.
Somebody.
Back in the fight. Go get your revenge.
Holy aimbot. I'm getting banned.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is inbound. Squad mates back on station. Reloading.
Hey, yo, what the hell?
Oh my god, bro.
Where they at?
Everywhere.
Flags, top prison.
Everywhere. Everywhere you turn. This is somebody over there.
Bounty contract's been pulled. Enemy destroyed.
Alright.
Use the attack map to hunt down the rest of them.
Oh, what the hell?
I'm gonna go get some loot. Quit playing with these fools.
So what the?
Not a fan.
Yeah. So,
Target down. Mark
Oh,
the
what
rest
the?
of them.
Oh my god, they're everywhere.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map. Get hunting. You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them down. Enemy destroyed. Use your attack map to hunt down the rest of them. Red on ammo!
Change your map.
Somebody on you, bro?
Inserting armor.
Like pussy, I already killed him 3 times. Fuck off. Damn.
Hey.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map. Get hunting.
Oh. I'm hitting.
Changing max!
NDVR ready for launch.
Who's shooting me?
Squad mates back on station. Good work. Additional target added. Hostile UAV in the area. We've got 10 squads active in the field. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Bloody hell.
Miss.
Fuck this thing.
How you know I was even coming up here?
So what the? Holy aimbot. How'd they see me?
Get your squad to the safe
Is
zone.
Resi?
Leave no one behind.
Nah, that's aimbot. UAV tracker. I'm staring. Oh dang. It's 3 o'clock right now.
Reinforcements inbound.
3 a.m.
Sure is.
That's when I lock.
Okay, point blank, and this dude still tagged me down. Yeah, I do. Apparently.
Nice. No, I'm not talking to you.
Oh man, I do.
You missed all his shots. I was like hiding behind the air vent and you missed all of them. Like, oh, shit. You don't suck. Ass nigga.
Damn. You using them kind of words? How old are you, my boy?
Ass nigga. Ah,
Oh, whoa. Come down with all that. I'm gonna have to mute you.
You shut the fuck up, you little faggot ass bitch. Suck my dick.
Damn, my boy, come on now.
Dirt neck looking ass.
All right.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
Off my case, my boy. Wait a minute. I mute the wrong dude.
What's up? Oh.
Okay, yeah, we got him. He muted me now.
About to end. Make it count.
I can't deal with all that.
Target down. Marking the rest of them. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Damn.
Enemy UAV overhead. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Enemy advanced UAV overhead. Your squad
Got
mates
10K?
back on
Yeah, we got
station.
20.
Good work. Fire sales over. Adjusting prices. Friendly loadout drops on the way. Four remaining. Stay sharp. No more second chances.
Yo, there's two people under prison. Right there. Your ass.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Good shit. Push.
Fuck.
It's there. When y'all just buy us back, we came there. Okay, yeah, no, just buy us back immediately.
Down. Stay alive to bring them back.
I appreciate you, G.
Get your squad to
For
the
sure.
safe zone. Leave no one behind.
I'll buy you back in the set blue. I'm buying you back over here. Now I can't buy you. What the fuck? I just got sniped all the way at fucking engine. Fucking temple.
Marking self-revive.
Damn, somebody calling you?
I can go back to my loadout.
Oh shit, my bad.
No good.
There's one person out there left. I'm gonna find wherever that dude at. Okay. I don't have enough money to buy you back yet.
Oh, chemical. 2 people sniping.
Jesus Christ. Of all places.
Grab both of them.
Oh, you're gonna tag your ass. Oh my gosh.
I can't do nothing, bro. Like, they're just fucking cocksucking.
Grab that tactical. Grab that tactical. No, that right there, on the ground. That. Yep. Nah, they ain't finna come in there. They waiting on you. All right, go ahead and stem up. You can't put that on while you in the gas. Oh man, you
GG's.
It's alright. It's all gravy.
Only problem was is that they were just camping roof. That was the only problem.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was up there. I should have went for the chopper. Alright. GG's. Alright, it was tight. It was a lot of fun. And I'm going to call it a night, a morning. To the 3 people that are still on here watching, I'll catch y'all in the next one.